Yeah, that's 10 minutes, which is good. Then my PB is 10:47. 3:35 is ideal for me. The PB is 10:47. 3:35, 10:05. So how do you use 3:35? 3:35? Yeah. Is not 3.65.
Okay, again, welcome to the Box Hill Track Classic. We have some field event action also tonight. Triple jump is about to get underway. For those athletes just arriving at the track, please make sure you check in immediately at the tables near the small grandstand. Our food is open there with the bar and barbecue are operating. Please make sure you support the Box Hill Club here tonight. Great conditions, I said, for some 200 metres to start. The heat will just drop enough later on to get some fast 800 and 3,000 metre times in as well. Our 200 metre runners, we're going to ask you to start marshalling, please, on the back straight at the 200 metre start. And then we'll be moving into our 8s and 3,000 metres.
I think they're putting them on soon.
So again, to those that have just entered, welcome to the Box Hill Track Classic. I'm here on the microphone, Mitch Dyer, for the night. Bit of a Box Hill legend himself, he tells me. So as we go along tonight, we've got 200s. It looks like now there's going to be 7 heats of the 200 with our men and women alternating. We then roll into our 800 metres, of which we have 18 heats, and then we've got 12 3000s. A big night of racing. We'll be here till 10 p.m. just thereafter. So quality racing on the track here at Box Hill tonight. Just our officials finally in the final touches ready for heat number 1 of the 200. And we'll give you an introduction to that very shortly. For those athletes just wondering, please make sure you are checking in as soon as you enter the track. And that check-in table is just near first aid, there, near the mini grandstand on the front straight. But again, heat number 1 not far away here at the Box Hill Track Classic. We saw plenty of personal best this time last year, and plenty again also at the White Horse Twilight. And of course, Milers Club has been producing a plethora of personal bests all season. So hopefully the tradition continues tonight. Okay, so heat number 1 of our 200, just getting up behind their blocks there now. We've got Austin Fernando here on the inside. I saw him have a big win in the 800 metres at the Milers Club here the other night. He's performing very well with that Aussie Aths program under Bailey Colbert and Nick Bowden's tutelage there. Lane 3 will be Jeremy Shum of Box Hill Athletic Club. Lane 4 will be Olu Araba from Mentone. Lane 5 will be Alexander Agrapoulos. Lane 6 will be Sean Taylor of Casey Cadinia. 7 will be Murray Lawrence of the Richmond Harriers, and 8 will be Noah Thorpe of Ringwood. There'll be 7 stars in heat number 1. We're not far away. Athletes just setting up their blocks. Looking for probably Jeremy Shum here, and the also Mentone Olu Araba, 2 of the fastest seed times here. Can anyone go under 24 seconds for the first time? That would be the goal of this group. So as I said there, Austin Fernando just setting up in lane number 1. He led one of the early heats of the Milers Club here just a week or so ago. He was very good over the 800, stepping down to the 200 metres there tonight. Jeremy Shum there, who won the country championships on the weekend for Box Hill over the 110 metre hurdles. Olu Araba, one of the Mentone athletes there also. Junior there from Mentone in lane number 4. Sean Taylor, experienced Casey Cadinia athlete in 6. Your fast heat number 1 of the men's 200 metres.
Something like that? Yeah. Yeah, so I'll just turn it maybe this way, yeah. Facing towards me. Like that?
So a reminder, there's a bit of a cash incentive on some of the races later in the night. The 200 metres, 800 and 3,000 metres. There's some cash incentives, some fast times. Geordie Williams here is just telling me it might be a bit hot for the cash incentive in the 800. I'll have to wait and see. He certainly collected a lot of money at the Steigen meet just before Christmas. Probably the richest couple in athletics now going around, Sarah and Geordie, based on the cash collect they got down at Geelong. Hopefully tonight he can add to that little kitty and we see some fast running. Okay, we're behind our blocks now. Heat number 1, men's 200. So good start. Shum, one of the best. He's chasing out there Araba of Mentone. So Araba is of Mentone. He's going to hit the straight in front. Shum chasing him, the Box Hill athlete on the inside, and just behind them will be Sean Taylor and Agripoulos. But it's going to be a battle out in front. Shum won the 100 here at the White Horse. Can he take the 2? Araba, Shum. Shum's going to fly home and dip and take out heat number 1. That's what we want to see. Box Hill taking out a win. Araba second, Sean Taylor third. I think it was Agripoulos next. We talked about Fernando then. He won the 8 at the milers. Ran home well in the 200 also tonight. But that's heat number 1, men's 200 metres. Jeremy Shum, your winner. Mitch, it's a good way to start the night. Box Hill colours, saluting.
Yeah, always a great way to start the night, Nick. Good dip at the line there, and you may be right. Maybe this is good weather for the 200 metres, so we'll see how it goes later in the night, but a good start for the club. It's
perfect conditions for a 2. Mitch, I might get you to wander down to the wind gauge down the middle there and give me a wind reading of that first heat, just to give us an idea of how perfect the conditions are. I'm sure you're, as a distance runner, would know a lot about how to operate a wind gauge.
Yeah, it's right in my expertise there, Nick, so I'll give me 5 minutes to figure it out. 0 plus 0.5.
So, lovely conditions, plus 0.5, a little bit prevailing around the bend. Lovely down the straight, hot, fast track, 38 degrees here at Box Hill. Perfect conditions for everyone except officials, I believe. So we appreciate very much our officials and the hard work they're putting on here on the track this evening. Heat number 2, or heat number 1 of our women's, are now just coming back behind their blocks. We've got a strong Box Hill representation here and a local Box Hill trained athlete. So Vicky Malamas of Box Hill, Georgia Taylor Box Hill, Olivia Saunders of Box Hill, and Erin Gabler of Old Zavarians, a T30, excuse me, very talented T36 athlete from Old Zavarians. So 4 starters, women's heat number 1. So athletes here in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 6. There are 3 Box Hill athletes. So it's a little bit unsteady there in the blocks. Erin Garble puts up her hand. We'll just go to reset. She'll be the one there in lane 6 with the standing start there. Single box standing start, T36 athlete. The 3 Box Hill girls here all entered the same seed time, so it might be some close racing between them on the inside. And they're away. Good start. The best of them look like Saunders it is. Saunders being chased by Taylor and Malamas. They lodged the same seed time and they look like they're going to be very close through the finish. So the middle at the moment is Taylor. Taylor splits the 2 and she hits the straight in front. On her inside, Malamas looking very strong also. But with 80 to go, there's not much between this. Vicky Malamas, Georgia Taylor, Olivia Saunders. It's going to be real touch and go at the line. Saunders coming back late, but Malamas on the inside will just take the victory. From Malamas and then Taylor. Erin Gabler comes through next. As we mentioned, very talented junior, former World Junior Para representative previously. And that's our first 4 through in the women's. Mitch of the 200 metres.
Yeah, and just a quick one, Wolsey, for everybody coming through, make sure you do check in for the 800 and 3,000 metres. The 800 is about to close off, so if you have just walked through the gates or you've walked through and forgotten, just make sure you check in for the 800 and the 3,000.
Thanks, Mitch. And look, results will get put up throughout the evening. Once we finish our 200 heats, we'll put up results as soon as we can. That'll be displayed on the pin board just near the grandstand. It's a great way to start, though. Certainly some quick running in the first 2 heats. I think well and truly our junior Box Hill girls, they're all inside their seed time of 28 seconds. Erin Garbler's going to be very close to her 34.5 second PB. And now we start getting some real action here in this next heat. It looks like we're going to have a full heat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see all 8 of them here, Mitch. maybe you've got some seed times here. Maybe give us a prediction going into our heat 2 of our men.
Well, just having a look here, Nick, and not having a lot of knowledge, I would say Athletics Nunawading in Darcy Hughes, our athlete there, who's going to be coming out of lane 4. Maybe he's the favourite with the fastest seat time, unless you know something else that you'll be able to interject with.
I think it's going to be a pretty good heat here. You've got lots of Box Hill representative again. The old Zaz boy, Duran Kennedy in the middle is one of the fast starters. He holds his form, he'll be tough to beat. 5 Box Hill athletes though supporting this one. So again, strong contingent. Darcy Hughes here trains with Steve Kane. Ed Duran Kennedy is one of mine here, trains here at Box Hill as well, and Jacob McGear, St Kevin's athletes. I reckon we've got plenty of local talent here in this heat. Best of the starters, Duran Kennedy, as I predicted. Darcy Hughes goes up to him in the Nunawading colours. Duran Kennedy, though, has got now the whole outside lanes covered. That's the old Zavarian colours in the middle. Darcy Hughes, who's very strong over 4 and 8, chasing him. And on the inside, it's Oliver Wong. So Oliver Wong, I reckon he's one of the Marsh stable here. Darcy Hughes will come over the top for the win. Duran Kennedy just tightens up slightly and out wide, finishing really well there. I think might have been lane 7, Lockie Falcon of Vogue. Good running though in heat number 2 of the men's 200 metres. Darcy Hughes, your winner, the man from Nunawading and Maltus. So 5 Box Hill representatives there, Mitch, but we couldn't get a Box Hill up for a win for another race in a row. So sharing the love around here after 3 heats of the 200.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. Can't win everything, so we'll see how we go on this next one.
So a familiar name I see in this one here. We saw Araba go very well in heat number 1 from Mentone. I reckon this might be his sister here. This is Ola Araba here of Mentone. A bit confused here. I think it was the same name. But the Araba siblings, I would no doubt guess here. From Mentone, they're going to be represented. She's going to have a couple of lanes either side of her because it'll be Kayla Barrett of Frankston in 1, Joanna O'Connell of Box Hill in 2, coming back to form after finishing year 12. Chantel De Silva in 3. Ola Araba, as mentioned, of Mentone in 5. Ellie McClendon of Old Zavarians, the local hurdler, in 7. And Carly Senior of Box Hill in lane number 8. So away, best of the starters look like Barrett. O'Connell jumped up slightly. Outside, McClendon chasing Senior. And in the middle, it's Araba. So we're going to hit the straight. No one's really made a definitive move here. De Silva might be possibly the one, but out wide, Araba, McClendon and Senior have set some standard chase. Across the track, we have all of them. De Silva, the tall, striding athlete, chasing Araba. McClendon coming home late. Araba will take it, the Mentone Junior. McClendon second, look very good. De Silva, O'Connell, Barrett and Senior. And that's our second heat of the women's 200 metres done. Mitch, good running there by the Araba siblings, very good. I think it's a Mentone Little Athletics uniform we saw on there, taking the win that time.
Yeah, you would be stoked if you're the parents of those 2 kids. You'd be taking them to Macca's and giving them a good feed after that. That was sensational.
Maybe tonight's more appropriate, maybe a Zupa Duper or an ice cream. It's that sort of conditions. I think all families need to be celebrating that way tonight.
Yeah, it was Sunny Boy. Wouldn't go astray.
Sunny Boy, that's very true. Old school there. Just a reminder for those that have wandered in and are listening to the dulcet tones of Mitch Dyer and myself, make sure you check in as soon as you arrive at the venue. We want to be able to seed our heats as soon as possible. So all 800 metre runners, as soon as you arrive, please check in at the tables just before the finish line. And for those that are wondering, it's a beautiful 38 degrees. So next heat here, I tell you what, if Box Hill can't get up here, which is a fair possibility because the fastest man's from Glen Huntly, but 6 of the men here are from Box Hill. We've got Harry Blackburn of Box Hill, the multi-eventer in 1, Connor McDonald in 2, Asthika Leonarchi of Glen Huntly, the favourite here in 3, Matthew Harcourt, the local Box Hill 400 metre hurdler in 4, Lucas Archer from Box Hill in 5, Bailey Colbert with a big return after his APS from Box Hill in 6, Andre Demedio, the pole vaulter from Box Hill, and Matt McKenna from Old Zavarians in lane 8. Give us a tip, Mitch.
Harry Blackburn.
A late scratch in here. Looks like Leonarchi, no Glen Huntly. So away, Harcourt looked good, but outside him, Lucas Archer with a really good start. Harcourt now winds them up. He's going to try to chase down training partners Colbert and McKenna out wide. And on the inside, Blackburn looking good. Blackburn hits the straight very close with Harcourt. Harcourt's got some work to do. The two Trinity multi-eventers going head-to-head. McKenna out wide, but Harcourt will dip just in front. McKenna next. Blackburn, I think it was next back to Lucas. Demedio amongst it also. McDonald. I reckon it's going to be a 22 high or thereabouts unofficially for the heat win there. Harcourt had to do a lot of work to catch Harry Blackburn though. Very good run in lane number 1. That was Box Hill all the way with McKenna third of Old Zavarians. So not only is there some cash incentives going up here in the next race, there's some cash incentives in the women's 200. There are the 200 Box Hill Classic men's and women's trophies here up for grabs. So some serious silverware on the table here. And supporting these cash incentives tonight is Athletics International. Athletics International do a great job here in Australia supporting our best athletes as they strive for Australian representation at international level. And our presenters tonight I've seen just wander down here at the moment. You've got Marion O'Shaughnessy and Terry Cater here to share some of the presentation honours as we go through. But this last heat here, the one here where the cash is on the table for some fast times. Sophia Davis in 1 of Melbourne Uni, Eve Parry in Collingwood of 2, Kendra Hubbard of Collingwood in 4, Shard Mohammed, the talented junior from Frankston in 5, Danielle Shaw, the hurdler in Ringwood in 6, and Charlie Power, Box Hill in 7. So our starters just working out some finer details here before we get this race started. So the field here, as I said, Sophia Davis, the local, but runs now for Melbourne Uni. Eve Parry of Collingwood in 2. Kendra Hubbard. She's had national representation before of Collingwood. Shad Mohammed, national 400 metre runner there from Frankston. Danielle Shaw, been in good form in the pros in the VAL this season. Charlie Power, all schools medalist over the 400 metres out wide. So Kendra Hubbard, as expected, with the best of the starts, and she's trying to chase down Danielle Shaw. Shaw's been good over the 120 metre distance on the grass this year. Can she hold off Kendra Hubbard, who's very good over 400 metres? In between then, Shah Mohammed, the junior from Frankston, looking very good. She could be the one to upset them all. She's going to finish strong. Hubbard, Mohammed, Shaw. Mohammed will take the win from Hubbard. Sorry, Mohammed will take it from Hubbard. Shaw next. Charlie Power and Sophia Davis not far away from each other, and Eve Parry. I don't think we'll be touching the cash incentives quite there. It'll be 24 mid, I imagine, but very impressive running from Shah Mohammed, the Frankston junior. So 21.10 or quicker is some money on the table here for the fastest man. Couple here have been around that time before. Joel Beanott hasn't been far away. Luke Stevens has been a sub-21 man in the past. With the conditions tonight, maybe that's a possibility. Bit of cash on the table, as we said. It's been kindly put on the table by Athletics International. As I said, they're a great group of people who support our up-and-coming junior athletes and our senior athletes who need some support as they make national teams. We have Terry Cater, Marion O'Shaughnessy to do some presentations post our men's 200 and women's 200 metres this evening. So I called Asthika Liarchi scratch before in the men's heat 2. He's been pushed up to heat number 1. He's one of my favourites to pronounce here. He'll be in the Glen Huntley colours in the middle. From lane 1, we'll have Jacob Pearson, the junior from Nunawading, who's a 400 metre 4-hurdle specialist. Dalton DeMedio, we saw his brother go just before the pole vaulter in lane 2. Gus Simpfendorfer, great form at the All Schools. He's in 3. Joel B. of St Kevin's. Asthika Liarchi in 5. Luke Stevens, Australian representative in lane 6, and Andrew Howe, very talented junior also from Diamond Valley in 7. Can we challenge that 21.10 for a bit of extra cash? So away from the inside, Pearson. DeMedio with a really good start. Simpfendorfer sat a little bit. Joel B has eaten up the field, and Luke Stevens is going to have a battle on his hand down the main straight. So Luke Stevens in the Western Aths colours out wide, chasing Joel B. They are training partners. from the JH stable. There they are out in front. Luke Stevens will take the win. 21-1 might be a bit tough. Joel B second. Leonardi goes up to heat number 1 and does very well. Demetrio next. Simpfendorfer, almost didn't pick him there with a new buzz cut. Pearson next, and then Andrew Howe. We're going to be pretty close to 21-1-0. That might be not far off. So unofficially just around the mark handheld, so we'll wait for the adjustment and see how quick it was. But great running. Luke Stevens, certainly in some better form there. Didn't quite hit the heights we expected at Canberra on the weekend. But great running from Luke Stevens, who takes out from his training partner, Joel B, of the John Henry stable. Shortly we will do a presentation and we'll ask for Luke Stevens and Shad Mohammed to come forward in a second to do that presentation. We'll get you a chance to get your breath back. And then we'll have some presentations of the trophies for the Box Hill Track Classic, 200 metres men's and women's. We're sitting here, the results hub is up, the results hub is live and working, so fantastic to hear. And the live stream still operating tonight as well. Dave Armstrong, as always, doing a great job on the camera. So start list are just a couple of minutes away, but our 800 metre runners will ask us, especially those first couple of heats, to start congregating down near the lane or the hip number table, and hip numbers will be distributed shortly. Not far away from issuing lane numbers, hip numbers from our 800 metre heats. Again, I can't stress enough for those athletes just arriving, please make sure that you check in as soon as you arrive so that we can seed our heats as quickly as possible for our 8s and 3,000 metres.
Hey, you're on TV.
Just waiting for our start sheets for our 800. They're not far away. Some good times in our 200. I'll just have a check and give you some updates in a minute. And we will do our trophy presentations very shortly for our men's and women's 200s. Also, Luke Stevens just missed the cash there. 21.35. He went to win that heat. Joel B was second in 21.74. Matt Harcourt won heat number 4, so the second men's heat in 22.89. Darcy Hughes went 23.58 to win his heat. Jeremy Shum 23.76 to run a .7 PB. If it was at Milers Club, it'd be a performance of the night so far, but we don't have that sort of reward on the table. Vicky Malamas went 27.72 to win heat number 1 of the women's. Araba went 26.88 to take victory in heat number 2. Mohammed 24.80 to beat Kendra Hubbard in 24.88. And I will ask again Shad Mohammed and Luke Stevens to come forward to our podium here on the infield, and we'll have some presentations for our 200 metre trophies while we get our hip numbers on for our 800s. While we get our lane numbers organised there, we will present our 200 metre champions here for our women's 200 metres. Presenting here, we first have Terry Cater, obviously a legendary coach now at Glen Huntly, but in her own time an Australian representative. We'll go up onto the dais there, Shard. And our winner of our 200 metres women's at the Box Hill Track Classic, she gets a medal and a trophy there, Terry. Shard Mohammed of Frankston Athletic Club, 16-year-old, very talented junior. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And our men's winner, presented by Marion O'Shaughnessy, likewise an Australian representative in the glory years of athletics there with Terry Cater. Luke Stevens of Western Athletics with a run of 21.35. Congratulations, Luke Stevens. Hopefully this year you can see Luke return that amazing form he showed in the year that the Nitro event featured there at Lakeside. Shard, I might grab you to jump up there and stand up and we'll grab a photo of the two of you together if you don't mind. Luke and Shard. So again, trophies and medals on track for all winners tonight, plus some cash incentives to those who go fast enough. But well done, our winners. At the 200 metres, Shard Mohammed of Frankston and Luke Stevens of Western Athletics. Okay, reminder for athletes now in the back straight. Can we clear the back straight, please? We are ready to go. We are ready to go here in heat number 1 of the 800. And heat number 1 here looks to me like it's going to be Austin Fernando, again, backing up after his 200, Mitch. The young junior here. Craig Hewitson of Yarra Rangers, Noah Thorpe of Ringwood, Harrison Carr of Old Scotch, Alex Abila, and also Aidan Marasco. A few athletes here unattached, so club recruiters, get out there, sign some of these athletes up before the end of the night. Maybe it's appropriate they all join the Box Hill Club, Mitch.
Yeah, well, it would be good for them to join the best club in Australia, so it wouldn't be such a bad thing, but excited for these 800s to get underway. 18 of them on deck tonight. That's over an hour of 800 metre racing, so strap yourselves in because it's only going to get faster and faster as the boys now start to go through their strides. We're about to get underway here for the men's 800 metres. And as Nick now takes a photo with his adoring fans, we will wait for this men's 800 metres to get underway. We're only a few minutes away here now, ladies and gentlemen. And a good spread of seed times here, 15-second differentiation between the fastest and the slowest here, but that doesn't mean anything. On a fast night of racing at Box Hill, the home of PBs, we saw the Australian 10,000 metre record get broken here by Stewie McSween in December. So it definitely has a merit for the name of the home of PBs. And we'll see how many we can get here tonight. A bit warmer conditions, but should still be fantastic. No wind. A great night for racing.
On your mark.
And we're away now. Fernando, Hewitson, Thorpe, Carr, Abella, and Marasco. And they're going to come out in a fairly even line here, but it looks like Noah Thorpe of Ringwood might be the one who's going to hit that lane 1 first on the back straight here. So they'll all merge in together as soon as they cross the line here at the 300 metre mark. And it is going to be Noah Thorpe there who's going to take the lead. Right behind there is Harrison Carr. And our unattached athlete, I believe, is Alex Abella. Alex, I should say, sorry, right there in second place. So they're nicely bunched here, Nick, heading into the 200.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting one here, Mitch. As you mentioned, the field has very different seed times. As I saw, as I mentioned a couple of times tonight, I do like to repeat myself a little bit, but Austin Fernando had a big win at Milers Club and he kicked home really strong that night. But out in front at the moment, I'll have to grab the hit number on as one of our unattached athletes there. I'll grab the hit number as they come past for the first time, but he's leading very well at the first lap. He's going to go through in about 65 seconds. It is lane number 7, so it is Alex Abella. He'll go through in 63, in fact, and he's really kicking down. Noah Thorpe's through next, then Fernando. Harrison Carr, the Carr name very synonymous there at Scotch, then Craig Hewitson, and behind them, the junior from Aiden Marasco in the Doncaster Little A's colours.
I'll tell you what, Alex Abella has no signs of slowing down. He's gone through 63. Keep in mind here, ladies and gentlemen, 2:26 PB on the sheet here. So he is well and truly under his PB pace, and he's put about 50 metres into them, coming with 200 metres to go. So unattached athlete, as you said, club recruiters, Box Hill particularly, get your eyes onto the track. Alex Abella now, he's about 50 metres clear with 150 metres to go. Behind him there is Noah Thorpe, and coming up behind him, I believe, is Austin Fernando. So backing up from his 200, but it's all eyes on Alex Abella with 100 metres to go now. He's looked very strong the whole race. He went out very quick, and we'll see what he can come through here in 63, I believe you said, Nick.
I tell you what, Mitch, with a seed time of 2:26, he is going to smash records. He's going to be close to 2:10. Alex, big run here, mate. 2:8, 2:9, 2:10. Will be just on 2:11, unofficially 2:11 there. Alex Abella, 15-second personal best. I told you Austin Fernando could finish with a dash, and he's going to dip under 2:20, so he takes 4 seconds off his last winning time. Harrison Carr goes right on his PB there. The Ringwood athlete Noah Thorpe just outside his best. Craig Hewitson's found the heat a little bit tough there, but finishes off well. It is a tough night for racing. These guys are probably a little bit disadvantaged with the heat, Mitch. It is still in those high 30s. Aiden Marasco next through the line, but it will be perfect conditions as we get later on when we get to the top heats of the 800. But a great win there nonetheless. Alex Abella with a 63-68 two-lap special in the 800.
Yeah, that's very impressive. As you said, a 2:26 personal best, so a 15-second PB. You would be absolutely stoked with that, particularly because it still is that 35, 36 degree mark. But as we turn our attention now to the next heat on the track, it's another men's 800 metres from lane 2, David Leeton of Old Scotch. Lane 3, Lachlan Marasco of Doncaster. Number 4, Kennedy Chen of Box Hill. Number 5, Robert Jones of Deakin. Number 6, Daniel Chiba Lynch of St Stephen's. Number 7, Angus Down of St Kevin's. Number 8, Bart Leeton of Old Scotch. And in lane number 9, Ben Foster of St Kevin's. So full heat here for heat number 2 of the men's 800. And obviously going out hard is not a back tactic at all, as we just saw in that first heat. And on the outside here, we are also going to have a pacer. So thank you very much to everybody who puts their hand up to be a pacemaker here tonight and make sure that everybody is on track to run a PB. It's a very thankless job, so thank you.
I think the big question here, Mitch, is which Leeton comes home first. I reckon it's father and son here. Am I pretty right there, David? Yeah, thought so.
The old bull and the young calf. We're away now in heat 2 of the men's 800. We'll wait for them to get out of the stagger to be able to see who's going to take it first, but I believe it's our Doncaster athlete on the inside there in Lachlan Marasco who might hit the line first. The pacemaker makes his way beautifully around the outside, and he's going to get right in front. So hopefully these boys can benefit from just tucking in and being able to let their minds wander as they make their way through these 2 laps. But it is, in fact, our Doncaster athlete in Lachlan Marasco who's going to tuck right in behind the pacemaker. Kennedy Chen there of Box Hill is going to sit there in second. So through the first 200, the pace looks pretty honest. And the pacemaker doing a beautiful job.
We've unfortunately lost one of the athletes there, our lane 1 starter we've lost on the inside. If we can have first aid to the back straight, that would be terrific. But pacemaker there, Marasco sitting on the pacemaker wonderfully. And then back in the field, you've got a really interesting battle. The tall striding Box Hill athlete there of Kennedy Chen. And then you've got little Bart Leeton of Old Scotch and David Leeton tracking 2 behind him. Separating the 2 Leetons, you've got Chiba Lynch of St Stephen's and also our St Kevin's athlete there in Angus Down. So they go through in a pretty even pace at the first lap, and Kennedy Chen looks terrific. He goes up to Marasco now. It's the St. Stephen's athlete next there in Chiba Lynch, moving along well, and the Deakin athlete now making his way through the field in Robert Jones. Going to come past down the back straight with 300 to go past you, Mitch.
Yeah, and Kennedy Chen looking really good on the outside there. Lachlan Marasco, he's done a lot of the work early on in this race with 200 metres to go. It's now time to grind. But Kennedy Chen right on the outside there. And I believe we have Chiba Lynch now. He's making his presence felt, and Jones of Deakin. So we've got 4 in it here with 180 metres to go. Chen's going to go on the outside and move around Marasco now. And here we come, Chiba Lynch. He's right behind them there, and Jones, don't count him out in 4th place, but it's Chen who's going to lead them into the front straight. Chiba Lynch has bided his time there, the St. Stephen's athlete. Can he get up on the shoulder of Chen? And he's going to make a push now. And Chen's got no response. So here we go. Chiba Lynch now. He's going to motor his way down to the finish line. A perfectly timed race, a beautiful race. Chen now, he's going to settle for 2nd place there. Jones coming through for 3rd, but it's Chiba Lynch for the win. Kennedy Chen 2nd, Jones 3rd. Marasco, who did a lot of the work early, in 4th place there.
And then the important one for those who are watching at home, it was David Leeton who beats home his son Bart Leeton from the old Scotch stable. But out in front, it shows you can run PBs in this sort of 38-degree weather, because that was a 2nd PB or thereabouts unofficially for Daniel Chiba Lynch of St. Stephen's. St. Stephen's certainly having a ripping season. They just continue the form of cross-country, Mitch. And on the track, they're being inspired by a plethora of Australian athletes these days now.
And no, it's a very powerful club there, St. Stephen's nowadays, which is fantastic to see. It's been in Athletics Victoria for a long time, so it's great to see the club doing so well. A lot of really good work done by Tom Thorpe there, so just a shout out to Tom Thorpe. Congratulations, mate. You've got to be really happy with that. So on to the next race here on the track, and it's our first of the women's 800 metres. Not quite a full heat here, and we'll start to call them out as they make their way onto the track. But you're right, Nick, it is warm temperature here, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down any of our 800 metre runners, which is fantastic to see. We'll start to shift into the 3,000 a little bit later on, and hopefully the weather's cooled down a bit by then. But as of right now, everybody handling the heat extremely well, except for us. We both seem to be struggling.
Oh, look, as I said, I'm not just worried about us. I think the officials that are doing a grand job out there, especially those that are setting up for the high jump tonight, they're right out in the middle of it. The shade, fortunately, has just come across most of our other officials, but it's not really a night where it's cooler in the shade anyway. I reckon it's sitting a good 30-odd degrees still in the shade.
No, it's a stinger no matter where you are on the track. You can't really escape it.
As I said, it is a night for personal best. The sun's about to get behind that grandstand, not too far away. Famous. What is it? The Barlow Pavilion here, isn't it? Remember?
Yep, that is what it says up there. So.
Oh, I forgot there was a sign. Always good to look up and read. David Armstrong there on the camera, standing in front of the Barlow Pavilion sign, I can see. So the man from Diamond Valley who does all the magic behind the camera, make sure. I saw a thing on the weekend, I saw him live streaming the Canberra meet. Comes back to Box Hill now and covers this one for us. We're very fortunate here in Victoria to get live streaming of so many of our events. And Athletics Victoria with Athletics Exclusive leading the way and now live streaming nationwide.
And it's great to see the hard work of Lachie Rayner there to make something like that happen. And it's great for the sport as well to be able to give it the exposure that it deserves. No matter what the meet, no matter who's competing, they're always down there and always doing a great job. So fantastic to have everybody watching along at home and everybody here at the meet as well.
Yeah, look, Raf Agostino as well with his own little subgroup now of that, doing a great job also. I know he's been very heavily involved in producing all of these meets. So as I said, we are very fortunate here in Victoria to have that coverage. And for those who've just wandered in the track and wondered what action happened in the 200s, Shard Muhammad of Frankston was the one that won the Women's Box Hill Classic title with 24.80. And it was Luke Stevens of Western Athletics who went 21.35 to win the men's. I'll tell you what, it was a night of PBs though. I had 7 in my squad run, Mitch, and 4 of them PB'd. So it's certainly a night where you can run fast.
The pumping of the tyres, we love to see. No, well done, Nick. It's very impressive.
We'll introduce the field after the start.
On your mark.
So from the inside, you've got Grace Wilson of Doncaster, Aislinn Jansen of Athletics Waverley, Katie Seabold of Knox, Claire Hurley Ringwood, Ella Doherty Box Hill, Eliza Cheevers Doncaster, and Talia Warsom of Box Hill. I think there might be one other starter in there I've missed. It wasn't on my start list, but we'll check that as we go through. And it looks like Amy Atkinson's going to set the pace out there. I've got the famous Steve Ellinghouse hat on tonight, and out in front wearing the Pacers singlet is one of the Steve Ellinghouse stable there in Amy Atkinson.
Well, as you say there, Nick, they're about to hit the Stephen Ellinghouse corner, the Hoos corner, as they like to call it down here. But the pacemaker's doing a fantastic job there. They're all nicely bunched, and hopefully they're going to be able to reap the rewards of just being able to turn their minds off, let the legs tick over, and be able to sit right on the pace. So as they start to come around, we might be able to get a bit of a better look who that is behind.
That's Grace Wilson. Grace Wilson of Doncaster sitting beautifully there behind. I reckon it's Ella Doherty, the 400-metre hurdler local here in next, one of the Tony Marsh stable. From Ringwood, just behind that will be Claire Hurley. And then Katie Seibold, very experienced Australian representative over the mountain running distance and some other longer distances. She's a very experienced runner there, and she's sitting 2 out, 2 back. But Ella Doherty, the 4 hurdler, goes through just behind Amy Atkinson in 75. Grace Wilson, though, goes bang at the bell, and she's going to be the one to watch. Her seed time of 2:40 is going to go down here if she can maintain that tempo of a 75 first lap, Mitch.
Yeah, well, they're all looking really strong at the front there, Nick. It doesn't look like any of them are going to be able to break each other anytime soon, but as we say that, right now on the outside, we start to see Kate Seibold now start to make her presence felt, so she's going to go right around them and ask a few questions on the back straight. We'll see if anybody has a few answers. But she's looking extremely strong, as you said, a mountain running competitor, so she would have the natural strength in the legs, but an 800 metres is very different to mountain running, so 200 metres to go. She extends the lead by 5 to 10 metres there. And the girls now are going to start.
Ella Doherty's the next one there, Mitch. Ella Doherty's tracking her. This is now going a little bit beyond her normal 400 hurdles, 400 distance, but she's looking good in second. Grace Wilson, who went out hard, next on the track, and then also Claire Hurley. But with 100 to go, Doherty still gives herself half a chance here. Seibold was doing really well, but she's taken a little stagger as we hit the straight. Doherty trying to find a little bit. She moves past the Marsh squad, chases Seibold. Wilson finds a little bit more in third again, but Katie Seibold will be too strong. She'll be just over the 2:30 as she hits through. So Katie Seibold takes the win there unofficially in 2:31. Ella Doherty next in about a 2:33, just testing out the distance before the 4 hurdles in the coming weeks at the state champs. Grace Wilson next. The Ringwood athlete across the line, Claire Hurley next. Jansen from Waverley. Our other Doncaster athlete there in Eliza Cheevers. And then we have our other Box Hill athlete there in Talia Warsome. And that's your finishers in the heat number 1 of the women's 800 metres.
Yeah, and a few PBs up front again, Nick, so it's great to see everybody out here running extremely quick times. Starting to get into the business end of the season as well, so it's good to see people progressing nicely, and if you can do it in this sort of heat, I'm sure you can do it in any sort of temperatures, so fantastic to see.
What I'm really impressed with about tonight and the effort that goes into this Box Hill club, though, Mitch, I see down there Steve Deneen doing a hard job there, giving the pacers instructions for these races that are coming up. Pacers, as we found out through the Milers Club, are so influential to some fast times and some personal bests. You obviously don't get the privilege of them at the state championships, but it gives you real confidence throughout the season if someone can help set up a race for you. And this next one, I'm excited because I've tipped this season. This is the young brother of Georgia Griffith here. And I said by season's end, he might lower his PB by 30 seconds and be the faster Griffith of the family. Hopefully that's where he can get to.
Yeah, well, we'll see how we go here tonight.
Sorry, I cut you off there, Mitch. But yeah, look, I'm stirring a little bit. He's come a long way, though. He's actually only done a handful of sessions. You know, good win at Milers. He's always run some good races. As I said, great to see Toby come up and really step up like his very inspirational sister.
On your mark.
So from the inside, you got Michael Sasan of Glen Huntley. You've got Anmol Benapale of South Melbourne. Dylan Littlejohn of Diamond Valley. Toby Griffith of Box Hill that I gave a special mention to. Mason Johns of Collingwood. Samuel Scroggy of St Kevin's. I reckon he's one of the rising fast crew. Amila Jayath, I haven't got a club colour on him. And then Aston Sin of Doncaster. I reckon the Sin boys, one of the Donvale College boys out there from Diamond Valley, trains with Wadden there at Doncaster. But our pacemaker, Ewan Webber, another one of the Steve Ellinghouse squad, doing a great job out in front. And the athlete that's going to tuck him behind there, it looks like Dylan Littlejohn, Mitch.
exactly who it is. Dylan Littlejohn is going to sit in nicely right behind the pacemaker there, and behind him is Ben Powell. He's going to sit behind, and the man that you pumped up before the race here, Toby Griffith, he's going to sit there in third place, but it's really well bunched here. Glenn Huntley, athlete, sort of getting checked out the back there, but he finds his way to lane one now, and that's Susan. But these boys are going to roll through beautifully behind the pacemaker, and it's still going to be Littlejohn who's going to lead the main pack. They're going to go through in about 63, 64 seconds. So the boys on for a good PB here if they can hold on to this, and we'll see how they move through. Benapal on the outside, but Griffith now, he's not going to get shaken, I don't think, and he's going to come through 300 metres to go and make a move on the bend. So 300 metres to go. Littlejohn, he's still got control. Griffith tucks in between the two there, and behind him is Benapal. So these boys are starting to make their way through. Right behind them there is Susan of Glen Huntley. But it looks like it's going to come from this top three, and right behind at the back there, it's going to be Benapal who's going to make his presence felt, Nick.
That's right, Mitch, and none of these men have gone sub 210 before, and at the moment they are well on track. So Griffith goes past Ellinghouse corner. I've got the lucky hat on I mentioned earlier. Can it be enough to get him home? So out in front, it's a battle on here. The Diamond Valley athlete in Dylan Littlejohn. He made the pace. He went past the pacemaker. Has he gone too hard? He's fighting back. Toby Griffith of Box Hill. Littlejohn. Behind them, the South Melbourne athlete doing very well, and also Benapal. But Toby Griffith, he just continues to win races at the Box Hill Club. 209, that's the first time under 210. I don't think it's going to be too far stretched to say that he'll be helping his sister out very shortly. I saw the arms go up from Dylan Littlejohn's because that was a PB from him. Behind them also Benapal went a personal best. But the 1, 2, 3, all in great shape, and tonight's going to be a home of the PB here at Box Hill for the Track Classic.
Ooh, can you feel that tingle? Can you just get that buzz, get that feeling off the track right now? It's not just the heat, that is just a live wire track. They were moving. Like that is fast down the straight, under 210. That's a great accomplishment. 209 for Griffith there, you're right. He can probably start helping out Georgia a little bit now. And you see Club President Jeremy's very happy with that. Just past the finish line there. But great running from all the boys. A few PBs, and the PBs just keep rolling, Nick. They don't seem to be slowing up anytime soon.
No, I know. And look, it's nice to see athletes finish second, third, fourth with their arms up in the air celebrating a PB. I'm never going to fault that happening because that's exactly what these meets are about. These meets have been set up for the athletes. They've been set up to run personal bests, and when someone's celebrating in third, fourth, fifth, when they run that big time, it's something pretty special. So this next one, the women's are now on the track, and we'll call the field once they get going. Amy Atkinson's going to roll through here and pacemake again. Look, we're looking at about a 74 first lap here with the hope that the girls, I think, can go around that 230 or just under. So hopefully some even laps. So, just a quick chat there from our starters officials. From the inside, you got Diol. Cushy there's got her dad working hard on the camera tonight. Gives us all that great camera work from the AV website. They're just relaxing for a minute. So you've got Cushy Diol in lane 1, Amy Cripps of Diamond Valley in 2, Genevieve War of Box Hill, one of my favourites to call in these meets. In 4, Amy Atkinson will set the pace. Charlotte Ball of Box Hill, Claire Beaton-Wells of St Stephen's. Not on my start list, but I see Charlotte Drake out there on the track. She might be in the wrong heat. Maybe she's waiting to step off and do the next one. And then you've got Kyla Shawallow of Mornington Peninsula in lane 8. I won't bore you with all the stats of Kyla's dad again, but him and his mum, they were a talented genetic family there, the Shawallows. Serena Gibbs in a day was a very, very good 1500 metre runner, and Peter Shawallow was the fastest marathoner I've ever seen at the age of 12.
Wouldn't be too many records around that age, I wouldn't think so. But I like it, Nick.
It's good to get a bit of background on all these athletes. As I said, genetics doesn't always mean a lot, but I think in this case it might help out a little bit. Kyla doing very good things so far, PBing over the 8 and 15 this season. A lot of milers meets and at the all schools. Genoa returning there from the Box Hill Club, doing well this season. Amy Atkinson, training partner, drag her through for something quick. 2:30 is the magic mark they were talking about here. Anyone can dip under that, they'll be very happy tonight. Thank you. Not far away from starting here. We are making sure that photo finishes operating to get some official results. And we're ready to go. In your hands, go.
On your mark.
So the fluorescent colour there of Atkinson is your pacemaker. Genoa wants to sit on her shoulder. Cripps, the tall Diamond Valley athlete in the green singlet. Not to be confused with the fluorescent lime. Colour's also looking good. Diol, the Box Hill Junior on the inside. And out wide you've got, as I mentioned, we've talked about it a bit, Kyla Shawala of Mornington Pen. And also Charlotte Ball of Box Hill Athletic Club and Claire Beaton-Wills of St Stephen's. And they've, at the moment, broken into a little group of 4 out the front. Cripps and also Diol are the only 2 at the moment who've just decided to sit off the pace, which is hopefully going to be about that 74 first lap, Mitch.
Yeah, and these girls are really nicely, tightly bunched, but Genoa's got a really good sit there. She's got a bit of space to herself. Amy Atkinson is going to lead her out. As you said, training partners, there's always a big benefit in that, but to have the pacemaker as well is a benefit within itself. So Genoa's just going to sit right behind her there. Behind there is Beaton Wells, who's going to lead that small chase pack. There's about a 5-metre gap now as they're about to head in with a lap to go, and looking really strong is Genoa. She looks very unfazed and very comfortable, and they're definitely going to come through faster than that 74-second first lap. But they're looking really strong at that, 68, 69, 70. So they're on for a 220 here if they can hold an even split. Genoa, she now has to do it on her own. Amy Atkinson steps off the track, and Genoa, a 10-15 metre lead here, Nick, and she's looking strong.
I tell you what, Mitch, I think I said to Amy I thought 74 was going to be a little bit slow. She went through in 69. Somewhere in the middle might have been perfect, but Genoa might benefit here from something pretty special. So Genoa, 15-metre lead on Beaton Wells it is from St Stephen's. Shawallow and I think it's also Ball are the 2 that are battling out in third. And Diol, who sat back's now just slowly creeping up to those other girls. But we're really far spread here, and Genoa's going to get the standing ovation from her squad as she goes past now with 200 remaining. So Genoa looking to go sub 230, Beaton Wills chasing, and behind them Shawallow, Ball, Diol moving through the field really nicely as her dad Kate some snaps down the back straight there, and also Cripps.
Yeah, well, this is real nose to the grindstone, grit your teeth sort of stuff here for Genoa now. 100 metres to go, and she's actually going to put down a kick on her home track, on her home straight right now. She's coming through 2:13, 2:14. Run for a quick time here, ladies and gentlemen. Make as much noise as you can. It hurts out on this track. Let's get her through the finish line right now. Genoa, she's going to bring it down the line, and that's a gun to the tape sort of run. 2:27 for Genoa there. A fantastic time. Right behind there is Claire Beaton Wells. Is also going to come through just over that 2:30 mark. Coming through next here is Kayla Shawallow of Mornington.
Finishes strong. Diol flew home. Cripps and Ball. But yeah, good racing. Genoa benefited from the pacemaking out in front, and Box Hill continue to pick up some heat wins here.
Well, that is tough work to have to do that last lap on your own, run a big PB, particularly coming down that home straight. It's a lot of lactic, a lot of hurt, but that's fantastic running. I think that was a 2:22, 2:23 from what I saw, and that is phenomenal. A great PB, a great return to form, and geez, Steve Ellinghouse will be absolutely stoked with that. So a great run there.
Yeah, Mitch, I tell you what, I think one interesting thing I've noticed that the really young juniors tonight have found it a little bit hard. You know, you don't really promote, I suppose, the young juniors doing the hard work in these hot days. And tonight probably shows that it's probably a little bit of a test for some of them. They've gone out a little bit hard and faded slightly. Some of our under 14, under 15, under 16 juniors. Some of the more experienced athletes thus far have shown it. Maybe Toby Griffith was the exception, but the rest of them so far have been some experienced athletes taking the wins.
Yeah, well, I suppose it takes a little bit to learn to run in these conditions, or whatever you want to call it, but these races are all about finding your legs and finding your feet, and you try out any race tactic that you can get in these and hope it translates across, or you get rid of it before the championship season. So, been good running all around, really. I wouldn't say there's been any crazy tactics or anything silly going on, but the night is young, and I know for myself I was always a little bit of a silly, crazy racer, so I'm sure there'll be someone out there who's not too far away from that. Benefit from another pacemaker here, I think, again, the Stephen Ellinghouse staple. So, He's providing some really good work here.
Yeah, look, as the temperature still sits at 38 degrees, it's amazing to think that it hasn't lowered at all. Maybe Ash Barty should have chosen to race tonight, play tonight rather than play today. I think she struggled in the heat a little bit today, Mitch. Maybe she should have gone for the night match.
Maybe you know that's her downfall, Nick.
Look, I've become a tennis expert in this 2 weeks. Everyone becomes a tennis expert at the Australian Open time. Just waiting for our starter again. Just getting the all clear here. So 2:07 is the fastest seat time here, so we're looking to watch the clock on that first lap.
On your mark. Stand up, please. Try and remain still. On your mark.
So from the inside, Harvey Anderson, Matthew Dugan, Caleb McLennan, Aaron Little, Riemann Jansen, Cameron Lee, Jet Schofield, and we have another pacemaker in there. I don't have the Wellington athlete here in my middle lanes. I guess I do. He's out wide in 9.9, so Jet Schofield. He'll be the one that'll jump on the pacemaker here. He's in the tall Wellington colours. The colours made famous by plenty out there that way. Probably maybe Craig Huffer, one of the most famous to wear those Wellington colours. But a very bunch pack as they go through 200 metres with it. It's Aaron Little now, the one that's going to join Jet Schofield and the pacemaker through 250 metres there, Mitch.
Hard to bet against a man who's got a first name of Jet. So we'll see how we start to move through in the later part of the second lap. But he is going to tuck in nicely behind the pacemaker there. And these boys are actually really well bunched. You see Scott Benedict there in the Ringwood colours. He's just going to benefit from sitting off. And sometimes it's a little bit easier to get yourself in the inside lane in the middle of the pack, and these boys are about to roll through in 62, so they're right on here. Jet Schofield's still going to lead them out here, Nick. And as I said, it's hard to bet against a man who's got a name of Jet, so we'll see how he moves with 300 to go, but he's looking pretty strong as the rest of this pack now starts to creep up slowly.
Yeah, he's got some company there. Aaron Little's right on his shoulder from St Kevin's. He's been there the whole time. You mentioned the Ringwood athlete there, looking really good. Who was that? That was Cameron Lee, wasn't it? No, I take that back. Our Ringwood athlete there looking right on the edge of him. And also now the one making the moves, Caleb McLennan. So Caleb McLennan, the one that goes to the... Oh, it is Scott. So I was right. Sorry, apologies.
Scott Benedict now 150 metres to go, and he has boomed out of the gates. And he's going to fly home, 100 metres to go now. And look at the arm drive. Look at him move. He says, catch me if you can, and nobody has an answer for that. So Scott Benedict is flying down this home straight. The arm's flailing. He's a sprinter now. And it's been a great, perfectly timed run here from Scott Benedict. He's going to come down to the line. He's going to move through in 64. That is moving. And here we come now. The rest of the boys move their way through. Jet Schofield there for third place.
McLennan, one of the next through. Also our junior there in Anderson. And Cameron Lee, plus our Box Hill athlete there, wounds out the field there in Matthew Dugan. So apologies there. I didn't have our Ringwood starter on my start list. But well picked up there, Mitch, as you went along.
Well, that is a fantastic race there, and he'll be absolutely stoked with that. He comes out of the Deneen Runners crew there. Fantastic coaching from Andrew White and Steve Deneen. So well done, Scott. A really well-timed race, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if you evenly split that, which is very hard to do in an 800 metres or any race for that matter. So congratulations there, Scott, and the rest of the boys.
I've just looked through the start list here, and a name that I reckon it was about the same time you were at your peak at National Cross Country. Katie Egan in the middle of the field here, I see.
Many years ago.
Well, she's back, good form it looks like here. You've got Jessica Ning on the inside here, Carolina Zaswowska of Athletics Essendon, Katie Egan from Frankston, Roxy Phipps of Box Hill, Maddie Wilson of Glen Huntley, Charlotte Drake of Williamstown, and Romany Derbogian of Box Hill. They're going to test me out here with the pronunciation.
On your mark.
So executive decision here. You've got Jessica Nung, you've got Carolina there, you've got Caitlin Egan, Roxy Phipps, Madeline Wilson, Charlotte Drake and Romany there, Wrighton and Box Hill on the outside. No pace, it doesn't look like in this heat. So we're going to rely upon we're going to rely upon the girls here. And it's Romany that looks quite good there, and she's going to tuck in just behind one of our outside runners. Don't have a hip number on our leader at the moment. Tough to pick up. It might in fact be Maddie Wilson maybe, from Glenn Huntley out in front. But they go through 200, Jess Nung chasing. We talked about Katie Egan. She was a very well performed cross-country runner. Also good on the track in the 4 and 8 in her junior days. Now coming back to some good form. Great to see athletes still continuing the sport beyond just their junior years. But they're chasing out in front now. Mitch, I'll get you to get a hip number for me, Mitch, on our leader.
Yeah, we're about to get a hip number here, Nick, for you. And you were absolutely correct there. It is Maddie Wilson who's going to take them through the first lap. Katie Egan now starts to move around Jessica Ng from Doncaster. Behind them there is Charlotte Drake, but 69, 70 seconds on the bell there. And Maddie Wilson looking really strong, but Katie Egan, she's right behind her there, and now she starts to creep up. Behind her there is our Doncaster athlete in Jessica Ng. And 300 metres to go here, and Katie Egan now, she's right on the shoulder. You can't miss her in those orange shorts, and now she's going to start to move her way through. It'll be interesting to see how it develops over here with 300 to go, Nick.
And look, I'm going to forgive myself for not calling Maddie Wilson. No club colours on in the front there. I was looking for the baby blue Glen Hutley. But it's going to be Maddie Wilson and Katie Egan fighting with 200 metres to go. So Frankston in front, Glen Hutley, Doncaster chasing next in Nung. Then back to Charlotte Drake of Williamstown, Romany of Box Hill, our second Box Hill athlete there also, and Roxy Phipps, and rounding out the field, the Athletics Essendon athlete there in Carolina. But with 150 to go, this is not all over. Maddie Wilson says, Katie Egan, you're going to have to go past me one more time if you want a heat win. And Katie Egan will not let her get away with 100 remaining. Wilson, Egan, 80 metres to go now. The gap's just gone out to 2.5 metres, but it's not over. Some real gutsy running here. They're going to go under that 225. But out in front, Maddie Wilson, she's going to take victory. Katie Egan next. Nung, Romany flies home late fast, but 224 for Maddie Wilson to take the win in that heat. She had a lodged seed time of 2:28, so 4 seconds inside that seed time. Be very happy with that. Next across the line, we have Drake, Phipps, and also Carolina. And that's our third heat of the women's 800 metres. We've got 5 heats to go. They just continue to build, and we're going to get quicker and quicker. And we're going to see some real excitement later on, Mitch, when we see the girls. Can they get up amongst the cash tonight in the women's and men's 800 and 3,000 metres?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if the boys race like they've been striding, geez, they'll be flying out there. Picking off the up 3 times.
I must stress to those athletes just arriving at the venue, you must check in as soon as you get there. We've got some athletes who are very late checking in. It is delaying the start times of some of our races. So as soon as you walk in these gates, athletes, you please must check in immediately. It is the tables near the grandstand. I noticed here we had a couple of athletes racing different heats because they have been quite slow in their check-in. So please make sure you check in as soon as you arrive. So Mitch, we're looking somewhere here in that 203, 204 range. We saw 204 in the last one from Scott Benedict. Can we go a bit quicker here in the next one?
Oh, absolutely, Wolsey. You would never discount anybody here. It's obviously been a quick track, and we're going to see how these boys roll through. We do have the benefit of a pacemaker, and if the lights go out tonight, don't worry, just follow them around because they'll be able to lead you through the darkness. So we'll call them out as they get underway here. It's going to be fast, I can feel it.
It's a small field in this one. As I said, athletes, as soon as you arrive, please check in. We could have consolidated a couple of these heats if athletes had checked in early enough, so please make sure you do as soon as you arrive. I'm getting a little bit of critique on social media. I've been told my Ash Barty conversation was unnecessary, so I apologise for that. We'll move on from the tennis. We'll stick with athletics. I still thought it was entertaining for all of us. Okay, we're just having a couple of lane adjustments here to some hip numbers. So Mitch, as I mentioned there, we're trying to look at something around that 203, 204 here. So pacemaker. So Jack, can you use the time? We're going to go through the first lap in here, Jack. What's the goal? 58? So 58 with the goal of getting these guys around that 203 or better, hopefully. So the race will be set up perfectly. Jack Stumman here, another Box Hill, Steve Ellinghouse, stable athlete, making the pace. The Box Hill Club's done a lot of work in putting this meet together, obviously led by the committee by Jeremy Griffith here. Steve Deneen doing great work organising our paces and a lot of our volunteers. Tony Marsh doing a good job of eating the sausages, so that's really important from him. But yeah, all the Box Hill crew doing a great job out here and helping to put this meet on. And again, for those who are wondering, the cash incentives tonight have been offered up by Athletics International, which is really exciting to have as part of the meet. So for those athletes who produce fast times tonight, there are cash incentives on the table. And I think the women's 800 is the one that I'm going to be most excited about later on. I think that's the one where the cash is a realistic go.
Well, you never know, Nick. I mean, I don't think many people would have expected Big Noodle Stewie McSween to break the Australian record here in December, so you never know what's going to happen. We've got some really good fields lined up, and we've got one on the track right now, in fact. We'll see how they go.
On your mark.
So from the inside, Rechko of St Kevin's, Sosterik of Essendon, you've got Sanford of Waverley, Robert Barber of Old Scotch there in the middle. You've got Harvey Mason of Geelong Guild, Jansen of Waverley, I think I called him an earlier heat, but he's popped up here. Tyler Denboer of Casey Cardinia, and Jack Stumner setting the pace. 58's what he's told me he's going to go for. For those athletes that are just arriving, it is so important and vital that you do sign off your name and highlight your name on those start sheets. If your names aren't highlighted, we are not going to be seating you up top in the heats correctly. But Jack Stumner goes through 250s with Robert Barber tracking him. We're trying to go low 2 minutes here. Can we see what can happen here? Denboer from Casey Cardinia next. Mason of Geelong Guild also amongst that group. Sanford, the very experienced runner of Waverley amongst them. Rechko, Jansen, and then back to the Essendon's Matt Sosterik. But out in front, Jack Stumner, he told me 58. He's gone pretty close to his word. He's gone 59 and a half. Barber's going to have to do some real work to get down to that 202, 203. We saw in the last heat 204 for the winner. Not a bad chance here, and Stumner now drags him through 500 to really help out the field. So Stumner gets through 500, still going with Barber, now goes and takes the lead. And there's the Casey Cardinia athlete next in Denboer. Mitch, and I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. That was a beautiful call there. But Barber, he's going to start to pull away here with 200 metres to go, I reckon. He's really feeling himself out there. He's looking extremely strong. The Casey Cardinia athlete in Tyler Denboer. He's about 5-10 metres behind him. And the pack behind there, the one who's starting to push their way through is Matt Sadick. And he's going to make his presence felt maybe towards the back of that pack, but it is Barber at the front here. Can we see our Casey Cardinia athlete in Tyler Denboer start to creep on the outside? And we'd say Barber's done all the work, but Denboer's timed it perfectly. Barber, he just doesn't quite have something there to respond. It's going to be Denboer's going to take it out on the clock now, 202. Barber behind him there. Our Athletics Essendon athlete is coming through now. Harvey Mason there. And a beautiful race there, and perfectly timed from Tyler Denboer. He just bided his time, 50 metres to go. He was off for the races. A great race.
It was really good. I was a bit worried that Jack had taken him through in 59 and a half, but he kept going to the 500. I think that made a real difference there in getting him through a little bit further. When the 400, when they step off the track at 400, sometimes it's a bit hard to continue that pace.
Yeah, a good man of athletics, Jack Stumner there. That is, as I said earlier in the call, a very thankless job pacemaking, so it always benefits the athletes if you can get a few out there. We have had a few races without them, but the ones that seem to have them out there seem to be progressing through very nicely. So our next heat is on the track here, and it's a women's 800 metres. And I think Amy Atkinson's going to go around again for pacemaking duties. So thank you very much. And we'll call them as they go off the line, but a rather full heat here, Nick. And it's just heating up here.
I reckon we're going to look at about 68, 69 maybe for this one. It's a little bit of feel. Amy just came and chat. We'll see what happens though. Some good juniors in here though, and we'll call them as they go around, Mitch.
On your mark. Stand up, girls. Try and stay steady, please. On your mark.
So from the inside, Reese Fisher, we saw her training partner Kyla Shawallow go around a little bit earlier. She's tracking the pacemaker and Amy Atkinson. Louisa Lazar of Sandringham Athletic Club, Amy Jungfer of Athletics Essendon, Sane Backer of Doncaster Athletic Club. We've seen her with some really good runs this season in the milers. DD Deng, the Box Hill local, and also of Brighton out in lane 7. And Cleo Richardson. We talked about genetics earlier. This is all the genetics here of the 2 lapper must come from Jason Richardson, the father, I reckon, the Stall gift winner. Maybe possibly Kate Richardson had a little bit to do with it as well. Former 2002 Commonwealth Games 5,000 metre champion, Mitch. But DD Deng's the one that's sitting on Amy Atkinson through 250 metres.
Just to clarify, you were talking about the past of people there, the history of people, not me. But Amy Atkinson, she's going to come around 300 metres into this race, and she's looking extremely comfortable. DD Deng right behind her there. She's now going to start to get on the outside. So we're going to see Amy come through 400. Will she make it to 500 like Jack? We're unsure at this point. Right behind them there, looking extremely comfortable, is Louisa Lazar, our Sandringham athlete. Behind them there is Amy Jungfer. So they're going to roll through in 67, 68. So you were bang on the money, Nick, and I don't like to give you credit, but credit where it's due. You absolutely nailed that one. DD Deng now is going to lead them through 300 metres to go. This is where you wind it up. This is grind time now. The girls are going to start to feel the pinch a little bit here, and we'll see who has something left in them. But DD Deng, she's still leading them out. Behind there is Lazar, and behind there again is Jungfer, Nick.
And look, at the bell, Cleo Richardson was sitting at the back of the pack in 6th, but she's going to start splitting some runners there, I reckon, very shortly, one of the youngest in the field. So at the back of the pack, you've got the 2 really young girls in Cleo Richardson and also Reese Fisher, and they are quickly catching up to that lead group. At the back of that group, back is the Doncaster athlete. Jungfer's still there. Lazar's the Sandringham athlete out in front, but Jungfer is the one that's gone from DD Deng. Cleo Richardson, though, now is finding a little bit. With 150 to go, she's gone from 6th to 5th to 4th. She's catching on to 3rd, and she's the one that I'm going to tip from here. The unusual St Kevin's colours of the Loretto Junior. But Cleo Richardson now goes 2 wide. She goes up to Jungfer. She goes past Deng. Jungfer finds a little bit more, but no, Cleo Richardson from last to first at the bell. And Cleo Richardson takes a huge win. 2 minutes 21. Second Jungfer, Deng 3rd. Backer 4th, Lazar and Fisher, but Cleo Richardson, whoa, big. I reckon it was pretty much an even split there, 70-70 to take victory in this next heat, Mitch.
I'm gobsmacked. That is unbelievable. That is fantastic running there. You did call it, Nick, and again, credit where credit's due. That's extremely impressive, but that is beyond difficult to do, to come from the back of the pack, and as far back as she was, I may say. She would have been, or spotted them about 20, 30 metres going through that bell, so that's an incredible race, and she's come through for a PB, so fantastic to see.
I reckon she negative split there. I said 70-70. I reckon she's probably gone 72-68 maybe. Might get confirmation on that. But yeah, look, very quick racing, and as I said, for those who have just wandered in, sign in, make sure your name's ticked off and highlighted. The pace being set here now. Steve Deneen just gives some final instructions to our pacemaker. Pace, can we tell us, give us a time from our pacemaker, please? 58 we're going for again. So the last heat went 58, ran 2:02. What will they go here?
So we'll call them as they start here. But I'd say Steve's directions would have been run fast for the pacemaker. 58.
On your mark.
So they're going to start in the shade, but they're going to get out into that 38-degree sunshine down the back straight. And our pacemaker looks like he's in 55-second form as he goes through the first 100, but he's going to settle at the front. And just behind them, tucking will be our Yarra Rangers athlete, I reckon, there in Hewitson. He's going to be next out. But also the St Stephen's athlete in Debussen. Debussen there, and behind them, Geelong Guild's Jack Coltish. I've called Sophie Coltish plenty of times this year. They're of the heating up crew down in Geelong. They don't fail to come to any of our milers meets, Whitehorse Twilight or Box Hill meets here at Box Hill. But Michael there from the US doing a great job. Michael McCook there from Geelong, and that is, as we mentioned, Jack Coltish sitting behind Debussen of St Stephen's in second and third. Just behind them, we've got one of our, is it Cameron Hewitson there possibly? It is, Cameron.
It is.
Camden Hewitson there, sorry, next.
56 seconds through the bell there, so a little bit under that 58-second mark, but the boys won't be complaining about that because they've benefited off the pacemaker there. So behind them, Debussen looking really comfortable, and right behind him there is Jack Coltish. He too is looking strong as he starts to let the legs tick over a bit, but it's Debussen. And as the pacemaker steps off now, he's made it through 500 metres as well, and he's actually going to keep jogging down the back straight, make sure they make their way through. But Debussen's going to take him through 200 metres to go. Coltish behind them there, and it's Camden Hewitson of Lilydale Yarra Rangers in third place there. But Debussen, he's had the lead the whole race. He sat right behind the pacemaker and 150 metres to go. He has 10-15 metres ahead of Coltish, but Coltish, a good kick on him, so we'll see if he's able to work him down. Debussen looking strong, carrying his arms into this home straight here. And it's looking all Debussen. I don't think Coltish will be able to catch him, but he puts his head down and he asks his body, "You got anything left?" And I don't know if his body does, but he's worked extremely hard there. Debussen's going to take it down. 156.
Going to go sub 2, Mitch, sub 2.
57, 58 on the clock, so he's through. Coltish through as well. As we start to see the boys roll through now, and that's Jared Cripps who's going to come through for third. Bit of a blanket finish there for fourth and fifth. As we start to come through now, a Knox athlete here in Spencer Storin's going to come through in 2:10. So under 2 minutes there, 56-second first lap.
And the field had never been under 2 minutes, or not this season anyway. So again, our pacemaking working really well. And the other slight advantage some of these runners have tonight is that they've got Tom Thorpe going nuts on the back straight, especially those in the St Stephen's colours there. Every athlete goes down the back straight, the pacemaker steps off, and they just find a little bit. I don't know whether it's Tom screaming at them, threatening them, or just encouraging them as they go down the back straight. But Debussen there, he loved it, and he went 1:58 thereabouts. First time under 2 minutes.
Geez, he'd get me excited, Tom Thorpe. So if he was screaming at me, I would run through a brick wall for that man. So if these boys are benefiting off that and breaking 2 minutes for the first time, well, thank you, Thorpe, and well done to the boys. As we start to see Amy Atkinson go around again for pacemaking duties. And did we get a time there, Nick? I saw a few
67, I reckon that last heat, 67 was right. Because remember, Cleo came from the back in the last heat to win. So if they can go through 67 and hold that, we're going to get that 2:17 thereabouts.
We'll call this race as they go out.
I reckon, Mitch, this is going to be one of those really tight ones. This is one of those fields that are separated by a second.
You got that feeling? It's in the air.
There's all sorts of runners in here. There's a couple I'm going to pay some interest in as they go around, but you know, anyone here that can get a bit under 220 is going to be very happy.
You got to.
On your mark.
Atkinson's going to do a really good job here of trying to take him through in 67 again. This is a good training session for her. Bridie Hill, inspired by her teammate from both Loretto and St Kevin's, is the one at the moment who's going up to the pace. Outside there, it's also the tall figure in Genevieve O'Brien of Glen Hutley Athletic Club, I think it is. Yep, out wide. And also the Mentone athlete, and Amelia Belleville. So Amelia Belleville's going to sit on the pace. Behind her, it's the Glen Hutley athlete in O'Brien. Julie Fitz, the next in line of Box Hill. Bridie Hill we mentioned, and then you've got Jessie Muridan of Box Hill, Stella Crawford Rust of Box Hill, and I've missed one there, it's the Sandrian athlete in Thanya Vijay Kumar. But as we expected, this race is going to be tight as we go through, and I might give you the next 400 metres, Mitch, as they come past you.
Yeah, and you were spot on, Nick. This is the closest race that we've had, even through the first 300 metres. As Atkinson steps off now, so these girls are going to have to fend for themselves, but she set them up really well, and none of them seem to be spotting each other any room. And I think it's going to be Crawford Russ now coming on the outside, and leading us out here is Belleville, and she was sitting right behind Atkinson. So we're going to come through in 67, 68 seconds, so around that mark, and that's for the entire field. So we'll see how these girls shape up with 300 metres to go. But still at the front there, it is Belleville, and behind her there is our Box Hill athlete, and we have 4 of them, and it's Muradin now, I think, who's going to start to make her presence felt from 4th place. So it's really anybody's race, as we saw back to first in the last race, Nick. 30-metre spot. We'll see how they go here. Hand it over.
Oh, look, it's a really good battle. You called Jessie Muradin making a good move, and that is she has. She's the one in 3rd. Back behind them, but it's also still VJ Kumar at the back of that group. VJ Kumar, the one that's just off the back, but everyone else is in it. Right now, though, Muradin goes to the front. We've seen her step up her training volume recently. I think she's been running around with some of those Deneen runners here, and with 150 to go, she puts a split on the field. Belleville's next, the Mentone athlete. Julie Fitt trying to get onto Bridie Hill. They're not out of it with 150, 120 to go. But Jessie Muradin's not going to get caught from there. 80 metres from home, and she's flying home. It's going to be a quick second lap. Julie Fitt found some trouble at the bell, but she swings out wide. She fights Bridie Hill and Belleville for second. But out in front, it is all Jessie Muradin. She takes the win. Julie Fitt dashes home with Belleville second, third. Hill was next. One of our Box Hill athletes, I think it was Stella Crawford-Rust, next across the line. VJ Kumar finished well. And also amongst them there was our Bianca Crucher of Wellington. I think I almost admitted the whole way through the call. Apologies. And Genevieve O'Brien from Glen Huntly. But as I said, a good race. Jessie Muradin, though, blew them apart.
Yeah, 2:18 there through the finish line as well. So a 2:20 on this sheet. So according to that, that's a 2-second PB. So fantastic. She looked extremely strong though, making her move. She started to make it just past the bell there, but she really started to explode with 200 metres to go. So we'll be very happy with that. Steve Deneen, one of the event organisers here, and a great coach, along with Andrew White in the Deneen runners. But our next heat is on the track now, and it's our next of the men's, and we'll call them as they go. And we got another pacemaker out there, and you go talk your language, Nick. You seem to be getting all the paces down pretty quickly here. Full heat though. In fact, an over full heat, an overload. 56 seconds they're going to aim for in this first lap, so they're not messing about now. No jokes. This is all serious, all business.
The interesting one here, Gus Impfendorfer. The man more known for the 1-2-4. St Kevin Steve Kane athlete here with the new buzz cut going around the 2-lap special.
On your mark. Stand up, please, John. A little bit unsteady. On your mark.
From the inside, Joshua Tram of Collingwood, Gus Impfendorfer, I mentioned at St Kevin's next, Lachlan Adard of Essendon, Ned Buxton of Frankston thereabouts, our pacemaker looking to go to 56 seconds, Ethan Sin of Doncaster, Geordie Hoare of Mentone Athletic Club, and he's right on the pace. Oscar Mazaraki, he opened his season at the Country Championships on the weekend with a 51-second 400 or thereabouts. He's another one of the heating up boys. Connor Lynch of St Kevin's and also rising fast, and Lachlan Doman of Box Hill Athletic Club out wide. Mitch, it's Oscar Mazaraki who's going to sit on the pace, and the Mentone athlete just behind him in the Geordie Hall.
Well, if he hasn't heard it before, we'll hear it now, but the Maserati, he's going to sit right behind the pacemaker there. A 51-second PB over the weekend will give him a lot of confidence rolling into this as we start to make our way down the home straight. We'll see what they go through in the first lap here, the boys. But right behind him there is Geordie Hoare of Mentone, and tucked in nicely is Ethan Sin. So they're going to roll through in 56 seconds, bang on what the pacemaker called out, and the Maserati's going to lead them out here. 350 metres to go, and the boys are going to tuck in nicely. Sin at the back of that pack, and leading the one behind them there, I believe, is Lynch of St Kevin's. So we'll see how they go here, but the Maserati, 300 metres to go. He has still got it, and right behind him there is Geordie Hoare and Sin. So Sin now maybe starting to get detached a little bit from that group, but still 250 metres to go and still plenty of work to be done. Hoare's going to be the one who's going to take him through 200 metres to go. Nick Maserati's done a lot of the work. He starts to move back, but he's not out of it, so we'll see how they roll through.
As soon as you mentioned that Ethan Sin might be dropping off, he got right back on that train. He latched on. It was almost coaching from the commentary crew. But out in front, Geordie Hall, 120 to go. Ethan Sin's the man, is the main threat. Not many others making a move far enough back. Maybe Connor Lynch a little bit. Maserati just feeling a little bit tired through the legs. Geordie Hoare out in front, 50 to go. He's chasing a quick time, 154, 155. He'll be pretty happy with that one. Geordie Hoare will take the win. Sin will be second, 157 unofficially. Lynch third. The tall figure there next through, it might have been Adard. Also, Maserati faded just a little bit. Joshua Tram, Simpfendorfer found the 2-lap a little bit harder than his sprint specialty in 2:10. And then rounding out the field was Lockie Doman of Box Hill. But again, we've gone 157. The boys wanted thereabouts that 157. Probably Geordie Hall might have been a season's best. Not sure about a personal best, but good running in our heat 7, which means we've got 3 men's heats to go. Our women are up to heat number 6, which means we have 3 to go. And again, some interesting athletes through this one. You've got multi-eventers, you've got juniors, you've got some very experienced Box Hill athletes here. Looking forward to this next heat. I don't think we have any pace though, so we're going to rely upon the girls to set the tempo, and hopefully they can go around that 65 second, 66 second first lap to get around that 2:15. Just waiting for our start officials again. But the whole field here ranks seated between 2:16 and 2:19.
On your mark.
So McGoldrick the inside, she's one of the Box Hill locals. Rachel Lindbergh, the multi-event specialist in lane number 2. She's just trying to tidy up her final event of heptathlon here by rehearsing. Amira Tabbitt, one of the twins, I reckon it is, from Coburg. Indigo Lynn from Yarra Ranges. Amy Bunnage of Mentone. We saw her have a great season cross country in the Hailbury athlete. Melissa Newalt, Doncaster Athletic Club. Ruby Marr, the Box Hill junior. She's out wide. And Freya Dess of Geelong Guild, another one of the heating up crew. But at the moment, it's Rachel Lindbergh who's going to take up the running. Very prevalent here as a coach at Box Hill, of course. The jump specialist and hurdle specialist of the United Track and Field coaching crew. Mitch, I'll let you call them through.
Yeah, we start to roll through 300 metres into the race here, and Rachel Lindbergh looking extremely comfortable at the front there. Behind her, Amy Bunnage of Mentone. She's going to be the only one to take up her offering of the pace there, Rachel Lindbergh, but only a 5 metre gap back to the rest of the pack, who are nicely bunched, so you have to think who's going to start to make their presence felt with 400 metres to go. It's Bunnage now who takes over Lindbergh, who might be able to benefit from sitting off behind them there. 1:07 on the clock here through 400 metres, and it's Bunnage who now starts to move away slightly. Lindbergh still caught in limbo between the two packs there. Bunnage, though, starting to move away with some strength here, 300 metres. Rachel Lindbergh starting to go back to the pack a little bit there, but can find a lot with 300 metres to go, Nick. There's still a lot of racing left.
I like what you did there, Lindbergh in limbo, but Newalt's now the one chasing Bunnage. So Newalt, the Doncaster athlete, she's got 10 metres to make up on Amy Bunnage, who's only knows that one pace, and that one pace is fast out in front. Tabbitt, one of the young juniors from Coburg's, now into third. McGoldrick making a little bit of a move with Ruby Marr, her training partner, as they go past Lindbergh. But with 150 metres to go, Bunnage, Newalt trying hard, Tabbitt having a crack. Ruby Marr's found a little bit there, and Freya Dess winding up. I think, though, the race is only in 3 now. I think Ruby Marr might have left it too late. Out in front, though, Amy Bunnage, I don't think she'll get headed. Melissa Newalt's going to throw it her really late, but it won't quite be enough. Amy Bunnage runs away with it. Newalt next, Tabbitt. I told you Ruby Marr are going to big dash. We talked about a 2:15, and that's just over what they'll get. 2:16 high, 2:17. Newalt second behind Bunnage. Tabbitt, Marr. It was our Geelong Guild athlete next in Dess. Lindbergh, McGoldrick, and also Lind. And that's heat number 6 of our women's 800 metres. Mitch, I think we can take a quick 30-second interval here. I've just seen burgers and drinks served to us, so we might give us some feedback and critique the crew as we eat and get ready for this next race.
It's not a race with the burger, Nick. You don't need to do it in one bite there, but we've got the boys on the track here.
On your mark.
So the action's really heating up here now. Heat number 8 of 10. Jesse Dunsmore on the inside of Frankston. Callum Burns, looks like a Diamond Valley there. Kai Davies of Mornington Peninsula. Patrick Lucas, not sure where he's from there. Nathan Corbett of Mornington Peninsula. Ed Beischer of Old Scotch. And also Harrison Carr of Old Scotch. I've seen Ed Beischer lead many races through. He doesn't mind the man going to the front. And right now he's going to sit on the shoulder of Kai Davies. Now these two have gone head-to-head a few times in APS races. Kai Davies, I reckon a Melbourne grammar boy from the Mornington Peninsula. Beischer behind them. Also Carr it is. So the Scotch colours here at the moment splitting the boys from the Mornington Peninsula. So Davies of the Peninsula, Corbett in 4th, and in between them you've got Carr, Beischer, Dunsmore sitting on the inside, not out of this at all by any means, Burns and Lucas. So we'll go through the bell, it's going to be about 55, 56, 57. So 57 at the bell and Beischer goes bang. So Beischer to the front, Harrison Carr in the sunnies from Old Scots tracking him. Dunsmore next. I'll let you keep eating that burger and down it. Mitch Dyer and I'll call this one through. But out in front, Ed Beischer, Harrison Carr, Jesse Dunsmore trying to get the sit now on Kai Davies. And the man to watch for me is the Diamond Valley against Callum Burns. So Callum Burns has now made his way from 6th to 5th to 4th. He goes up to Davies in 3rd. He joins Harrison Carr and he said, Ed Beischer, I'm coming for you. So 180 to go. Beischer, Burns it is. Burns in the Diamond Valley colours. Carr just behind them. Davies not out of it. This is a really good race. Callum Burns though, Diamond Valley swings wide. Ed Beischer, he's all gutsy though. You can't keep a country lad down. Ed Beischer out in front. He'll hold on here. Next through will be Burns of Diamond Valley. Harrison Carr, Kai Davies, Dunsmore. I think I called Corbett and around the wrong way there. And rounding out the field, Patrick Lucas. I missed the time there, Mitch. Did you grab one for me?
Yeah, I did. I think it was about 155, 156 there, so it might have even been a negative split from the Old Scotch athlete there. But great run, and there was a lot of tenacity there. No one really wanted to give up whatsoever, and they weren't spotting anybody any free metres. You had to earn those ones out there with your bare feet. So good running there from the boys, but Beischer, really impressive.
I think it's the first time we pick up the burger. I think that's the first time there we haven't actually seen the pace really on first lap. So hopefully we get it back up here for the girls. From the inside here, you got Lazari of Knox, Claudia Carter of Glen Huntley, Claudia Hollingsworth, the one mile I'm going to back here, Abby Caldwell in 5, Ashley Tragus in 6, Lucy Lutchford in 7, Rachel O'Brien 8, Jamie Wainwright of Mornington Peninsula. So my tip here, Claudia Hollingsworth, she's been looked after by Craig Mottram. Very talented sporting family, I believe. I've been really impressed with this season. Hopefully, though, someone turns the pace on a little. We've just stopped as we go through 200. Girls, we're here to run fast. Let's have a crack. Lucy Lutchford it is out in front. So Lutchford here, she tried it the other night. She led early. She hasn't always been a race leader, but she ran very well. Another one of the Box Hill local trained athletes, although running in the Collingwood colours. So Lutchford out in front. Sitting behind her, the tall striding Rachel O'Brien. I'll let you call them down the straight, Mitch.
Yeah, thanks for that, Wolsey. They're all nicely bunched here. Coming into the home straight now, 450 metres to go, and out in front here we do have Abby Caldwell. And all these girls are now going to start to move up on her shoulder in 65 seconds through the bell. So they're actually moving through that first 200. 31.32 was what I caught, but I don't have the best vision as we see one of our athletes step off the track now. But these girls are going to come after Caldwell. I spotted her about 5-10 metres coming in with 300 metres to go now. But Caldwell looking extremely strong. As you see the stride lengthen out now. And she's going to play a game of catch me if you can, and we'll see if anybody wants to play along with her. 250 to go here, Nick. I'll hand it over.
Yeah, I called that incorrectly. I called Lucy Lutchford. She's the one at the back of this group, unfortunately, at the moment. It's Caldwell out in front, the World Junior Cross-Country representative. So Abby Caldwell out in front. She's getting back into some really good form on the track. Claudia Hollingsworth's in second. She had a great Great run, as I mentioned it. The Nitro Schools meet in December, but she's not going to be enough here for Abby Caldwell, showing her national class. The Knox athlete in third, Lazari. Hollingsworth, though, found a little bit. I've called it too soon. I've gone far too early, Mitch Dyer. Claudia Hollingsworth come from 10 metres down. She'll go past Caldwell. And Mottram is doing a great job with Claudia Hollingsworth. She's going to take another win here. Just around that 2:11, 2:12. Caldwell next. Lazari. Next one across the line there. I missed it. It was one of our Box Hill athletes. Claudia Carter amongst the mix there as well. Jamie Wainwright and Lucy Luchford. But Claudia Hollingsworth impresses with every run I see, Mitch. I'd called her gone, but Abby Caldwell just didn't quite have the turn of speed to match it with Claudia Hollingsworth.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time, Nick, but you've spoken far, far, far too soon there. That was absolutely motoring down that home straight there. A fantastic run there. And we actually have a little bit of Box Hill Athletic Track royalty here. I hear the home straight might be named after him. Stuart McSwain in the building watching over. So if you're lucky enough to have a look at him, come up and say g'day, because he's an absolute specimen. But great running there from the girls as we now get on. As it heats up here, Nick, now with the men on the track for the 800 metres. A pacemaker doing hop jumps here in lane 1. Woo! We're going to aim for 53, 54 here, Nick. Never in my wildest dreams, so I think I'll run up to 400. So.
On your mark.
So Jack Stumner setting the pace on the inside again. Dan Hamilton's the next one in there. Thomas Scroggy of St Kevin's. Adam Spencer of Glen Huntley. Felix Lonergan of St Kevin's. Tom Selwood of St Kevin's. Lachlan Hurd of Casey Gardenia. And Darcy Pound of Box Hill, who produced an excellent 1500 here just the other night. So Jack Stumner got out. He said 53, 54. No one quite wants that pace at the moment. Darcy Pound might be the one now that moves up to it, and he does, as does Felix Lonergan in the St Kevin's Cup.
I don't know Darcy Pound. The only man I know is the sheepdog, as he's going to sit there, and he's going to sit there in second place. Jack Stumner looking really good out there, and he's going to take him through the pace, and he's done a fantastic job all night. And the only man who's going to want to back him in there, I believe, is Felix Lonergan. So he's going to benefit from being right behind there. But the sheepdog, Darcy Pound, he's right behind with them. Tom Selwood tucked in beautifully right here now in the second pack. But these boys are going to roll through, and I think they're going to roll through in about 53, 54, Nick. So it is on. The track is heating up, and it's on fire right now. Lonergan right behind Stumner, and I think he's going to roll through 500 metres again. So fantastic there. And Lockie Hurd, he's in the middle of the gap there, but he looks like he's making up on Felix Lonergan as we start to see Tom Selwood, a Trinity product in the St. Kevin's singlet now. He's going to lead that chase pack through. Lonergan's done a lot of the work, but I reckon Tom Selwood's going to bring a few boys through here. And don't forget about Darcy Pound, national finalist in the 800 in his own right. So 200 metres to go now, 1:22 on the clock. Lonergan, he's wanted the lead. He needs the lead, and will he maintain the lead? 150 to go, Lonergan. And Nick, I think it's about to shape up here as Lonergan takes it out. And now here we see Tom Selwood on the outside, and he says, I want the lead. And don't forget about Darcy Pound now. He's going to go out to lane 4 to try and get it. It's Selwood as he grits his teeth, the pink headband flailing in the air. And on the inside here, Adam Spencer, Selwood, Spencer. Oh, I don't know who's got it. I think they've both dipped at the line for a 152. Darcy Pound comes through for third place there. The man who did a lot of the work in Lockie Hurd for fourth. A bit of a blanket finish there, but whoa, that's moving, that's racing right there.
About 151, I reckon, too. So I'll be pretty happy with that. I must say, Jack Stumner, great job. You've done a great job pacemaking tonight. Amy Atkin and Jack Stumner, the two stalwarts of the pacemaking tonight. But anyway, before we move on to this next women's race, those 3,000 metre runners that are just arriving, you must have checked in, and you will be collecting your hip numbers. Our 3,000 metre runners will be collecting your hip numbers at the finish line. You won't be collecting your hip numbers at the start, you'll be collecting your hip numbers at the finish line. So our A races of our 3,000, if you could start checking in, start marshalling, you'll be collecting your hip numbers at the finish line. Now this next one, Mitch, it deserves a bit of an introduction. This is where we're chasing some cash here. I'm going to get you to pull up that incentive list for me, Mitch, again. Mitch, we want to see the cash incentives up, and you can tell us about them in a minute. You've got Sarah Eckel on the inside, the South Australian from Team Tempo visiting. Gigi McEnany of South Melbourne, the talented junior. Connor Gist of Doncaster Athletic Club. Isabel Scott, also there in the middle with another very fast seed times. Georgia Griffith of Box Hill. She's the one we've come to watch. Sophie O'Sullivan. We've talked about genetics, and she's another one blessed with them. Sarah Billings out wide in lane number 8. Talent-laden field. We've got training partners, we've got former training partners, we've got Box Hill locals, and I reckon we've got Kelly Hetherington, the Australian representative here, setting the pace.
Geez, you are excited, Nick.
So just waiting for the all clear. There's some cash incentives that Mitchell mentioned as we go halfway around the track.
On your mark.
So Sarah Eckel on the inside. She spent a couple of sessions with Georgia Griffith here training this week. Kelly Hetherington's going to set the pace for us. Georgia Griffith's very keen to get onto that pace. Connor, just good to see her back. Haven't seen a lot of her this season. Gigi McEnany working her way up, and Sarah Eckel's the only other one that wants to go with Georgia Griffith thus far. So we're going to see Morgan Mitchell go in Perth this weekend, unfortunately not here, but Georgia Griffith is not afraid to run from the front. She's not afraid to run fast, and she loves winning on her home track, Mitch.
Yeah, I reckon that was about 29 seconds through the first 200 there, Nick, so they're not messing about. Under 2:02, and the win will get you $500 in your back pocket. So Georgia Griffith definitely chasing her time, and Kelly Hetherington doing a great job of making sure that she can get there. But as you mentioned, Eckel, really the only one who's even within a sniff of wanting to get rid of Georgia Griffith right here on the pace. Hetherington's going to take him through 400, and it's going to be a quick 400 at that. But Georgia Griffith looking extremely strong on her home track. Eckel right behind her there, and behind there is Scott in the third place there, and Sarah Billings is going to make her presence felt. She's going to move up that pack, but 60 seconds on the nose there, Wolsey, through 400.
Absolutely on 60 seconds, Mitch, you're right. We said 2:02 gets you some good dollars, but Sarah Eckel, she must have enjoyed collaborating with Georgia Griffith at training this week here, and she's going to try and join her with 300 metres to go. So Sarah Eckel, probably more prominent over the 1500. She's chasing Isabel Scott, Gigi McEnany. Sarah Billings is a long way back. Doesn't think she's going to quite be in the race as I expected. But 200 to go. Georgia Griffith, 1:31. 31 seconds home, Georgia, and you're going to take some nice cash with you. Georgia Griffith finds her gear again. She's got the pop. I've got the Steeling House lucky yellow hat on, and it's doing its wonders tonight. Georgia Griffith, 100 metres to go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is class running. We cheered home Stewie McSwain to break a national record. This isn't quite that good, but it's absolute class running. Sarah Billings, her former training partner, will be home second. Next will be Eckel, Isabel Scott, Sophie O'Sullivan, 2:02 high. So Billings, Scott, Eckel, O'Sullivan, McEnany and Gist. But 2:02, running by yourself out in front. It was a great job done by Kelly Hetherington on the pace, but Georgia's gone a long way by herself in 35-degree heat. And I'll tell you what, that was worth the build-up.
Yeah, you were mightily excited there, Wolsey. Absolutely love to see it. But great racing by Georgia Griffith there. Home track, would have done plenty of sessions and races on this track. So just a tick over 2:02 is extremely fast. And the rest of the girls would be stoked with the way that they've run as well. Sarah Billings was flying down the home straight there to come through for second place. So we're done with the women's main race here, and we turn our attention to the men's main race. We'll call them out as they start going down that front bend. But it's going to be a flyer here, Nick.
I think we've got 147. Is that about right for some cashier, Mitch? I might get you to check that for me again. You know what? Geordie Williams, I don't think he actually leaves a track without a novelty cash check in his pocket these days. So whether it's the Noosa Bolt, the Steigen. So 147 gets you some money. Right down to what other times do you get you some money? Right down to 148.5 for a little bit of cash to go home with.
On your mark.
So it's a field very weak, very short on numbers, but not weak on talent and ability. Out wide, you've got Anthony Vlatko. I reckon he's a New South Wales junior. You've got Grant Muir, the Scotsman now from Athletics Chilwell. Geordie Williams, the man we talked about. Adam Pike in the field there. Good to see Adam Pike back. Also Matthew Scott, not on my start list here, and Kang Nyok, the man from St Stephen's who will get a really big cheer down the back straight on that second lap. But it's Anthony Vlatko, the junior from New South Wales, out in front, Mitch.
Yeah, and the rest of the boys look pretty happy to just chill off the back of our unattached athlete there from New South Wales. And there's a lot of talent in here, and I believe that Scott has actually won this race before. I think he was the first person to win here. So the boys now are going to benefit from just tucking in. Geordie Williams looking extremely comfortable there on the outside of lane one. The Wildcat's going to make his presence felt. They're going to roll through here in 55 seconds, so they're on for a quick pace. They might be on for some money if they can close really quick here. Scott going to go on the outside. Williams boxed in a little bit there, and Muir, he's on the outside there too, and he can make a massive push. But at the back, in the fluoro, we could see Adam Pike start to move. But Scott now goes.
Interesting one there, though, Mitch. They've gone through a second and a half slow on the B heat. So no one really took it up. Anthony Blackcoat, the tall man, was willing to have a crack. He's come here. He didn't come down from Sydney for nothing. He wanted to have a go. Geordie Williams, though, now gets up to Matthew Scott. This is going to be a serious battle. Geordie Williams doesn't often lose a kick finish. Willie tonight. Matthew Scott's gone to the front early. 120 to go. Now you got Geordie Williams. The arms are going. Can he get around Matthew Scott? Adam Pike in third. The head's back on Scott, and Geordie Williams just sneaks past him. And that is class. Geordie Williams, all class. It won't be the time we were looking for. It's a 148 high. Matthew Scott second. Adam Pike, Grant Muir, Kang Nyok, and Anthony Blackcoat. Brave run who set the tempo on that first lap. Not quite the times we were hoping for in the first heat, but look, Geordie Williams showed his class there. Matthew Scott, though, a brave run.
Yeah, some serious wheels on Geordie Williams there. Famously has a great kick, so he'd be pretty happy with that one, I would say. Maybe not as fast a time, but really good race tactic and very well executed. So a great night of over an hour of 800 metre racing there. Geez, time flies when you're having fun and you feel like that. So we start to move our attention out of the 3,000. You feel the temperature dropping. It's getting a little bit cooler here, so we'll benefit these athletes. And great racing all around.
Every 3,000 metre run that's entering, that has just entered the track, you need to make sure that you have checked in. And the A heats are both the men and the women. You need to now go and collect your leg numbers, your hip numbers at the finish line. So all those that are arriving now, please check your hip numbers. I will give our 800 metre runners a bit of recovery time. Georgia Griffith I've seen having to lie down there for a while. Geordie Williams looks fresh as a daisy though, but we will have shortly do our presentations from Athletics International of our trophy winners. And excitingly, I think those trophies are going to be presented by Charlene Rendina, the long-time national record holder that got done last year for the first time. It was about a 40-odd year reign of that national 800 metre record. It was, of course, Kat Bissett, who this weekend is going to make her debut, her season debut at the Parkdale Gift. What do you think, though, Mitch? It's been some quality racing. It was probably the middle ranger heats tonight that were the ones that really brought out some fast times. Your second, third, fourth, fifth heat had PBs galore.
Oh, look, Nick, I loved it all, to be honest. Middle, start and finish, everything was just fantastic out there. And it's certainly living up to its name of the home of PBs. I think every single race we've seen at least one PB. So we can keep that trend going for the night. We're on for an absolute doozy here. But the 3,000 metres, 7.5 laps. We'll see how they can roll their way through. The crowd's starting to build a bit, and as Wolsey said, if you haven't already, please make sure that you do check in for your 3,000, otherwise it will hold up the rest of the events, and also you may not be able to race. So if you've just walked in or you've been here for a bit, had your headphones in, banging away some tunes, make sure you go in and you go check in for the races. Well, mate.
Oh yeah, Ellie, 100 as well. Right. What time is it? Oh, we've got... Let's have a look at the forecast tomorrow night. So a reminder for those athletes that are just coming for the 3,000 now, can you please collect your hip numbers from the check-in table at the finish line, not at the start line, it's at the finish line, then wonder way across. For those who've just wandered into the track, you've seen some quality racing tonight. A few ones that have really caught my eye. Ed Baisha had a big win in the 800, one of the lower heats there, came home really well. Some great pacemaking from, as we mentioned, Jack Stumner and Amy Atkinson. Cleo Richardson came from last to first in one of the lower heats of the 800 to negative split, run about 220. A talented a very young junior from the St Kevin's Club. And then, of course, in the 200s early on, Shard Muhammad and Luke Stevens were our winners of the 200-metre trophies. And just then in the A heats of the 800, we saw Georgia Griffith win again here in about 2:02 high here at the Box Hill track. She beat home Sarah Billings, her former training partner. And very talented 8:1500-metre runner. And in the men's race, a little bit slow at the bell, but it was Geordie Williams kicking home to take Matthew Scott down in the men's 800. And once Georgia and Geordie have recovered, we will present some trophies to you guys here at the podium. We will, I think we've got Charlene Rendina coming forward to do that. So we'll ask for those athletes when they get their breath back to make their way across to the podium, please. Hey Mitch, while you're standing there, Mitch, maybe ask Steve Deneen a few things about the idea behind this meet. Maybe get him on the microphone there. Steve Deneen, a few words with Mitch Dyer there, Steve. Maybe tell us about why the background behind this event and what we're trying to achieve. Maybe get Steve Deneen on the microphone, ask him a few questions about the background of this meet and what we're trying to achieve for the athletes.
Hey, there's famously a roaming Brian on Channel 7 here, but on Athletics Exclusive TV we have a roaming Mitch, and he's absolutely found his first victim, Steve Deneen. Probably the youngest looking 40-year-old I've ever seen. Can you talk to us about, what goes into a meet like this? Can you talk to us about the history, about how it's been created? Just let's go into the mind of Steve Deneen here. Can you give us a little bit?
Yeah, of course. 3 years ago we thought there was a need for some good fast racing for the athletes, so Box Hill Club decided to put it on. We started originally with an 8 and a 3K. And then last year we did the 2, 8, 3K, introduced triple jump and high jump this year. So it's growing, and it's just here to get athletes running fast all over this PP track.
Exactly right. And do you think there's a capacity for it to grow even more than that? Will there be more events to be seen into the future? Or are pretty happy with the way that the format's running tonight?
Oh, we're pretty happy with the way it is. It's pretty much if athletes come down and do the races, we'll keep putting them on, but if they don't, we'll change it around. So we're hoping to grow it and keep getting athletes good fast times and grow the sport.
Now, you're an all-time man behind the scenes, but I just want everybody to realise how much work Steve's actually put into this with 2 young kids as well. He's also rolling around with a bag full of Zooper-Doopers and waters. So thank you so much, Steve. We're going to turn our attention now to the 3,000 metres.
Thanks, Mitch. Thanks, Steve. So there's 3,000, a few good names in here, and we'll call them as they get away, but they're in the starters' hands for our fastest heat of the men's 3,000 metres. So we've got Jared Clifford here from Diamond Valley, of course the Paralympic 1,500 metre star, world record holder in fact. You've got Liam Cashett of Western Athletics, Sean Tobin in this field here, Nick Baggett of Box Hill, Andrew Buchanan, Bendigo University, very good over the cross-country distance in 5,000, Andre Waring of Box Hill, Isaac Hockey, Melbourne University, who had a good win on the 8 the other day, Jack Bruce of Queensland amongst the field here, and Ollie Raymond. Ollie Raymond, tell me which states he's from, Mitch. I can't remember, Ollie.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think he may be a South Australian athlete. I'm not completely sure.
One of the team tempo runners possibly, but look,
I could be wrong there.
We've got a really quality field in here. We might need to wander across to Crosby at some stage and confirm a couple of the runners, but out in front it's Tom Thorpe setting the tempo.
Yeah, and these boys are just going to want to find a pace really early there. They're Irish Hammer in Sean Tobin, an Old Miss product, and also Arkansas Razorback in Jack Bruce there. So they're going to roll through the first lap, and I reckon around about that 64, 65 mark. So we're well and truly on for a fast pace there. Andre Waring going to be the one who's going to sit in 4th place there, and Jared Clifford, 2-time world champion, is going to sit there in 2nd place. So These boys are not going to spot each other a lot of room. Isaac Hockey also at the back of that pack there, an extremely accomplished runner. So we have a field of elite athletes here, and they're all just going to size each other up, feel each other out here. Tom Thorpe looking really comfortable in the front in that green singlet, a beautiful green there. It actually complements him extremely well. The Razorback on the right shoulder of Jack Bruce, and he's more than happy to sit off the back of that ballsy. So they're about to roll past you. How are they looking down there? They look pretty comfortable.
It's a really good tempo here to see Isaac Hockey sitting comfortably at the back of the group with his 1:48 just the other night, over 800 metres. He looks really good, and I think the tempo is just perfect for the boys to run fast. Again, there's some cash incentive to go under that 8 minutes. Last year we saw Harry Summers go really fast here over that 3,000, but these boys tonight have set a tempo that, you know, at 64 seconds they'll be pretty happy with.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe Tobin also dipped under the 8-minute mark here last year. So famously, I think Harry Summers was around about that 7:51, 7:52. And we had a few boys roll through underneath that 8-minute mark. So we'll see if we can get a little bit of that tonight. Tom Thorpe trying to certainly do his best to make sure that we see a great night of racing. Nick Baggett there flying the flag of the Box Hill colours. Also Andre wearing a Box Hill boy with the Deneen runner singlet on. So Tom Thorpe doing an extremely good job. I can't stress how hard this sort of pace is to do. So thank you, Tom Thorpe. And Isaac Hockey, he looks like he's just cruising at the back here. He's more than happy to spot 5-10 metres of distance so long as he can just rally off the back. So 2:43, 2:44, around about that time there, Nick, through the first K. And there's a lot of boys looking really comfortable, and it'll be interesting to see who makes the move first. Andy Buchanan looking really good in the middle of that.
That's right. I mean, in there now, Andre Waring, the one that's moving up. He won, of course, the Graham Crouch 1500 here at the White Horse Twilight. He's the one that's gone up now into second on the track. Ollie Raymond then amongst the field. Jared Clifford, we know he sits on that rail and hugs that rail pretty tight. It's the best way for him to get a good sight on it. Of course, for those who are unaware, I don't know how you could be unaware, but Jared Clifford is our world champion, world record holding Paralympian, of course visually impaired from Diamond Valley, and he mixes it with the best of athletes around the world, able-bodied or Paralympic athletes. So right now it is a really tight group here. As I said, it's a small, not a big field for our A race, but there's lots of class in there. The one I haven't called all at the moment, sitting just second from the back, of course, is Liam Cashin. So in the Western A's colours. But they come through here now. Jack Bruce, he's a big man to run around here. I don't think we've seen a man this tall run around since Craig Mottram led 3,000 metre fields.
No, probably not, Wolsey. He is a tall timber out there, Jack Bruce, and he's looking pretty comfortable in that New Balance kit. But Andre Waring, he's just going to tuck in nicely there. He's just going to go, hey, Jack, you keep ticking those noodles over in front, mate. I'll just break the wind. He's going to sit really nicely. And it's Sean Tobin, who was actually under that 8-minute mark, as I said earlier, last year in this event. So he's now going to make his presence felt, I think, to Melbourne Track Club or Dublin Track Club as well there for Sean Tobin. So they're going to partner up there, these two, and now maybe they start to ask a question. And the man who's moved from last to first, or third, I should say, sorry, is Isaac Hockey. Andre Waring not done with yet, and as I said, Andy Buchanan, an absolute elite talent. A few-time national champion there in cross-country, so he's definitely got the range. We'll see if he has the legs and if he can tick him over. But Isaac Hockey, I think, is looking extremely comfortable in fourth place. Sean Tobin maybe about to make a move here to take some of the lead from Jack Bruce, who's done a lot of the work, and he does that right now.
So the word I've just got is that Sean Tobin, who's now hit the lead, he's the Irishman. He's fresh off winning the Irish Road Championships last week, or in the last couple of weeks. So Sean Tobin comes back to Australia with some seriously good form, having had a Road Championship win over there. Jack Bruce, the tall man, in second. Isaac Hockey now winds his way up in the third in the Melbourne University colours. Andre Waring hanging on strong. As I said, been very proficient over the 1500 this season. And Andy Buchanan in fifth. Very gutsy cross-country runner, but the pace at the moment over this shorter distance might be challenging. Liam Cashin leads the next group through with Raymond, Baggett, and also Clifford. 5:22 at 2K. Thanks for that, Tom Thorpe.
And great pacing there, Thorpe. Well done. But Sean Tobin now, he starts to stretch his legs out, the man from Dublin. And he's looking extremely comfortable. He's obviously come over to benefit from the Australian summer, and he's looking very fit and very relaxed with the half tights on, Sean Tobin. So we'll see if Bruce can sort of latch back on there. We don't want that band to snap. And Isaac Hockey still working his way through. Andre Waring and Andy Buchanan, maybe they can work with each other and make their way up the field. But it looks like Sean Tobin's even starting to ask a few more questions of this field. He's already broken them up once before. He went twice again, third time lucky. We'll see if he can get rid of Bruce here, but doesn't look like he's going too far. He's maybe put a few metres into him, but could be easy to claw it back if he's gone too soon. But Sean Tobin looking really good. He benefited from running this last year, Wolsey, and we'll see if he can go one better. Harry Summers took the win last year.
I'll tell you what, it'll be tough coming back, I reckon, from that European winter running over there in Ireland, hitting the 35-degree night it is here at the Box Hill track. It has gone, the track's now in the shade thanks to the sun dropping behind, but it's still a stinking hot night. There aren't many redhead Irishmen who love this sort of heat typically. So Tobin out in front, Jack Bruce. I tell you what, I thought he was gone a couple of laps ago, but he hasn't dropped that far off. It is Isaac Hockey fighting through in third, Andy Buchanan fourth, Andre Waring, Ollie Raymond, Liam Cashin, Nick Baggett, and also Jared Clifford. But Sean Tobin, he's going to come through with a bell here. He wants to go sub 8 minutes. He's a big chance. He's going to go well under that if he keeps this pace up. 6:55 at the bell. We might look at those incentives, Mitch. Might pull those incentive times up again. 8 minutes, I think, is 125. Let's find out what $500, what time he needs for that. I'll give you the last 200 metres when you give me the incentives. Sean Tobin out in front. Jack Bruce fighting hard. You go with it in a minute, Mitch. Isaac Hockey next. Andre Waring chasing Andy Buchanan. Ollie Raymond finding another gear. Ashen, Baggett and Clifford. But it's all yours with 200 to go.
752 under. He's got $500 in his back pocket here, Sean Tobin. Jack Bruce still hasn't gone anywhere either from that last lap. 200 metres to go, and I didn't quite see the split, so hopefully he's under it. But I'll tell you what, I've heard louder libraries than this. Hopefully this crowd can lift as Sean Tobin rolls around. 150 metres to go, the man from Ireland. He couldn't get it done last year, but it looks like nothing's going to stop him getting it done this year. If you're on the home straight, make some noise because he's worked extremely hard for this one. 100 metres to go. He's on that 7:40, 7:50 mark now, so he could still go under the 8 minutes. Let's pull him through now, ladies and gentlemen. 56, 57, 58, 59, so he's just going to go under. Well done, Sean Tobin. Jack Bruce there. 8:03, Isaac Hockey bided his time as well. He's going to roll under the 8:10 and 8:07. And now we see Andy Buchanan roll through. Andre Waring, Liam Cashin also done some late work. Fantastic to see Nick Baggett and Jared Clifford. Well, he has that never say die attitude, and they're over the line now, Nick. He couldn't quite get there for the 7:52, but under the 8 minutes nonetheless. And as you said, 35 degrees isn't easy to stroll into.
Look, it wasn't quite the cash incentive that'll get a return flight for Sean Tobin. It might get him a luggage upgrade, the $125 I think he scored there for the sub 8 minutes. It was a gutsy run. He did it without pace after what? It was only about 1,500 metres worth of, no, it was less than that. About 1,500 metres worth of pace we got from Tom Thorpe, which was terrific. But he had to work hard by himself. And I tell you what, Jack Bruce, though, twice I thought he was gone, and he came home and fought really tough in that first A heat.
Yeah, well, he certainly didn't go anywhere. And as you said, you haven't seen an athlete that... From Sean Tobin, he bided his time really well. He knew his exact race plan and knew what to do. I thought he might have pushed too early, but he just kept that strength going and going, and that's a really good sign. So unsure how long he's been in Australia or he's out here for, but hopefully a little while if he keeps running like that. So we turn our attention now back to the start of the 3,000 for the women's 3,000 metres. A much larger field here. I'll be able to call them a little bit better once they've started. But I believe it to be about a field of 14 women here, maybe even more by looking at the line. So we'll call them as they get underway.
So just waiting for the starter here. We just had a chat there. Melissa Duncan's in this field. She's now based herself in Japan with one of the professional running teams, but, or has been in there. And it looks like here she's got Tomoka Kimura here from Japan with her. So we'll go through the field from the inside. It's the talented junior Lucinda Rourke of Williamstown, McKenna Myler of the Valor Track Club, Kelly Thackeray of Great Britain, Gemma Maney of Frankston, Tomoka Kimura of Japan, Juliette McBurney of Glen Huntly, another junior from the Wesley Colours, Bernadette Williams of, I reckon, Western Australia she is. You've got Neve Tabbitt of Coburg. We saw her sister go around earlier in the 1500. Michelle Finn, Bridget Humphrey of Deakin, Melissa Duncan out in front, and she's going to be joined by Tomoka Kimura right now. Then you've got Rose Davies, who's the next one on the track, Esther Keon and Georgia Hansen. So plenty of talent here in this field. Hansen will be wanting to emulate that of Georgia Griffith, her training partner. Out in front, you've got Melissa Duncan, a former World Championship representative over the 1500, now stepped up to the 5,000 metres, of course. Rose Davies, who's done plenty of good things already this season. She's third on the track there currently. And a plethora of internationals, including Callie Thackeray here.
Yeah, and they're a little bit more strung out than the men's race there, Nick. And they are getting them through the first lap here. And that's at about 72, 73. So they're right on that 9-minute mark. A little bit over there. So the girls, as you said, Rose Davies there in third place. She's sitting right behind our two athletes at the front there, which is Tomoka Kimura, as well as Melissa Duncan, who's done her stint over in Japan, competing over there. But Rose Davies, she's going to sit there in third position. No paces here, I don't believe. And these girls are going to try and benefit off each other. Georgia Hansen leading that middle pack there with Lucinda Rourke.
Calorie Thackeray there. Michelle Finn also amongst that group. 8017 is McKenna Myler. You might be able to tell me more about the Valor Track Club. Can you tell me about the Valor Track? I reckon that sounds like it's one of those US-based clubs for me, but she's in lane 2 here, McKenna Myler. If anyone wants to come forward and give me a bit more information, that'd be fantastic. But out in front it is Tomoka Kimura. I tell you what, after the great service I went to with Maury Plant yesterday, I think he'd be pretty embarrassed that I haven't done my research here on McKenna Myler and the Valor Track Club. He'd be telling me to take a breath and learn something quickly. But out in front it is Tomoka Kimura of Japan. Melissa Duncan, as I said, in those same colours, so I imagine they've spent a lot of time in Japan training together. Rose Davies is next, Callie Thackeray, McKenna Myler. I reckon Michelle Finn's also in that group. And Georgia Hansen's the next one that's attached herself onto here. So Georgia Hansen, former 800-metre world junior athlete, now going up to the 1500 to 3000.
Yeah, we did say in the last lap that she was sort of stuck between no man's land there, so she's be able to latch onto that pack and hopefully benefit from being able to just sit on the back of it and not have a lot of work to do. But Melissa Duncan looking extremely comfortable there. Rose Davies still there as well. Lucinda Rourke now is going to make her way through, and we'll see if she can at least hold on towards the back of this front pack. But this train at the front looks very systematic, looks very relaxed. They've gone through in about 304, 305 there through the first K. So a little bit outside of Melissa Duncan's 857 here, but it's great running for the girls who are going to benefit off being right behind her. So the temperature's dropped, the wind is non-existent, the clouds have come over the top of Box Hill, and it's absolutely mint condition here, Nick.
And I've done my research, Mitch. I've stepped up. Tomoka out in front has actually been working with the MTC, so she's one of the Melbourne Track Club training partners at the moment. So Tomoka hasn't come across with Melissa Duncan like I might have thought. So everyone in that pack there, apart from Melissa Duncan, who's second, and Georgia Hansen back there. So Melissa Duncan, of course, been training over in Japan, and G. Hansen, of course, the Steve Ellinghouse group. The other 5 ladies in this pack are all Melbourne Track Club training partners. So some real talent there. They work hard together, doing their thresholds regularly, obviously out at the Caulfield Racecourse. And right here, it's like a metronome running along. It's one pace, it's even, and it's spot on. Tomoka out in front from Japan, Melissa Duncan, Rose Davies. You've also then got Callie Thackeray, McKenna Myler, and also Michelle Finn with Georgia Hansen tucked in beautifully.
Yeah, it's just systematic here, Nick. They're just happy to rip off the paces one by one, lap by lap. It's great research from you. Well done in such a short period of time. That's the most I've seen you use your brain power in a while, so it's fantastic. So these girls now, they're still in that same pack. It hasn't changed at all. Maybe put a little bit more distance on the group behind them here, but the 7 of them are just going to work really well with each other. Still Georgia Hansen at the back of it as well, looking extremely comfortable. So we've seen a lot tonight that people who are maybe a little bit more lenient towards the start and tend to work towards the back of the front pack are able to come through late. So we'll see if that's going to be replicated here in this race. But for the time being, Melissa Duncan beautifully at the front there, working extremely well, as you said, like a metronome pacing.
And I tell you what, the group is just beautifully paced right now. There's a small gap now, tickets between him and the first 5. But our second group, who are now 50 metres back, is led by Bernadette Williams. You've got Lucinda Rourke, Gemma Maney. Who else we got amongst there? It looks like Bridget Humphrey, Juliet McBurney, Neve Tabbett, and one other Deakin athlete there, also Esther McKeon. But right now, that Japanese athlete there, it's just one pace and it's perfect. Tomoka Kimura setting up some lovely tempo. All the girls now, though, slightly tried to pick up a little bit. Looked like it might have stalled for a minute there. And Michelle Finn it is. She's the one that's going to set the tempo now and try to go on the outside now of Tomoka of Japan. Rose Davies goes with that group. And Georgia Hansen, 7th in line, says, I'm going to join you. No one has dropped off the tempo.
And Finn's just been waiting there, and as we say that, she's gone to the front, but Rose Davies now wants a piece of the action, so she might not go quite to the front, but she's going to try and tuck in right in second place there. So now the girls are starting to move away. They're starting to really find their rhythm as we start to get to the business end of this race. Georgia Hansen still towards the back, but these girls now are going to try and find a position and try and find one quickly, because you don't want to be the ones to get left off the back here. So Melissa Duncan's gone from second right to the, it's still probably a 7-person front pack, but it's starting to break away a little bit now. Rose Davies put herself in a perfect position, but it's Finn at the front. She's made a big move with last lap around this area, so we'll see if anybody else has something to give. And as I say that, Melissa Duncan now moves out into lane 2. Maybe she wants to get a piece of the action again, Wolsey.
I tell you what, Michelle Finn's really made a good run here with 2 laps to go. Mitch, I'm going to get you to check those incentive times again, because there's some cash here going for these girls. Rose Davies is next. Then it's Melissa Duncan. You've also got Thackeray in the mix. Tomoka, who set the pet tempo early, is just fading a little bit, and Georgia Hansen's got a little bit of work to do.
So as we start to get into the business end here, these girls will be able to pocket $125 for anything between 9:05 to 9:10, 250, 9 minutes to 9:05, and 500 for 9 minutes or faster. So Finn still at the front now, and it's a race in 4. Finn, Rose Davies, and Duncan are going to be the 3 who are going to lead them through there. And they're looking extremely comfortable. Finn sort of, as I said earlier, sort of just tucked in, didn't have to do a lot, and now she is absolutely booming out there. Rose Davies, though, looking extremely comfortable. She's sort of just sat in that second, third position the whole way around. So maybe she'll be able to benefit in the latter part of this race now as we start to wind up. We've got about 500 metres to go.
And I tell you what here, we could have an Irish double tonight. So out in front, Michelle Finn from Ireland. She's the one leading. Rose Davies of New South Wales, Melissa Duncan of obviously Knox in the past and now in Japan, and 8013 there behind them, Callie Thackeray of Great Britain. So you've got Ireland, New South Wales, we'll call it Victoria, and also behind them you've got the Great Brit athlete. They've dropped off and dropped the American, Georgia Hansen, the local, and also Tomoka of Japan. But right now, the Irish woman trying to do the double for Ireland. Sean Tobin was terrific, and with 300 to go, it's a real chance. Davies next, Thackeray, and then also back to Duncan. Mitch, I'm going to let you call this one home for 250 remaining.
Yeah, and it's Finn who's got about a 30-metre lead here, and her arms are pumping, and she is moving. Rose Davies still in second place there. Maybe be able to move her way up. Thackeray right behind her there. Melissa Duncan in 4th, but it's all eyes on Finn. The Irish double, I like that one, Nick. We'll see if they can both get it done. Thackeray now moves into second. Davies isn't done with yet, so we'll see what rolls around with 150 to go. It's Finn out in front, still 30 metres ahead. Thackeray in second place. Starting to motor a bit, but Finn doesn't look phased whatsoever. She says you can chase, but you will not catch. And she's moving now. 80 metres to go. It's going to be Finn that's going to take it out. And a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is great racing here from Finn. Rose Davies now in second place. Thackeray in 3rd. And she's going to hit the line just on 9:06 there, so she will be in the money. Rose Davies there for 2nd. Thackeray for 3rd. Melissa Duncan comes through for 4th place. Great racing here, Nick, as the rest of the girls start to make their way through.
An Irish double, and we've had Great Britain, we've got Japan, we've got America. We've got everything happening and plenty of local talent as well. So we've had our first 7 home. Those girls worked really hard for a long way. Georgia Hansen rounds out that group. And then back behind them now, you've got Lucinda Rourke, the very, as I said, very talented junior local. It's a bit hot tonight for some of these junior girls, but Lucinda Rourke's battled on really well. The Liz Matthews product out there from the West. Next through will be Bernadette Williams. She did the double here a couple of weeks ago in the Milers Club. I reckon it was the 8 and the 15. Gemma Maney next, a former world cross-country representative. Bridget Humphrey also finishing well. Juliette McBurney, who won the steeplechase here at the White Horse Classic. She's next through the line. Esther McKeon. And then one of the young twins there from, of course, Coburg in Neve Tabbitt. But that's a quality A race. And while we get our B race ready and lined up, I'd love to call to the podium, please, Geordie Williams, our men's winner, and Georgia Griffith, our ladies winner of the 800. If we could have you come forward to the podium, just forward to the finish line, that would be greatly appreciated. Our 800-metre winners in Geordie Williams and Georgia Griffith. So we will just wait for this race to get away and then we'll go to our presentation. In heat number 2 of the 3,000, you've got Tristan Day, you've got Ben Kelly, Toby O'Brien, Alistair Christie, Seth O'Donnell, Mitchell Thompson, Tom Thorpe after pacemaking duties, Nathan Pearce, Josh Collins, Johnny Guzman, Aidan Roberts, William Collins, Will Lewis and Luca De Conza. St Kevin's well represented here. We now move to presentations. And our first presentation, or third presentation of the evening, will be for the men's 800 metre champion here at the Box Hill Track Classic. And our winner, presented by Charlene Rendina, a personal best of 159.00. The winner, Geordie Williams. So Geordie Williams joins Matthew Scott as last year's winner, the second place getter tonight, and of course the famous Lachlan Barber as the inaugural winner of the trophy. Our second trophy, and we'll leave Geordie just to stay nice and close there, don't go too far away. The winner of our women's 800 metre, she was the inaugural winner 2 years ago. She's the Box Hill star. Georgia Griffith of Box Hill Athletic Club is your two-time winner. She, of course, joins Morgan Mitchell, last year's winner of the Box Hill Track Classic. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, a round of applause for our two winners, Georgia Griffith and Geordie Williams. Thank you. So out in front here, Kang Nyack. Mitch, I might get you to call them as they come through while we finish some presentations here and some pretty photos.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. And a really tight bunch here, and these boys are rolling around for about 600 metres. Tom Thorpe's rolling around for about 3.1. He was in the pacing there. He's happy to sit at the back, man with the nicest hair in Melbourne. So these boys now are just going to work off each other. Will Lewis right behind Kang Nyack there. And it's a big bunch. I can see Nath Nation through there, ticking his noodles over. Tristan Day as well, a national medalist in the 5,000 metres, I believe. Johnny Guzman towards the back of that field. So when they make their way a little bit closer to me, I'll be able to get all the hit numbers. But Mitch Thompson has won a 3K at Milers Club. Let's see if he can replicate that tonight. A very similar tactic to what he's done right now. Just happy to sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Ben Kelly there. He's also sitting on the inside. So Kang Nyack doing a good job at pacing. And these boys more than happy to just ride off the back of that. And Aidan Roberts, a man from Essendon, he's going to sit on the outside of lane 1 in second place. So a tight pack here, Nick. All of them more than happy to just let Kang kick his legs over and do that extremely well as per usual. So now that they're rolling past here, be able to get a better look. Toby O'Brien there of St Stephen's, as well as at the back there for the St Kevin's boys is Josh Collins, Tom Thorpe. Still rolling at the back, but don't count him out. He's got a bit of fight in him, Tom Thorpe. We'll keep him in there, 2:54. So under that 9-minute pace, but I imagine this race is going to quicken up over the next 2 kilometres, Nick.
Yeah, I reckon this pace is going to kick down pretty quickly. Will Lewis, unfortunately, missed the last mile as 1,500 here. He blamed me. He was on camp working on my triathlon program and rolled his ankle the same day. So he's out here to run a fast time tonight over the 3,000 metres. That man with one of the best haircuts I've seen in athletics sits on the inside there beautifully in Seth O'Donnell. He's in the all-black colours. Aidan Roberts is thereabouts. Toby O'Brien as Kang Nyack jumps off the track there going through, 1,200 metres. So good pace making there from Kang. I'm sure the boys are happy with the job. But out in front, it's our Western Athletics colours, of course, of Nathan Pearce. So Nathan Pearce, a name very familiar to us all in distance running here in Victoria. Seth O'Donnell in second, Will Lewis, Roberts, O'Brien, De Conza, I reckon, is on the outside there. I'd probably miss one as I go through. It's Ben Kelly. So Ben Kelly back to Tristan Day, the Doncaster athlete, and Alistair Christie. And at the moment, they really haven't dropped too many. Maybe Mitch Thompson's got a little bit of work to do with Guzman and Thorpe.
Yeah, we'll let them roll through. There's still a fair bit to play out here. Nathan Pearce happy to take the lead. Someone had to make a move. The man who seems to have a one-way ticket around the world at all times. Nathan Pearce has chosen to run here tonight. Fantastic to see. Will Lewis sits in second place. So he benefited off Kang Nyack, and he says, nah, I don't want any of the front. We'll let Nathan take over that one. So he takes over as almost the pacemaker now, Nathan Pearce. We'll see if he can keep that rolling through. Aidan Roberts of Essendon, but the one to move up, who's crept up through the inside there, is Ben Kelly of the Glen Huntly colours Mitch Thompson now, he's starting to feel the pinch a little bit, but he could get back on. Tom Thorpe's still on the back of that, so is Johnny Guzman. So they've been moving through quite nicely and very quietly at that, Wolsey. So these boys are not going to spot each other much room at all. And still tightly bunched, but a little bit of movement towards the middle. But at the front, it's Nathan Pearce still.
Well, considering we've got lads in PBs here instead of 8.18 into the 8.20s, they've gone through in 4.16 for 1,500. So you think there's going to be a big negative split here. So it's unsurprising that nearly everyone's still together. Nathan Pearce, Lewis, Roberts, O'Donnell, Kelly, O'Brien, Christie, DeConza on the inside, the really talented junior. The Knox athlete there, and William Collins out wide. Gusman, Tom Thorpe, Will Collins, another one of the rising fast boys from St Kevin's. And Mitch Thompson now just really having to work to stay in contact.
Said a lot of movement here in the middle of the pack, and now, you know, Nathan Pearce is still at the front, but Ben Kelly now, he starts to move his way around. Will Lewis, he's going to go back into the pack a little bit there. Aiden Roberts from Essendon, he's going to take it out. He might be on the inside there, and he might be moving through. Seth O'Donnell, our unattached athlete, he's going to take it, and Ben Kelly now, he says, hey, Seth, save some room for me, mate. I want to get in the middle of that. Aiden Roberts, Seth O'Donnell, Ben Kelly in the middle of it all. Lewis now, he's in fourth place. Toby O'Brien's going to move around. He pushes Nate Pearce out of the way, and he says, no, you can't have that spot. So he's going to keep it there. Johnny Guzman, he's going to roll through at the back of the pack there. Tristan Day, starting to feel it a little bit now. Maybe he can move his way through. He's a tough competitor. And Ben Kelly, he's going to take it out now. And he's looking extremely comfortable with that. Not a lot of movement there. As the rest of the boys, they start to feel the pinch. The question's been asked. Aiden Roberts looked comfortable a lot of the way here, Wellesley. He's still sitting in third.
Ben Kelly with 2 laps to go puts about 3 or 4 metres on Seth O'Donnell. Aiden Roberts looks really good. Christie from Doncaster. Will Lewis. DeConza, his very young junior training partners next. O'Brien, Collins, Gusman with the headband. Nathan Pearce's hard works. Now Manny's just fading a little bit. Back to Tristan Day, Tom Thorpe, who set the great pace in the A heat earlier. Mitchell Thompson, and Will Collins. Excuse me, Josh Collins out the back. We've got Josh Collins and Will Collins. But Ben Kelly's now put 10 metres on the field. Peter Schwallow, I see him looking at his clock, getting excited about Ben Kelly's run out in front. He hasn't had a win in a race for a while, and 8.27 is still on the cards. So Ben Kelly, 500 metres to go. Seth O'Donnell, he's just plugged away in second. He's just maintained a great tempo. Christie out wide, Lewis, and also DeConza. But Ben Kelly, 15 metres in front. Can he hold it from there, Mitch Dyer?
Yeah, he's looking comfortable here, but don't count out Will Kelly. He's got a dirty kick on him. So the boys are now going to move through Toby O'Brien and our Doncaster athlete and Alistair Christie. But here comes Will Lewis now. He's on the outside, 7.22 for Ben Kelly. He's going to have to run a fast last lap to get under that PB. Will Lewis, he's going to stalk him down around this last lap. We'll see how he moves. Toby O'Brien on the outside of Will Lewis. So you think it's either going to be Ben Kelly or someone from this front pack, unless Johnny Guzman can get on his bike, which we've seen his brother do. Can he do it too? Aiden Roberts feeling the pinch a little bit now, but Ben Kelly with the arms low and still driving. Will Lewis now starting to move through. We'll see if he can make it known. Toby O'Brien as well. So he's going to try and go on the outside of Will Lewis, but Ben Kelly, 200 to go, 7.55 on the clock. He might have a little bit too much here, Wolsey. He might be able to run away with it, but as I say that, boys get their legs moving.
Look, he ran a 5,000 metre PB not that long ago. I think it was the South Australian Championships. So Ben Kelly out in front. He's going to take a race victory, which is great to see. Will Lewis is next. They're hunting him. But Ben Kelly still looks good, 80 metres to go. Don't think I've called it too early. They're finding another gear behind him. But Ben Kelly's going to gut to that. Will Collins, the big mover from 7th into 3rd into 2nd. But out in front, it's going to be Ben Kelly with a win in 8.28. Next will be Christie, then Collins, O'Brien, Lewis, DeConza, O'Donnell, Gusman, Roberts, Thorpe finds a new gear at the end. Day, Pearce, Collins, and Thompson. But great running from our men in the B race. They didn't quite get the pace right early enough to go the personal best they would have liked. But there's a few of them in there who went sort of under 8.30 or thereabouts for the first time. But good running here in our men's B race for the 3,000. I will ask Steve Deneen just to join me up the podium just to confirm our incentive winners for our men's and women's 3,000 metres. If Steve Deneen could join me, please, at the trophy presentations. And we're going to shortly go to these presentations for the men's and women's 3,000. If Steve Deneen could join us, please, at the presentation table. So our next race away here is our women's B race. That's incorrect. Yes, it is. It's our women's B race. Starter got away really quickly there. I missed that one. But Jessica Main, we've got Monique Goldsworthy, Alyssa Bursey, Shauna Parley, Lauren Collo, Stephanie Condagonis, Ebony Dottermaid, Jessica Jason, Akana Murray Bartlett, and Rebecca Beagley. So a small, talented field here in the second race. Conditions are now almost just perfect. The sun's gone, the temperature's dropped. We're looking terrific here in this women's B race. Unfortunately, we don't have the manual clock going. I'll try to get some time confirmation on that in a minute.
So Charlotte Wilson, they're going to do the pacemaking duties for this women's B race. They're nicely tucked in, all bunched together there. She's probably been spotted about 5 metres, so the girls more than happy to just let her sort of roll through the pace and they'll pick it up where they feel comfortable. And we'll get some hip numbers here so we can give you the names that are rolling through. But as I said, very tightly bunched, this group.
Okay, I'm just going to move the presentations now for the 3000s. Thanks, Mitch. So I will bring forward our 3,000 metre runners, please, to the podium. So we'll get our guys up here. Thanks, guys. Okay, we now move to presentations. Our presentations are the men's and women's 3,000 metres. Our men's 3,000 metre champion, joining Will Potter and Harry Summers as the champion of the 3,000 metres. Visiting us from Ireland are presented by Trevor Vincent, Commonwealth Games and Olympic representative in the 3,000 metre steeplechase. Your winner, Sean Tobin of Ireland. So well done. And joining him as the winner of the women's 3,000 metres, the women's 3,000 metre trophy is right here. Joining that is Gemma Maney, previous winners Gemma Maney and also Natalie Rule. Michelle Finn, also of Ireland. We will ask both Michelle and Sean to stay on that podium with a photo with Trevor Vincent. So there are your winners, both of Ireland, our 3,000 metre winners. Unfortunately, we don't have the clock going. This one, the manual clock. We do have our photo finish timing going. Mitch, as they come around to you next lap, I'm going to get you to pick up our leaders. But again, that was our 3,000 metre winners. Sean Tobin and Michelle Finn, both of Ireland. There is some cash incentives involved there, and they'll be presented later on to the athletes.
Yeah, thanks for that, Wolsey. That is Jessica Jason out the front there, right behind Charlotte Wilson. Steph Condagonis in second place there. So these girls have been ticking away nicely. Congratulations to the winners of the men's and women's A 3,000 metres, both from Ireland. And these girls are starting to move through. Unsure what the pace is here since the main clock down here at the start line isn't running, but we can try and have a guess. I'm very good at that. But we'll wait for the girls to come past. We'll start to get the rest of the bib numbers. But it is Jessica Jason, the only one who's going with Charlotte Wilson, who's doing a great job of pacemaking again. A very thankless job, so thank you so much for helping out here. So the rest of the field comes past me now, and that's Jessica Main there of Diamond Valley, and right next to her is Lauren Connell of Essendon. Also there is Rebecca Bagley of Glen Huntley. So these girls are going to work really well together in that second pack. But out the front, Wolsey, it is Jessica Jason. Charlotte Wilson still ticking along. I'm unsure how long she's going for, but Jason definitely taking full advantage of that.
So unfortunately, as I said, Mitch, we don't have the trackside clock going, but we do have the official timing working upstairs. So we will get some updates at the end of this one. We do have the official timing upstairs. And of course, Results Hub, AV Results Hub is live tonight, so results are getting updated as races finish. We also have the live stream, of course, coming out thanks to Athletics Exclusive. Those guys are fantastic in presenting athletics all around the country for us. So it looks like about 1,400 metres to go now. Charlotte Wilson's done a great job out here in pacemaking out in front. The quick start of this one even caught our lap timers off guard there. We didn't have the lap counter up a few times, but now it's back up and going, and we're all systems go. The chase pack at the moment, though, has a good little group there. It looks like Jess Main to me. Steph Condagonis also in there. And they're trying to work their way up. The gap's still about 30 metres to Charlotte Wilson. And also your leader, as you've talked about there, which is, of course, Jessica Jason, I believe.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Nick. And now we start to see our Glenn Huntley, athletics athlete, starting to move through, which is Rebecca Bagley. So she's going to take up the running in that second pack there. But it is Jessica Jason, who's more than comfortable to sit behind Charlotte Wilson, who's been rolling around for a while now, looking quite comfortable at that as we start to see Ebony Dodemy start to come through the finish line now, and right behind her is Monique Goldsworthy of Williamstown. So Charlotte Wilson, she's still looking really strong, placemaking there. Jessica Jason, as I said, taking full advantage of that. But ever so slightly, I believe this second pack behind Jessica Jason is starting to pick up a little bit of distance, maybe just a few metres, but gives you the world of confidence. And leading that chase is still Rebecca Bagley, Wolsey. So we'll see if they can maybe pick up a little bit on Jessica Jason as Charlotte Wilson finishes her stint in pacemaking, and a great job at that.
She did a great job taking them through 2K. I'm going to get some update from some of these coaches over here in a minute what our running time is. But out in front, Jessica Johnson still leads them. As you said, Begley's the one chasing it with Jessica Main. And also it looks like Lauren Connell to me, possibly. They're your three chasers at the moment. And they've kept that gap at about the 20 metres. Condagonis next on the track. Then back to also one of our young Williamstown athlete there in Bursey. The Collingwood athlete in Murray Bartlett next. There's a big group here, Ebony Dodemaid, Goldsworthy of Williamstown. So they're going to come through the bell. They've gone through there with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go, Mitch.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, Wolsey, and these girls are starting to dig into the lead that was created by Jessica Jason, who's done a lot of the work. Charlotte Wilson definitely did a fair share of pacemaking there, and that's fantastic to see, but Jessica Jason was the only one who wanted to go with that, and hopefully she can reap the rewards of that effort. But she has about a 20-metre lead, which slowly is getting chewed away. It might even be down to 15 soon. So Jessica Jason definitely doing a lot of the hard work on her own, and leading that pack there is Jessica Main of Diamond Valley, and on her right-hand shoulder is Lauren Connell of Athletics Essendon. So these girls also are going to be the ones who are chasing after Jessica Jason, but with 600 metres to go, 15-metre lead, as I said, it's slowly getting chipped away at. But Jessica Jason, more than comfortable to be able to do this on her own, Wolsey. Have you got any information for us over there?
At 8:17 running time, so 8:19 now. So the girls have been working out there without a clock for the whole way. No one's even been yelling out here at the 200. So this is genuine been running for field. Charlotte Wilson did a great job in leading them. And right now it looks like Lauren Connell and Jessica Main are the two that are going to join Jessica Jason with a lap to go. So they're going to go through. It's going to be 8:40. It's going to be about 8:50 when they get through and get the bell. So some really good running here for the girls. Sub 10 minutes is outside possibility too. 8:45 it is. So 8:45. Lauren Connell goes to lead. Jessica Main next. The hard running work of Jessica Jason just hurting the legs a little bit now. But 300 metres remaining. Lauren Connell and Jessica Main. They've come in with seed times of 10, 15 and 10 minutes. Can they go under and hit a 9-minute something, Mitch?
Well, they're working really well off each other, and they have done working off Jessica Jason, who now has given away about 10, 15 metres, which has done so much work, which is an amazing race. But at the front here, we have to give respect to the fact that Lauren Connell and Jessica May have bided their time beautifully. And Jessica May now, Diamond Valley, goes around the outside, and she goes bang. She's not waiting for anybody. So she's put 5 metres on Lauren Connell now. Jessica May went over to look at the race clock, but I'm not entirely sure what they're at.
9:35, Mitch. 9:35. So she's going to go well under 10 minutes.
Easily in the realm of possibility here for Jessica May. So she comes around, 100 metres to go. Behind her, Lauren Connell of Essendon, not done with yet, but I think it's going to be Jessica Main of Diamond Valley. Lauren Connell not done with. Jessica Main digging in, though, and it's going to be the Diamond Valley athlete, so well done to Jessica Main. You give us a time, Wolsey, if you can. Lauren Connell.
57, 57,
there we go,
58.
9:57. Lauren Connell there.
The first two will go sub 10.
Jessica Jason, who did so much of the work early, comes through the line. A fantastic run from her. Our Glen Huntley Athletics Club athlete and Rebecca Bagley is going to take it out now with 20 metres to go. And great running from everyone. Shauna Parley now also coming through the line. Steph Condon-Gonis, 100 metres to go. So a lot of great racing. As you said, Wolsey, it was really all based off feel. People not yelling out times or not being able to watch it. You just got to trust your body and know you're going the pace, which is probably one of the harder things that you can do. But all kudos to the girls. Great racing as they keep coming through the line here.
Stephanie Condon-Gonis there. Alicia Bursey. Akana Bartlett there next through also. Good group of runners there. And Goldsworthy will round out this field here in the B race. So again, apologies we had no clock running there. We'll get up and going for the next heat. And it will be heat 3 of our men's 3,000 metres will be the next one on the track. I tell you what though, as I wandered around the track there, Mitch, it is actually prime conditions right now to run fast. The sun's gone. There is not a breath of wind here at Box Hill. I don't know how they do it here.
Yeah, it's just magic in the air, Wolsey. It's magic in the air.
So this Box Hill Track Classic is living up to its name again, the home of PBs. And again, we'll call this field as they get underway. And it's a big field. It's a field of 17, this next one. And I see plenty of Box Hill colours amongst them. So as they set up with this next one, Mitch, look, what are we looking at here? If someone can dip under 8:30, they'll be very happy. So what's that, 250 pace, isn't it? 250k pace.
You'll be very happy there's no PBs here under 8:30. A few floating about. Samuel Toll of Glen Huntley at an 8:34 on the sheet here. So fair few Box Hill athletes as well, which you'd love to see. Personal favourite would have to be Josh McLeod, so hopefully he can put a great race together. But the boys on the start line here, we have a field of 17, so it's going to be a lot of hustle and bustle unless they can string out early, which I can't imagine happening as everybody wants to try and get towards the front. So we'll see if everybody can keep clean feet.
We're just making sure this time that we can get the trackside clock She's just got something special about her. You know, Craig Mottram showing that he knows how to coach a little bit shorter distance. The 800 she's doing well in, but I think she's got a real future ahead of her. Plenty of juniors out tonight actually have had eye-catching runs like we talked about, but Claudia Hollingsworth for me was, pretty special.
But I think it's worth mentioning as well. I know we mentioned his name, and he's got a bend named after him here at this track, the horse, but he's thrown a lot of his athletes in to do pacemaking duties, which is not easy to do. So massive thank you to everybody who's been out here and helping out with the pacemaking. I'm sure we have a few more rolling through for the 3Ks to come. And also, as you've mentioned earlier, the officials, the people who put this event on, everybody who works behind the scenes, thanks so much for running an event like this. It's been successful for 3 years, and I'm sure it'll be successful for 30 to come. So thank you so much, everybody who helps out, and whether that's with pacing or officiating or even competing and being the parents to bring the kids down here. Thank you so much. And hey, we've still got a few cracking races to come, including this one right now, Aussie.
That's right. I mean, the AV officials that were out here tonight, it was 5 o'clock. It was 39 degrees, and they were setting up the event. So those who've just wandered in now, down in Geelong. We saw some excellent running in Geelong on the weekend. We've seen many of the Geelong Guild guys back up. They come from Geelong Guild. Tell you what, that heating up stay, well, they must get some frequent flyer points and petrol travel each time they come up here to Box Hill, because they have not missed a Box Hill meet, I reckon, for the last 2.5 years.
Well, what point do they get hot? They've been heating up, but are they hot now? I think they must be, because, geez, they're out and about everywhere, and they're winning a fair few of these races. So good to see a lot of squads coming together as well. And as we said earlier, a lot of the time here is just about running fast or figuring out tactics, and championship season's just around the corner. And a lot of state championships and national championships for the people lucky enough to qualify. So these sort of meets play a great host to being able to both qualify and also sort yourself out for those meets coming up. And I'm sure you would have seen a fair bit over your time, Aussie, that these play an integral role in being able to do that for young athletes.
Well, I think tonight you're possibly seeing at least potentially 3 or 4 Tokyo Olympians this year runners. I mean, we're not talking about just good up and coming runners here. We're talking about some of the elite. Some have already proven themselves and are right on the cusp of making that team. They just need to prove themselves at nationals. Others are, it could be a last-minute flyer to make those teams. And we haven't just seen them Australian representatives. We've got guys like Sean Tobin, Michelle Finn, who might step right up and make the Irish team, we had some Great Britain athletes in earlier. I'm just trying to think who else we had. That's right. No, plenty of talent. And of course, what a privilege to have our Athletics International stars come and present the medals. So, Trevor Vincent, I don't think there's been a distance run event in Australia that hasn't been affected by Trevor Vincent over the last 50 years. Charlene Rendina was here earlier, Susan Hobson. Marion O'Shaughnessy presented earlier on the evening. And of course, Terry Cater. So we've been blessed by our presenters as well. As Sarah Klein wraps up the Athletes International banner here. Does a great job herself, not yet retired.
Must be meaning business now, I would say, Nick, because your hat has been firmly on that bald head of yours facing forward. It's now backwards as the men now get ready to launch here in the 3000.
Okay, we're just going on a manual start here, so we won't have photo finish on this one. It'll be a manual start, but the clock will be going on the infield. So that'll be helping us out. It's a big field here. We've talked about a couple of the names to watch. Buckeridge is the one for me. He's got a big kick. The man's got a big kick. And they're away. So we've got Will Garbalotto of Sandringham Athletics. Dam Diol, of course, his dad's on the camera tonight. We talked about that earlier. Jazz Diol does the great work for the AV photography. Josh McLeod of Box Hill, bit of a local favourite. Alexander Ritchie of Box Hill. Benjamin Baisha, we've seen the Baisha name go around tonight really well. Michael Kernahan of Mentone. This kid does not stop running. He just goes and goes and goes. Brett Ellis of Williamstown. Clary McIntyre of Box Hill Athletic Club. John Portwood of Doncaster, Sam Quirkson Stevens, Sam Toll, Glenn Huntley, Dougie Buckeridge, the man I mentioned earlier, Matthew Schaumburg of Western Athletics, Nick Fiddler, Wendouree, Josh Clayton, Glen Huntly Athletic Club, Jacob Bell, Keelos and Bernards, Tom McFarlane of Glen Huntly round out our field of 17. Kang Nyack was out in the front to do the pacemaking, but Michael Kernahan says, it's not fast enough for me. Michael Kernahan, I don't think I've ever seen a braver runner in Athletics Victoria cross-country road running track. He just goes from the front. I reckon he's one of the Sean Williams crew down there in the Mentone area, and he has a serious crack, Mitch, as they go through the first lap in about 67.
I know you've mentioned it earlier tonight, Wolsey, but I'm just going to plug absolutely massively right now the metronome, Michael Kernahan. He waits for no man. He holds no prisoners, Michael Kernahan, and he's going over the pace. And we love to see that, a bit of tenacity here. Kang Nowak happy to take the rest of the field, I suppose, if Mickey Kernahan's ready to go around. But it's Sam Toll who had the fastest PB coming into this. Doug Buckeridge looking really good. J-Mac in there too. Clary McIntyre at the back here. But Mickey Kernahan, he's no stranger to leading. He's won a few of these doing this, so hopefully he can double it up again here, Wolsey. But he doesn't. He's not interested in the pacemaking. He's happy to do it himself.
Yeah, look,
Take the singlet, I'll take it.
I love the brave running. He's a really brave runner out in front. Kang Nyack pacemaked our last boys through, and he's back here again. I reckon that's probably Sam Toll, the next on the track, the Glen Huntly boy. I reckon it's then also Brett Ellis of Williamstown. Doug Buckeridge, sporting a very, very sleek headband there on the inside. On his outside, also in the headband, is one of the other Box Hill boys there, Alexander Ritchie. I've missed him a few times in the calls this season, so I'm not going to leave him out tonight. Alexander Ritchie just goes unassuming in his ways and also always comes home quite well. One of those Scotch boys there, it is Baisha, I reckon. Also sitting there. I'm going to stay over here at the 200, Mitch, and you can call them down the front straight as the light just slowly diminishes here at Box Hill.
Yeah, they've come right through. Wolsey on 8:30 pace, so they're all definitely on PB pace here. Kang Nowak now takes back the lead as the pacemaker, but Michael Kernahan isn't going to spot him any distance whatsoever. Alexander Ritchie at Box Hill on the outside there, and on the inside of him there is Brett Ellis. So 2:52 on the clock right now. Michael Kernahan more than happy to sit on the outside, and I always think it's extremely noble what Michael Kernahan does. He's happy to stay to his pace, and hopefully he can take the win, and all hats off to him. That's hard to do, but the rest of the boys are more than happy to string out like a nicely chugging choo-choo train, and we'll see if the wheels can get turning and the smoke keeps blowing. But these boys are actually moving here. They might even be rolling underneath the 8:30 pace soon enough, and it looks like there's going to be a lot of people feeling the pinch maybe later on, or benefiting from the fact that they haven't had to do much work. But Kang Nowak, he's done a great job. He's raced tonight, and this is his second pacemaking duty. Obviously more than happy to do that. From my side, I can't see who's tucked in behind there, but it doesn't look like Michael Kernahan, Nick.
It does. John Portwood's the Doncaster man that I didn't pick on the earlier call. He's not far off it. The Box Hill athlete and Alexander Ritchie now moves up behind Sam Toll of Glen Huntly. So it's Toll, Ritchie, Kernahan, the tall striding Doncaster athlete in Portwood, and also Ellis of Williamstown. They're our front group at the moment. Buckeridge not far off it. He'll kick strong home. He doesn't want to get himself too far back. Baisha. And then there's now a little bit of a split after our first 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The second pack of 5. And now we've got a couple that have just dropped off, unfortunately. Sam Quirk amongst them with a bit of work to do. Matt Schaumburg included in Clary McIntyre. But they come through here now. Kang Nyack doing a great job as he runs past the SSH tent there. So the St Stephen's man, he's got the headband on. He's doing a great job. Alexander Ritchie behind him. Ellis, Toll, Kernahan. Now getting amongst it, the one I haven't called the whole race, Josh McLeod. So Josh McLeod goes past the Steve Ellinghouse corner. He goes past the girls sitting on the table. He's very familiar with this part of the track. Baisha, Portwood. Buckeridge now is the last of that group. He's got a little bit of work to do to make sure they don't get too far back, because there's a little bit of split behind Ritchie in second.
Rolling past me now here, Nick, and I'm looking in Josh McDonald's eyes, and he said he wants it. He's looking extremely good here. Kang Nowak, though, he's been doing an incredible job at pacemaking, and he's been doing it all night. Alexander Ritchie right in behind there, and on the inside of him, of course, is Samuel Toll, the man with the fastest PB in this race. But these boys are starting to creep up now. They're starting to work their way through. Brett Ellis, he's been around the mark the whole time. He's had a sniff, and we'll see if he can sniff the whole race out here. So we're going to see Kang Nowak. He's still in front. Samuel Toll behind him there. And it's also Alexander Ritchie. So these boys haven't moved around too much. And we start to see Josh McDonald now on the outside of our Williamstown athlete on the inside there. And behind him is an old Scotch, I believe it is Ben Baisha. So we'll see how these boys roll through. They're around the other side, but they're coming back to me here. Kang Nowak, not sure how long he's going for, but he's had a red-hot crack at this one. Samuel Toll in behind there. Alexander Ritchie still in third place. Josh McDonald bridging that gap. He can't afford to have a gap here now. These boys have got to start to work because Kang Nowak will step off at some point, and it's any man's race from there. So Josh McDonald on the back now. We got Old Scotch athlete just off them there. Alexander Ritchie on the outside now. Samuel Toll. Ritchie's going to ask the question. Does he have an answer? I'm not sure. 2 laps to go here, and the boys now are going to start moving. This is when the ball starts rolling, Nick, and this is where it gets exciting.
Yeah, look, you've called it really well there. Josh McLeod, though, he's the one that really wants to run a big PB tonight. He's an 8:39 man. He's chasing Toll, who's got an 8:34 best. Baisha sits behind them. He's an 8:49 man. So he's starting to feel the pinch with 700 to go, but Baisha doesn't want to give up. Ritchie now assumes the lead. So Alexander Ritchie looking to go 8:35. Toll 8:34. Back to McLeod 8:39, and Baisha the one who's going the big distance. Ellis is next. Kernahan, Buckeridge. I don't reckon I've called the Glenn Huntley colours the whole way. The second Glenn Huntley man, apologies, and that's Jason Clayton. Back to them is also Christie of Doncaster, and that's where the race probably at the moment will be. Alexander Ritchie, though, 10 metres he's now put on Toll. McLeod doesn't want to give up. Baisha, Kernahan plugging away with Ellis. Buckeridge a bit too far at the bell, that's for sure. But it's the head-banded man in Ritchie. 7:23 at the bell. Can he get under that 8:30? So Ritchie goes for it. Toll and McLeod. Baisha next. Kernahan and also Ellis. Mitch Dyer, it's all yours.
I think we're going to watch something special here. Alexander Ritchie, though, he is flying. I haven't seen someone put the jets on like this in a 3,000 in a long time. He's put 25 metres on them. Toll behind him there. Josh McDonald on his way to a huge PB if he can keep this up. And Baisha behind him. So maybe these three behind Ritchie could push each other to a fast time. Mickey Kernahan not done with yet. He's going to keep moving around for a fast time. But Alexander Ritchie looks like he's just started a 200-metre rep. He is flying. 150-metre goes on the hoof bend. He's going to move his way around. I think that's Baisha. Josh McDonald pushes him out of the way. He's got to keep moving now. These boys at the back. Alexander Ritchie makes some noise. This is tough running. 8:20 on the clock. He's on for a huge PB here. 23, 24. Baisha. Josh McDonald at the back, but it's Ritchie with 8:27. Baisha's going to move his way through. Josh McDonald, Samuel Toll, 32, 33. 34 on the clock. That is flying. Mickey Kernahan coming through now. Doug Buckeridge behind him there. And now we start to see Johnny Portwood and the boys coming through. 8:44 on the clock. This is moving. These boys are going to be happy with these times. Some outside their PB, but a tough night of racing as we start to see Durham Diol make his way through at about an 8:55, 8:56. Quirk as well. Might just dip under the 9 minutes, and he does there. Fantastic racing there, Wolsey. I'll tell you what, there'll be a fair few boys there who'll be stoked with that.
Well, I'm going to reckon that Ben Baisha's just given himself a 15-second PB there. Not many people complain about that sort of running. But Alexander Ritchie on his home track, all class. I've watched him do a lot of work here. He does a lot of work solo here. But he wasn't the headbanded man from Box Hill that I tipped pre-race. I thought Buckeridge might have been the one, but Alexander Ritchie, that was a really good run tonight. He matched it with actually the first. He matched it with a lot of the guys in that second heat earlier on. He was right amongst them. As I said, 15-second PB to Baisha. And some terrific racing. Toll, Kernahan. They're all willing to have a dip, and that's what it's about here at Box Hill. The Track Classic, the home of the PB.
Well, we've kept the trend going, Woolsey. Again, another race with plenty of PBs rolling through. I don't think we've had one without at least one or two of them. So a great night of racing here as the temperature drops. See everybody warming down and starting to get their cool downs in, and it's honestly been a phenomenal night of racing. We've still got a few 3Ks left to go. The lights are on. It is beautiful temperature given this time of night. It would still be sitting around that 30-degree mark, maybe a bit lower now. No wind. Everything is just picture perfect as we start to move into this next men's 3,000 metres.
Yeah, I think we've got ourselves 6 races to go. 5 men's, 1 women's, I think. If my maths is right, it is pretty hard now to start reading the dark. I reckon that looks about right. I just love it again, as I said, when people are looking at their watch and putting the arms up when they're finishing 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in a field, because they're just excited about personal best. That's what this meet's about. And there's been plenty of it tonight.
Hey, Durham. Good job.
Yeah, and it's just been, you know, phenomenal race tactics as well, Wolsey. We've seen a whole range of them. We saw Michael Kernahan go out and go his own pace, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's running a PB out there. We saw McDonald way towards the back and make his way through, so it's really good to see people finding their own zone and finding their own place in the races and being able to see it out. We're about to get underway here in the 4th heat of the men's 3,000 metres. Field of 19, and we'll call them out as they get moving.
Yeah, it's our men's section 4 here. For those on the far side of the track, it is hard to tell at the moment. It's our men's section 4. We'll try to give you the best visuals that we can. I might get you, Mitch, to stay on that front straight. I'll wander back over the 200 again in a minute. We're ready to start the race, Mitch. I'll let you go that first couple of 100 metres, Mitch, and I'll be back over with you in a minute. In this one, Mitch, we've got Jack Armstrong, Jai Hadfield, Ben Ludbrook, Lockie Morehouse. Lockie Morehouse, I reckon that's the name. It's been writing some pretty cool stuff about the track and field action in Victoria lately. Matt Buckle, Zach Norton, Archie Lawrence, Jordan Mayston, Kieran Hesse, Caleb Sin. We've seen the Sin family go around well tonight. Bailey Morell, Tom Bowers, Freddie Leeton, Kirk Shanahan, Reese Hadfield, Mason Scott, Harry Bowen, Jack Heim, and also Jaron Hobbs.
Yeah, and they're all nicely bunched here, Wolsey. They're going to really, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they're really just going to relish the opportunity to sit behind Kang Nowak. He's become a bit of a metronome as well, and it's a large pack. And it's going to be a tough one to be able to see from over here. I'm getting you a little bit confused, I think, because I see another man around the corner with the yellow hat. I think it's you. I think it's the horse. So we're about to roll through here. Kang Nowak, geez, he's got a fair volume of work in here. And I'll be able to read him a little bit better as they move around. But they're nicely strung out and no one seems to be pushing or shoving. They're all just happy enough to be able to sit on the inside there, not have to do any extra work, not really have to think too much at all, and just enjoy the ride. So I'll be able to get them a little bit better now coming into the straight. Obviously Kang Nowak doing the pace work, and it's our Doncaster athlete tucked in right behind him, and that is Caleb Sin. Behind him there in Mentone is Lockie Morehouse, who you mentioned, and right in the middle of that pack there for Box Hill is Kieran Hesse. So these boys moving around very nicely. Oh, there's a bit of a move out to lane 3 there. You want to get yourself in as quickly as possible. And biggest field of the night, Wolsey, and they all seem to be navigating it pretty well.
Yeah, that was Jaron Hobbs of Geelong Guild making a nice big move out wide. Used the straight there to make some good ground. Now try and tuck in a second. But look, you're right here. This is a big field. It's a little bit dark over that side as well. So maybe you can sneak a few places while your opposition aren't watching you. Might be the way to go, but he said Kang Nowak doing a great job out there. Really even pace running as they go through now. 800 metres in 2:20, 2:22. So really even running. It's a tight pack still. We haven't stick one. I'll get you to pull it out front straight over back across to the back again. We haven't got to turn long down ourselves short today. We're doing our own family and stuff and all the questions. Later in the evening, we are pretty ready.
Yeah, so it's a great job over here. So Kang Nowak, he's going to lead it out. Lockie Morehouse tucked in beautifully behind him. We've got a few old Scotch boys, and that is Tom Bowers on the outside. And Ross Adley looking extremely comfortable there, and Jai Hadfield as well. So these boys, more than happy. It's sort of nice to have towards the middle of the track. Towards the front there, one there that hasn't been a lot, and they obviously worked hard to get towards the front, got the gun. And he starts there now, who we mentioned is Tom Bowers. Coming out of Old Scotch, the all red kids, very hard to get early in the season. A lot of them got from others, obviously pulled back, so no one's have to go. A little bit of shame, to be honest, but that's all right. We'll go Tom Bowers. On the outside there, Lockie Morehouse tucked in behind Kang Nowak, who I think will take them through maybe 2K. We'll see how he goes, as I said.
Lockie Morehouse doing a great job. It is there in second. Mitch, Lockie Morehouse, the Mentone athlete, now takes the lead. Tom Bowers, the one behind him. It's our Essendon athlete there, I reckon, in Mason Scott through in third, piloting this field beautifully. Really good tempo. Again, another move, and you might want to call that one. There's a fast move there into fourth. You might pick up that hip number as they come past you, and Hobbs of Geelong Guild about fifth or sixth.
Yeah, and I've got them here, Nick, and I'll be able to read them out to you as they've come past. A lot of boys looking the goods there, but one to make a move is Mason Scott of Athletics Essendon, and he's found himself in a very comfortable position indeed. So a few starting to find their way off the back of the pack, or I should say the train, because it's very nicely strung out. Baisha to the front now, in behind him, as we mentioned, our Essendon athlete, and he's going to take the benefit of being right in behind Baisha. Morehouse, I believe, still in third place or around there. Wolsey, you might have a better look at it than I do, but now it starts to break up, and this long line of boys starts to get moving. There would be about 9 or 10 still in that front one. Can they latch back on here, that second group? And I think they might, and that's a Glenn Huntley athlete. If my eyes don't deceive me, the backpack's starting to make a group of 3, so...
So Mitch, Caleb Sins, the Doncaster athlete there, who's moved up well. As I said, we've seen the Sins go around well tonight already. The Donvale boys train there at Doncaster with Wadden, of course.
Thank you.
In fourth there as well, I reckon it might have been Matt Buckle in the Bendigo colours. As I said, I think now maybe you call front straight, I'll call back. That's about all we can see now. Our vision is slightly dropped on these fields.
Yeah, and they're going to go all through here. I'll try and get a look at the clock, but that's Matt Bucknell as well from Bendigo. So he's starting to make a bit of a move around the outside, and he's going to put himself into third place there. And as you very well mentioned, Doncaster athlete there in fourth place, but Baisha took over about 600, 700 metres to go and hasn't turned a shoulder since. He's more than happy to start to put a little bit of pressure on, start to crank the wheels up. And it's only Bucknell, who looks like from Bendigo, who's made his way through the pack very nicely and very discreetly, can I say as well. He's going to move into second place. Our Athletics Essendon athlete in Mason Scott, he's going to sit there in third. And it's a race in 5, you would say, at the moment, Wolsey. I can't see a lot of movement in that second pack.
It's Ben Ludbrook on the back of that group there in fifth. So Ben Ludbrook really good. Tom Bowers, those the one out in front. Stop. Campbell Grammar Boy, the former Campbell Grammar Boy, now running for Old Scotch. So Tom Bowers in front. Sins there about again. You might want to grab the hip numbers for me one more time. And Ludbrook is the one that's moved into fifth, just going past Scott.
Well, Bowers and Buckridge, more than happy to... Oh, sorry, I should say Bucknell. My bad, or Buckell. He's more than happy to tuck right in, and I think he's looking extremely comfortable. He's right on his shoulder there. He's moved his way through beautifully. Nobody's really taken a notice, but they're taking a notice now as Bowers is getting pushed, but he doesn't want to relinquish the lead either. So it's going to be a very interesting development over the last 700 metres. So they come around to the back straight for the second last time, Wolsey, and they've put about 20, 25 metres in, and they can't really decide who wants to take the lead. I think it's Bowers.
Oh, look, Buckle's doing a great job there on the outside of Bowers. Sins next, Ludbrook with him. The Essendon runner we talked about, Scott, and now it's our Glenn Huntley man making a big move there in Jack Heim. Hobbs out wide from Guild still there. The Hadfield boys in that group chasing. But out in front at the moment, it's still all Bowers and Buckle. So Bowers and Buckle, 500 metres to go, I reckon, with you, Mitch.
Yeah, and Bowers has done a lot of work, and he's happy to sit on the inside. But Buckage, the Bendigo athlete, they've put about 30 metres into the rest of the pack, and he's looking extremely good. His arm carries beautiful. Bowers looking extremely strong at the front too, though, so it's hard to separate. 7:36, 37, 38, 39 on the clock here as they go through. So they're on for a fast time, these two. We'll see what the last lap can produce. 44 for that next pack. So everybody's on here, but I think it's going to be a race in 2 at the front. Bowers looking really comfortable as he comes into the back straight for the last time. He's now starting to move away. He looked a little bit tired about 600 metres to go, and he must have caught a second wind here. Buckage now. He's going to try, or Buckell, I should say. My apologies. He's going to try and move, but he's starting to break a little bit. Wolsey, 200 to go.
So these boys have got PBs of 8:52 and 8:55. They're well inside that at the moment. They're 8:12 with 200 to go. The race is on in third. Himes come from a long way back, and he's now joined the Bendigo athlete there, of course. The other one we have there, Eureka athlete in Ludbrook. So that's the battle for third. But Tom Bowers, he's led for a long way. He's going to take this one home from Buckle. So Tom Bowers, very impressive run. I reckon he might be one of the Lightfoot crew that run here. Of course, Dave Lightfoot's got a really good class. Runners from Old Scotch. 8:40, 8:41, 42, 44 now, 45. So we're talking about a 10-second PB there out in front. Heim flew through really fast to finish third. And then a group including the Hadfield boys, as I said. Hobbs amongst the group as well, and also Scott.
Yeah, and a lot of very tired boys crossing the line here, Wolsey, but a lot under the 9-minute mark as well. So I think there'd be a few people walking away extremely satisfied, and great racing from Bowers. He did a lot of the work early, as I mentioned. Not easy to do and not easy to be able to sustain. So the fact that he was able to do both is extremely impressive and something that he'll be very happy with. But it didn't come without a challenge, so he's definitely grit his teeth and done an amazing job there. So well done from all the boys as we start to see the tail end of the field make their way through as we see Freddie Leeton now come through the line. So well done, Freddie. And everybody competing tonight. These are trying conditions, so to even get out here is an amazing effort, and you should be very proud. So well done, boys. We see our Box Hill athlete now. He's going to round out the field. Hip number 1, Jack Armstrong. So well done, fellas. And Wolsey, we get ready for the women's 3,000.
So we've got our last women's race on the track over here now, Mitch. We've got some pace again. Charlotte Wilson, who did such a great job of the 2K earlier on with our second women's race of the night, I think it was. She's going to help out with the pace here again. This group here, we're looking sort of, we'll wait to see what the pace rolls out, but I think anyone here would be very happy with that sort of sub 10:30. They'd be wrapped with a sub 10:30, in fact. Sort of 10:40 might be the tempo they sit out front. A lot of runners in here in that 11-minute range. I think we'll just stick as much as we can, Mitch. We might try to get you to call them as they head down the front straight. I'll try to pick them up at the 300, and we'll just give the best eyes we can on this one. We'll just put the best eyes we can as they go around. It's going to be tough. Tough calling. I lie, there's 2 races to go, Mitch. I'm missing a start sheet for this one. Apologies, as I've just been reminded by the girls here. There are 2 women's races to go. Mitch, if you can grab us a start sheet over there, that'd be great. I think we're without a start sheet for this one in mind. Or I might just grab the starters over here just for the race call. So sorry to get those girls excited who are in the 4th heat. This is, of course, the 3rd heat. The 3rd heat of the women's for 3,000 metres. So we are looking at somewhere around that 10:20 or quicker here. So this is ladies heat 3 of the 3,000 metres. 10:20 comes in with our quicker seed time. We've got a few of the girls there at that 10:20 sort of time. So might have gone the early crow a little bit earlier there, Mitch. It looks like we've still got 6 races to come. 4 men's and 2 women's still to come. Again, just waiting for our all clear from upstairs. Our AV officials doing some tremendous work here in the slightly light deprived conditions. Well, every girl in a rush there to get into lane 1 very quickly. So from the inside, you've got Rosie Davidson, Abby Goldsworthy of Williamstown, Saskia Lloyd of South Melbourne, Cass Mester of Wellington, Mia White, Western Athletics, Aisha Kassaby of Box Hill, Sophie Coltish of Geelong Guild. We saw her brother go around the 800 earlier. Olivia Weston of Knox, Brianna Kroll of Box Hill, Tess Rhodes of Deakin, Chelsea Saw of Melbourne University, Rebecca Barry of Frankston. Also amongst, we've got a couple of pacemakers. I see Charlotte Wilson out there again, setting the tempo up front. I also see Lucinda Rourke rolling around the middle of that pack, helping out with some pace, maybe with the second bunch, if they potentially break off a little bit later on. But yeah, 10:20 is what we're looking at here for the girls. If they can get around that mark, there'll be some girls very happy with their personal bests.
Yeah, and they're very nicely strung out there. Charlotte Wilson back out for the pacing. She did a lot of early pace work tonight, and she actually ran a fair bit of the distance. So it's good to see her back out there again. Field nicely strung out. Couldn't quite get a read on who that was around the outside. Thank you, Geordie. And yeah, these girls looking extremely comfortable. Perfect conditions for it. Hopefully everybody warming down will throw some support to everybody on the track. And still got a great crowd here and a beautiful night for racing. So as they come through the 400 metres, Charlotte Wilson doing a great job out in front. This pack's starting to separate maybe just a little bit, but it's very early, so it's very quickly to be able to bridge the gap. So
yeah,
as they come past
Sophie
me
Coltish
here,
and
I'll get a
Matt
much...
Goldsworthy, the second and third runners there, Mitch. So Sophie Coltish setting right on the pace. With also Abby Goldsworthy.
That's Brianna Kroll there leading the second pack, I'll call it, with the much larger field tucked in behind her there. So a few unattached athletes here as well, but looking quite smooth. The lights on down here at Box Hill. Good to see them working and in their full glory here tonight.
So down the back straight, Sophie Coltish, the Geelong Guild athlete, Abby Goldsworthy of Williamstown. They're the two that are willing to go with the pack at the moment. I'll trust you that that's Brianna Kroll there of also Box Hill. I've missed one there. It might be Cass Mester also of Wellington amongst that group. At the moment, we've broken into three little groups here. So 3 groups, Mitch. The pack's really opened up quite a bit.
They're about to come around me here, Wolsey. They started to separate a little bit. Charlotte Wilson still at the front there. The girls looking extremely comfortable. So Sophie Coltish, Abby Goldsworthy, Rosie Davidson, and Tess Rhodes. As you said earlier, leading that is Brianna Kroll from Box Hill. So see if they might be able to bridge the gap. There's still plenty of racing left, and separation isn't always final. So we'll see if any of these girls can bridge it through. Beck Barry sitting at the back of that second pack, so maybe she could be the one to inject some pace, but I think it will come at some point, as I think the pace is starting to heat up, maybe coming around towards you there, Nick. You start to see one of our athletes fall a little bit off the back there. Not a lot to be worried, but you don't want to give too much space to a quality field. So Charlotte Wilson will keep ticking the legs over, and we'll see how many can hold on and how long she's going to go for as we see that athlete now get right back on there.
Yeah, look, it's Rosie Davidson. I incorrectly called a bit earlier. Rosie Davidson is the athlete sitting in third there behind Coltish and Goldsworthy. And then back behind them, it's Tess Rhodes. So that's your lead group. It's Coltish, Goldsworthy, Davidson, and also Rhodes in your front pack of 4. And that now goes back to a second pack there. We've got 6 athletes in that second pack, with our Wellington athletes quite prominent there, being Cass Mester. As they come past you, Mitch, that gap looks like it's about 30 metres to that second pack. Maybe you can try to pick up some hip numbers on our second pack of who's leading through. As you mentioned, Beck Barry's one of those 5 athletes now that are in our second pack.
Yeah, and it's still Coltish there at the front, Wolsey, looking really good. And we have a new leader towards the front of this pack, and I believe that's Chelsea Saw leading that second pack there. Beck Barry also remaining contact, but Coltish at the front looking extremely comfortable. Abby Goldsworthy as well up in the mix. So these girls, we didn't quite get a look at the time, and I'll be a little bit more observant of that the next time they come around. Charlotte Wilson still at the front.
Mitch, they've gone through 1,500 in 5:07, so they're going through a pretty solid click here for that 10:20 we talked about. So through 1,500 metres, 5:07. It's Coltish, Goldsworthy, Davidson, and also our Deakin athlete there in Rhodes. The next group is led by our Melbourne University. It is Chelsea Saw, as you correctly called. Our Knox athletes next in Olivia Weston. Beck Barry amongst them. 2,743, Cass Mester. And then back to Brianna Kroll And that's our group at the moment. Saskia of South Melbourne, one of the next on the track, and 235 is Mia White of Western Athletics rounding out our field. But at the moment, the 4 in front on track for that 10.20. So 10.20 is very realistic still. Out the front, Charlotte Wilson doing an amazing job of piloting through and keeping the pace on for Coltish, Goldsworthy, Davidson, and also Rhodes.
Yeah, and we still have Sophie Coltish leading there as well. Tess Rhodes, Abby Goldsworthy, and Rosie Davidson. So Charlotte Wilson going to keep doing the work there. Chelsea Saw now starting to move through that pack. Beck Barry still there too, but it's still going to be Coltish, Goldsworthy, Rhodes, and Davidson. We're going to be that front 4, and they're all starting to change positions a little bit now. They've spotted Charlotte Wilson a little bit of distance, but not for long. They're going to pick her right back up. So I believe that that's going to be Tess Rhodes now moving into second place from what I can see on this side of the track, Nick. But all the girls obviously really feeding off each other well, feeling the energy and working to each other's rhythm, which can really help in these later parts of the stages, or later part of the race, I should say. Yeah, look, you're right. Rhodes is the one that's moved up onto the shoulder now of Goldsworthy. And Rhodes in that front pack of 4 is the one with the slowest of the PB, so she's really brave running. Back behind them, Chelsea Saw's now made a good move. So the Melbourne Uni runner, I think she's at the physiotherapist of Melbourne University, the next one 5th on the track. And she's heading up there, Olivia Weston in the chase group, with also Beck Barry not far away. But out in front, Tess Rhodes joins Goldsworthy, so the young junior from Williamstown. We've seen her sister Grace go around the 1 lap, the 400-metre specialist. The two younger Goldsworthy sisters love the 7.5 laps. So Goldsworthy, Rhodes, Coltish, they're all still there. Davidson, our visitor, I'm not sure where she's from. Might be the Sydney colours I saw on her. And Chelsea Saw is making ground up. She was 40 metres back. It's probably down to 25-30 now. Yeah, absolutely she is, Wolsey. Chelsea Saw has made up a lot of ground even in that last lap. So it'll be interesting to see whether she can keep that momentum going. She's brought back about a 40-metre gap. It's at about 20 metres now. So these group of 4 girls out in front have had the benefit of working off each other. Might start to feel a little bit of a 5th runner creeping up on their shoulder. So as we start to see the lead pack of 3 now, even one falling off the back there as they come around to you. I believe that is Tess Rhodes making a charge to the front of the pack. So she's going to start to do a little bit of work now. And I think that's still Sophie Coltish in second place. So she obviously did a lot of work early, but it's going to be Tess Rhodes now who takes up the charge, and Chelsea Saw still coming. Yeah, look, you're right. Rhodes has gone away with it by about 5 metres. Davidson, though, is the one now in second. So it's our visitor now, Davidson in second. Coltish and Goldsworthy, the 2 juniors, are in 3rd and 4th. And Chelsea Saw trying really hard to latch on. We've called Chelsea Saw for about the last 600. Can she latch on? Can she make a difference to this lead group? She's had to work really hard to do it because the pace was on early. But Tess Rhodes looking to lower that personal best of 10.29. She looks in great shape to do that this evening. They'll come through now. It'll be the bell. Well, Wolsey, they're about to come to the bell now. They're at 8.59, 9.901. And look at Chelsea Saw now, within about 15 metres of striking the leader there. But at the front, it's still Tess Rhodes. She's put about 5-10 metres on Rosie Davidson there in second place. So we'll start to see how that pans out. Over 300 metres to go. Rhodes looking extremely comfortable, though. As we mentioned throughout the night, people who tend to just bide their time away a little bit have benefited in the last 400 to 600 metres of this race. So Rhodes in first. But as I've said that now, Rosie Davidson, another athlete who's done a similar method, is now starting to creep up a little bit metre by metre. And speaking of metre by metre, Chelsea Saw about to move into 3rd place. So as they round the bend here, still Rosie, sorry, I take that back, still Tess Rhodes in front there. Rosie Davidson leading the charge in 2nd place. Chelsea Saw in 3rd place. There might be a little bit of work for her to do, but we're going to say it's Tess Rhodes. 120 metres to go. She will have a contest here, you'd say, from Rosie Davidson. But Tess Rhodes, she's bided her time, and now she's starting to move. She turns her head, has a look around, see how much room she's got. You've got a big Tess, so she looks fantastic. Well done to Tess Rhodes. I think she's going to take it out here. Rosie Davidson in a really fast finishing. Chelsea Saw is going to come through for 3rd, but congratulations to Tess Rhodes. A 10.19 on the clock. Rosie Davidson in 2nd place there with a 10.22. Chelsea Saw is going to come through for 3rd place there. And the rest of the girls come through now, as I can't quite call them, but a 10.28, 10.30. Coming through now is Olivia Wetson. So great running there. Beck Barry as well.
Mitch, I reckon that was a 10-second PB out in front for Tess Road. So, again, that's what we've been wanting to see tonight. She took it up to them. They went through in 5:07 for the 1500. They've run 10:19 probably. So she's run really well. She was at the back of that group. She was probably even fifth at one stage, probably through the first K, and made her way up beautifully. The other big mover, obviously, in the group there was Chelsea Saw. Probably had to do a little bit too much through that middle, or maybe that sort of, that 600 metres from about 2K to 2.6K to latch on. But another big mover and an eye-catching run in that women's third heat of the 3,000 metres.
Yeah, and it just continues the theme of great racing here at the home of the PBs. Still plenty of people as well here in the crowds, which is fantastic to see. And once again, they got here at 5 o'clock to help set up. The officials have done an amazing job at making sure that this meet runs spectacularly. So thank you so much to them, to the parents and everybody who supports all these athletes. It's also a very thankless job, so thank you so much to you and every single person who's pace made tonight. Thank you very much for being able to help people run fast times and be able to do what they do. I know Liam Cashin probably appreciated it as he walks past me now. So thank you so much to everybody who has helped out as we look to our next 3,000 metres of the men's here on the track. Wolsey, it's going to be an absolute cracker, in my opinion. But, I mean, that's just keeping it theme with the whole night, isn't it? The whole night's just been fantastic. Heard words from Steve Deneen earlier about the progression of this meet, and I can only see it going from strength to strength from here on out.
Yeah, look, we've got heat number 5, of course, coming up of our 3,000 metres for men. It's going to be a field of 11. In fact, it's going to be a field of 13. So Mitch, we're away here in heat number 5. It's Caden Murray of Diamond Valley, Thomas Diamond of Box Hill, Robert Wheats of Western Athletics, Liam Werrett of Collingwood, Archie Noakes of Athletics Essendon, Jack McLean of Box Hill, Logan Janetsky, Glen Huntly Athletic Club, Peter Dutton of Frankston, Eric Trinkle of Knox, Samuel Rattray of Box Hill, and Max Taylor of Athletics Essendon. I reckon there's a couple of extra starters. I don't have my start sheet here, so we'll try to pick them up. But I reckon that out in front, the pretty distinctive figure to me of Caden Murray of Diamond Valley. Pretty obvious there, out in front. The second one, I reckon, might be also the smallest man in the field. That might be Logan Janetsky of Glen Huntly. I'll confirm that for you as they come past me. We might just take our time here and get in the field right. The silence might be just the moment that the field needs. But it's Caden Murray who leads them through. Logan Janetsky is the next one through, the young boy from Glen Huntly. And then behind him is the Essendon runner in Max Taylor or Archie Noakes. Third.
Yeah, and they're going to make their way around to me now, Wolsey, but very, very familiar patterns here from the races that we've seen before. Boys more than happy to let someone just take the lead here and all bunch up. I haven't seen a tall figure at the front of a race like this since James Whelan went back-to-back at APS. So our Diamond Valley athlete here, hit number 1, Luis Ton. Oh, sorry, wrong sheet here, Wolsey. And I believe that is Caden Murray. So there we go. Now I've got the right one.
Look, for those who are on the live stream watching us at home, we are calling these from the infield from quite a far way apart. So if Mitch and I don't quite link in perfectly, then forgive us. But out in front, it's your man Caden Murray of Diamond Valley. Second through, as I said, Logan Janetsky. So personal best here at 9:05. So 9:05 is the time we're looking for. We're going to come past me here at 800 metres. It's going to be 2:19, 2:20. A little bit over that, about 2:24 as they go through. And the whole field still nicely, tightly strung together with Robert Wheats at the back of that group. Not out of this by any means at all. So Caden Murray piloting the field through. The Murray family, synonymous with the Diamond Valley Club. Certainly seen a lot of them. The youngest man in the field there, Logan Janetsky, is in second place. And behind them, I reckon it's...
That's about to come past me here, and Logan Janetsky, who we've seen as a familiar face here on the track over recent times, just in front of Peter Dutton there of the Bale Pigs of Frankston. But it is Caden Murray who's going to take them out here, and we'll get the time just a tick over 3 minutes, so about 3:01 there going through. So there's a few boys here on PB pace, and actually I'd say all of them here on PB pace, which is fantastic to see, and all looking really comfortable, honestly. I don't see anybody struggling or anybody falling off this pack, so if they can keep this up, they'll all be able to push each other onto a really fast time here. But it is still Caden Murray who's going to sit at the front, and sit at the front very comfortably. Logan Janetsky of Glenn Huntley with a PB of 9:09, so he's certainly well and truly under his PB pace. And Peter Dutton, a long-time runner and a long-time commit to the Frankston Athletics Club, he's going to sit there on the outside in third place, so very comfortable. And as I said, no one was falling off. There must be a slight injection of pace here, because we've got three maybe feeling a little bit of tension on the pack, but as I said, very easy to pick this back up. So as they come around me another time here, Caden Murray still going to take it out. Peter Dutton on the outside there, and right on the inside for Box Hill is Thomas Diamond. Behind them there is Sammy Ratnell. Our Essendon athlete behind that is Archie Noakes. So they've come around for the next lap, and they're going to roll through in about 70, 71 seconds, 72 maybe. So still right on that 9-minute pace, maybe a fraction under now, Woolsey.
Yeah, look, I'm impressed with the run of Thomas Diamond in there at the moment, Mitch. He's looking really good, the young Box Hill athlete. He's right up in the mix. Caden Murray, though, has done nothing wrong as they go through. 1,500 now in 4:32. So 4:32 puts him a real chance here to go that sub 9 minutes, as Logan Janetsky, the shortest man in the field, goes to the tallest man in the field in Murray. Diamond still with them. Dutton looking terrific. And, of course, the old Marsland protege from the days of Johnny Marr there, and Samuel Rattray from Box Hill, looking terrific also, not far off the pace. So the four of them out in front. Diamond, Dutton, Janetsky, Murray. Rattray's next on the track. It's one of the Athletics Essendon boys next, and I'll get you to pick him up as they go through. We've got another Box Hill runner there, and back to one of our Collingwood runners in Liam Werrett. It's a leader group of four, and if you can pick up the Essendon athlete for me in 5th or 6th, Mitch, that'd be great.
Well, I reckon the home track athlete there, Thomas Diamond of Box Hill on the inside, looking extremely comfortable. And Logan Janetsky, geez, size really doesn't matter. It's about how much heart you have, and he seems to have a lot of it. He's going to sit there in 2nd place. Caden Murray, he might be the new metronome, I'd say. He's been ticking them off extremely nice. Comfortable at the front, not easy to do. Peter Dutton, as I've said, a lot of experience on the track and on the roads. He's going to sit comfortably there in 4th. So they've started to make a bit of a break on the next group of boys there, and leading that charge is, I believe, Archie Noakes or Max Taylor. Couldn't quite get the number on the side, but these four out in front looking really comfortable. And I'll tell you what, Logan Janetsky, he may be a wee bit shorter than Caden Murray, but he's certainly not feeling any sort of pressure to be towards the front, as Peter Dutton now maybe starts to make a move on the bend and maybe start to push Caden Murray a little bit there, or maybe offer a little bit of help. As I said, he's done a lot of the work on his own. Thomas Diamond of Box Hill tucked in nicely on the inside, so he's kept that rail position the whole time. Peter Dutton now moving out just onto the fringe of lane 2. Logan Janetsky still on the outside of Caden Murray, and I think it's Thomas Diamond who might be the most perfectly positioned in this front pack, and leading this next one with Liam Werrett of Knox. The two Box Hill boys behind them there, and Jack McLean, as well as Samuel Rattray. So, Wallsy, there's a little bit happening here, but Caden Murray doesn't seem to be in any sort of rush to give away the lead.
Thanks, Mitch. They went through the 2K in 6:01. They went through there at the bell, well on track to go. Not the bell, went through the 2 laps to go, on track to go that sub 9 minutes just. It's going to be a big last 700 now to get there, but sub 9 minutes is a chance. And the man who really wants it is Logan Janetsky. So Logan Janetsky now takes the lead over from Murray. Diamond says, I'm not going to be left behind. And Dutton, the smooth running man from Franks on the outside. Werrett of Collingwood now moves into 5th. Then the Essendon boy there. We've got 3-3-1-6, one of the other Box Hill athletes, in Jack McLean moving along well also. But Janetsky, the lead was only for 100 metres. Then Thomas Diamond decided he's going to take over. So Diamond's put 5 metres on Janetsky, and they've got 500 metres to go. Dutton looks terrific. Dutton hasn't dropped these at any stage. Murray looks like he's in a little bit of trouble, but he did a lot of work for us early and he set up a really good pace. But at the bell, Thomas Diamond, 7:48, 49, 50, sub 9 minutes. It's still there, lads. Let's go for this. Dutton next. Janetsky, Murray, Werrett has really wound up, but he's got a long way to catch him. He might break into the top 3 though by race end. Thomas Diamond, the Box Hill Junior out in front, head back, having a crack. Dutton looks down at the legs. He's trying to find something from them. He's trying to pump those pistons. I see Kelly out in the track cheering on Werrett. He's getting rowdy. But out in front, Thomas Diamond, Dutton chasing. Logan Janetsky, he's not giving up at all. Murray joins him. Werrett's come from a long way back to be amongst it. But look at all yours, Mitch on the home straight. Thomas Diamond, call him home.
Look at him move here. He's absolutely flying, Thomas Diamond, on his home track, and he's made a massive move. And the man who did a lot of the work early in Caden Murray, he starts to make his presence felt, but he might have left it a bit late. Thomas Diamond, though, grits his teeth, extends his stride, and says, this is my track and this is my race. He looks like he's going to dip under the 9-minute mark for the first time here, ladies and gentlemen. Caden Murray as well with a huge push. Diamond, 57, Murray, 58. He salutes the crowd. Peter Dutton right on 9 minutes. And our young fella there in Logan Janetsky, he's going to go just over. So fantastic running from Thomas Diamond there, as well as Caden Murray. He honestly came out of nowhere. I know he did a lot of early work, but he'd sort of fallen back in the pack a little bit, but found a bit extra when he knew he was close to the 9-minute mark. So fantastic racing. Don't want to say home ground advantage or home track advantage whatsoever. Thomas Diamond raced that just to perfection. And there is going to be some happy boys walking away from here, Nick, breaking the 9-minute mark. You never forget it.
And you're right, Mitch. The first 5 have all brought PBs home there. So, Caden Murray, thank you for setting the pace there, because you've got yourself a PB, and a lot of PBs were set up around you as well there. So, with personal best there, I reckon our top 5 runners home, or at least season's best based upon their seed time. Really good running. So, terrific work. As the women now take the track for the last time for this evening, we called it a little bit prematurely earlier, but this will be now time final number 4. And again, we've got some pacemaking. This time we've got it from Sophie O'Sullivan. So she'll set some tempo out wide here. We'll find out what that tempo is going to be as they get going. But it's a big field in heat number 4. A few in here worth watching, I reckon. So just waiting for our starter again, but we've got a big field here of 17 to finish off. Plenty of pace to help. One of the favourites here, Mitch, for me, the crowd favourites, is Imogen the Biff Baker. So Mitch from the inside, we've got Louise Ton, Ola Evans, Ella Stiles, Joanne Pratt, Alice Oakley Kerr, Lily Power Reeves. That's a very famous name genetically here we talked about earlier, but Susie Power's daughter there. Imogen Baker, the Biff, Emmy Richardson, Mia Strudley, Kaman Ip, Rachel White, Charlotte Hoskins, Sophie Westcott, Nisa Males, Tiana Postons, Olivia Twining, and Annabelle Smith.
Yeah, well, as they come past now, it's a huge, huge pack here, which is fantastic to see so many people gracing the track. And we've got 2 pacemakers out there as well, so maybe this will be divided up, or I'm not sure, but maybe they'll be able to work well together. We'll see how it pans out, but a big pack of them at the moment, all trying to feed off each other, and it's going to be great to see how this one pans out. So the last of the women's races here, I believe, and I can see a bit of movement towards the middle there, Wolsey. Might be able to spot it a little bit better on your side than my side here.
Look, Mitch, this is just a nice controlled pace here. Out in front, we've got our little young Doncaster athlete there. That's little Rachel White. I reckon Rachel White surprised us all at a milers not that long ago. She ran very well that night.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, well, she was very good that night. So she's there, setting the tempo out in front. There's a whole range here. I've just found out that the one we were talking about before, Lily Power Reeves, it's actually her debut 3,000 tonight. So great to see her stepping up. Of course, her mum is Zatopek champion in the day, Susie Power. And of course, Uncle Mike himself was not a bad runner as well in the day over 5,000 metres and a run at the Sydney Olympics. But out in front, Mitch, maybe you can pick up some there. I've got Rachel White. Maybe you can pick up a few of the others as they go past.
I'll be able to get you here, Wolsey. That is Tiana Postons there from Glen Huntley. So she's going to be able to take it up. And you're absolutely right. Rachel White put on an absolute spectacle here a few weeks back, or maybe a month or so back. And so great to see such a young athlete going to take this out and make the rest of the pack work, including the pacemakers there. So it's so good to see someone like that, and you can't discourage that sort of love and that sort of effort. And you can only imagine the talent and the hard work that's going to be able to move from that. So Rachel White, more than happy to take it out in front of the pacemaker. And these girls are just looking extremely comfortable in that group and are going to feed off each other. And you know, you said it all night, but even right now, as we get towards the later parts of the racing and the later parts of the night, it's still absolutely beautiful conditions here for running. So if you can keep your eyes open, you're in for a really fast time. So Rachel White still going to take it around there. Wolsey, any movement from your end?
Oh, look, Mia Strudley, who comes in one of the good seed times, she looks really good, tucked in about third there at the moment. So Mia Strudley in the Yarra Rangers colours, of course. The Strudley family out there. Of course, Jamie Strudley's on the AV board. Certainly Dad, probably coach as well. Done a lot of great work out at Yarra Rangers. The pink socks is the one that I reckon I might want you to pick up as they go past. She's going to be pretty easily identifiable for the rest of the way. But Sophie O'Sullivan doing a great job in pacing through young Rachel White.
Yeah, so they've come past me now, and one of the other athletes moving through is Mia Strudley of the Yarra Rangers. So she's going to try and get up on the shoulder of Rachel White there. Looks like a few young athletes are happy to go towards the front and make an honest race of it. And so these girls will be able to feed off each other really well. But Strudley now moves around into second place, and she moves around our Glen Huntley athlete there. So Rachel White still at the front and still seems to be enjoying the pacemaking. We're going to give the pacer about 5 or 10 metres space there, but that's all right. As long as you're within a sniff, then you can really feed off the energy of that. So Rachel White, though, doesn't seem interested in energy. She's running her own race. And Mia Strudley, now she's going to, Mia Strudley, sorry, is going to go up on the outside there. So a little bit of movement, Wolsey. Now the pacemakers are towards the front of the race, which should make it a little bit easier for these girls.
Yeah, look, it's a pretty strong outfield now. We've got to be careful here. We're going to start. There's some real differences in pace here. We've just lost a couple off. So those that are crossing the track, please be very careful. We still do have a bit of a split here in this field, so please be careful as you cross the track. But Rachel White here came with an 11:44 seed time. So she came in with a seed time a minute outside some of these lead girls, and yet she looks absolutely splendid out there in front. I reckon Charlotte Hoskins might be the one that's joined that group now. Mitch, you might pick it up for me. 4th spot on the track there, the hip number.
Yeah, I believe that is Charlotte Hoskins. I believe in 4th place there. So
yep. I picked that from on this side here. Charlotte Hoskins, a young Melbourne girls grammar girl, running for the Old Zavarians. So looking really nicely amongst that group as well. So Charlotte Hoskins now joined White, Strudley. And looks terrific amongst that, and I think Postons might still be thereabouts.
Yeah, I think she's looking really good, Nick. She's tucked herself in really nicely into that group at the front, which is not always easy to do when you start to get in a rhythm and you really start to feel yourself. It's hard to let someone else back into that group, but she's going to slot in 3rd position there, probably the position you really want to be in, I would say. So she's looking great.
And Mitch, the one out in front there now is Sophie Westcott. Of course, she's the Box Hill athlete here, the Carey grammar girl. I think she might even be college captain there, Carey, but Sophie Westcott there out in front looking really good. So Sophie Westcott, steeplechaser at Nationals. Charlotte Hoskins in 2nd, ran the 3,000 metres at national level in the under 18 age group this year, or last year now. Of course, we are in 2020. So just behind them, you've still got White, who this is a courageous run, a really gutsy run. And then back to A couple of runners. Charlotte Wilson's now helping out the pace of the second group. But they're yours as they come through, Mitch. Give us that top four again.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right there. It is Sophie Westcott. Right behind her there is Charlotte Hoskins, and our early race leader Rachel White right behind her. In this next pack is Ella Stiles with hip number 3 and hip number 8 there for Old Zaverians, Emmy Richardson. So a bit of movement here towards the front of this group, but it looks like Sophie Westcott is looking the best of the bunch there, and she's starting to really drop the hammer down. She's going with the pacemaker. Maybe some of these girls might be feeling a bit of the early pace. You start to see Rachel White. She's still right there. You never know what's going to happen in the latter part of this race, but one to watch out for, I think, is also Charlotte Hoskins, who did move through. Sophie Westcott, she does have a nice lead, but just watch out there, Nick. Is there any movement from your end?
Look, they're going to go through, what are we? We're going to be going through 2K very shortly. So 2K in just on 7 minutes. So they're in a really good shape here to go sort of fast here. They're looking at 10:30 odd pace. Sophie Westcott looks terrific in that group. She came with a 10:45 seed time. And Sophie Westcott is really appreciating the Sophie O'Sullivan toe right now. Charlotte Hoskins, the second one of that group, has a PB of just under 11 minutes. And she's on track at the moment to go a lot quicker than that also. Interestingly now in that group behind that are chasing, it includes Emmy Richardson.
Yeah, I got you here, and you're absolutely right. Sophie Westcott looking phenomenal right there behind the pacing. Also as well, Charlotte Hoskins, as she comes past me here, she's looking wonderful. Rachel White, early race leader. Mia Strudley there too. Ella Stiles as well as Ola Evans. So we see our next pacemaker come through, as well as Alice Oakley-Kerr, who's been moving through. And we see Annabelle Smith right behind her. So these girls all have a little bit of movement. Everybody keeps working and working together, and it's so good to see. Rachel White, she's still there. She hasn't really gone too far back. I know she might not be towards the front, but she's maintained her position, which is hard to do. But the one who seems to be benefiting the most out of this sort of racing style is Sophie Westcott from Box Hill. I believe that she is still training with Stephen Ellinghouse, so she would have done a bit of work down here, and she benefits from a great squad. So Sophie Westcott looking fantastic, and all credit to her. So hopefully she can stay on here. Unsure how long the pacemaker's got left, and we'll keep the ball rolling. We'll keep moving, Nick. So Sophie Westcott, as I say that, now Sophie Westcott now got to do it on her own. 40-metre lead, 35 maybe on our next athlete there in Charlotte Hoskins. So they're going to round themselves around to me now. Sophie Westcott, she's in a zone though. She's looking very, very relaxed. She may not feel it, but she looks extremely relaxed, which is amazing to see. So we're going to come up to the bell lap now. And we're on 9:06. So Sophie Westcott did the work early to get herself into this great position, and hopefully she can keep capitalising. She looks strong as she comes past me. Charlotte Hoskins now moving and staying into second place and looking extremely strong. And in third place here is Rachel White at Doncaster. The athlete who did so much work early. Now she's starting to even pick up Charlotte Hoskins. Behind her there is Ella Stiles, and behind her Ola Evans. Behind that, Ip number 17 of Box Hill, Annabelle Smith. Number 9 there is Mia Strudley. The girls moving through. Louise Ton of Box Hill now moving through. As Sophie Westcott comes around to you now, Nick. She's looking fantastic.
You're right. You're absolutely right. She's flying through here, Sophie. She's lapping a couple of runners now as you come through, but she's going to have 200 metres to go, and it's going to be bang on 10 minutes. So Sophie Westcott with a big finish here is going to fly home strongly. How close can she go to that seed time? Hoskins here is on for a big PB. Rachel White is going to blow her PB out of the water. She's the next one through. Ella Stiles looking terrific. We've got juniors galore here, some of them debuting. Annabelle Smith's going to be on track for a really strong time also. But she's hit the front straight, Sophie Westcott. She's gone past her squad corner, which is the Ellinghouse crew, of course. She's now got about 80 metres on Charlotte Hoskins. And Rachel White, of course, has found another gear again. This girl just doesn't stop. But Sophie Westcott out in front. Looking at the clock, we're going to be 10:40, thereabouts. 10:38 now, 10:39, 10:40, 41, 42. So great run at Charlotte Hoskins, going to be under 11 minutes comfortably. Rachel White, this is going to be a 1 minute personal best. I know she's young and you expect big things, but that's huge. So Hoskins with the best time. Rachel White goes under 11 minutes for the first time and drops about a minute off her PB. Stiles thereabouts. And there's a group of girls really dashing home to make sure they're as close as they could to their personal best.
Louise Ton here as well, a 10-second PB from Box Hill. So great to see these girls running through and running PBs. Mia Strudley now going to make her way to the line. Males of Williamstown is going to finish to the line. So fantastic running here from the girls, and they're still pushing strong here as Tiana Postons now move through to the finish line. Imogen Baker of Mornington Peninsula as well. So the two Mornington Peninsula athletes, Lily Powell-Reeves, pushing through here, as well as Joanne Pratt of Casey Cardinia. And she's going to run a PB as well, a 15-second PB here, so well done to Joanne Pratt. That's great running. And with 200 metres to go, Kaman Imp with 150 now. Keep in mind, Kaman has a PB of 13:55. As we see the clock here now at 12:07. So she is in line to run a huge PB here. She rounds the corner with 100 metres to go. Fantastic running. If you're in the crowd here, make a lot of noise and make her feel loved here. Come on, Ip. She's got a 13:55 PB. She comes down the line 12:31, 32, 33. So an 80-second PB. Amazing effort. Fantastic. That might be the biggest PB of the night. Wolsey, I'm going to take a stab.
Mate, that was huge. I expected at one stage there to go a couple of laps down based on the PB, but she ran off really well.
Fantastic to see.
So we're in the starter's hands. 3 heats to go, up to heat 6 of the men's 3,000. So another huge field here. We've got Max Saville-Bentley of Yarra Rangers, Merlin Gammon, Ross Thompson of Box Hill, Matt Vanur of Athletics Nunawading, Ned Buckle, we saw one of the Buckles go around earlier, I reckon they were Eureka or Bendigo area, Alistair McDonald of Western Athletics, Elias Stott, Geelong Guild, Luke Sin, Doncaster Athletics Club, the Sin family being busy tonight, Isaac Bibley of Box Hill, one of the Ellinghouse crew, Lincoln Belgrove, Glen Huntley, Long Newen, Glen Huntley, Charlie Close, Williamstown, Josh Hawkes, Wendouree Athletic Club, Eddie and Blumston Jones of Williamstown, David Gregg, Ivanhoe, David Aparasian of Melbourne University, Alexander Angus of Old Melburnians, and Sam Lindsay of Glen Huntley Athletic Club. Front of this group, 9:13 is our fastest seed time, so anywhere thereabouts, 9:15 would be superb. We'll let the field just work themselves out, and we'll give you some updates as they come through. But it's the Wendouree colours out in front, and that's Josh Hawkes at the moment, who'll set some tempo. No one really wants to set the tempo here. They're going quite comfortably through as they go through one lap in 76.
Yeah, so a nicely bunched pack there. Nick, no one really interested in maybe making a move or trying to make the race a little bit faster at this point, but I'm sure it'll ramp up as we get going. So now as they make their way past me, I'll be able to get a little bit of a better read here, but loving the headband at the front. Very retro here, I believe, from our Doncaster athlete. So a Geelong Guild athlete, and that is Luke Sin at the front. Isaac Billy here there in about third position, and these boys are going 4 wide. David Gregg of Ivanhoe, he's gone out and just about lane 3 to try and find his position, and sometimes that's just what you got to do. He's a bit of a bull, David Gregg. He'll push his way through, don't worry about that. So these boys You're just going to get the noodles rolling, I reckon, Nick. I reckon it's going to pick up as the race goes on, and I can start to see it a little bit now, a little bit of an injection in pace. They're almost playing straights and bends here. Surge the straights and cruise the bends, so hopefully they can find a little bit of a rhythm as they roll past you, but these boys are looking quite comfortable. It looks like Luke Sin still at the front there on the inside.
You're right there, Mitch. It is Luke Sin on the inside there. Elias Stott, it is of Geelong Guild, who's not far back behind him. I reckon it might be Ned Buckle, also thereabouts. One of our Box Hill athletes is not far off it as well. I reckon it would have been Ross Thomas on the inside. But now the pace, as they just string out a little bit, the pace might have slightly increased. They'll go through you. They're not going to be around the 3:05 tempo they would have expected for 1K. They're going to be outside that, but the boys are going to have to pick up a little bit to get around that 9:13 mark. It'll be 3:04, 3:05, so... Yeah, 3:09. So 3:09 through 1K. So got a little bit of work to do for those leaders to get down to their personal best or seed times as predicted. As we said, we've got Luke Sim with a 9:13 seed time, Elias Stott 9:16 seed time. So it's a bit unsurprising that they're the boys at the front. Likewise, Merlin Gammons thereabouts with a 9:15. But
yeah,
the tempo's just picked up a little bit, Mitch. And it's the Ivanhoe boy that's gone out 3 wide now as well. It's made a bit of a move, and that's David Gregg.
David Gregg, an absolute character. If you've ever had the pleasure of meeting him, David Gregg, so good to see him. Oh, and he's taken a huge run, and some of these boys have stacked there. I'm unsure what's happened, whether they've tripped over each other. But David Gregg, he's not in any of that scuffle. He's right at the front of the race, so he's injected the pace, the headband on. He's looking real good. Look at the stride, the red shoes. He says, look at me, I got tickets. Hopefully he's got them to be able to cash in at the end, David Gregg. So running really strong, beautiful stride there as we start to see these boys now. I think there's the injection of pace you were looking for, Nick. I think it's starting to roll through. Isaac with Billy there, number 17, hick number Alexander Angus, and our Glenn Huntley athlete there in Etienne Bomston Jones as well. So he's starting to move, or our Williamstown athlete, I should say. So these boys starting to break up, which usually means that someone's injecting the pace, and the one doing that, I think it's David Gregg. It's safe to say he's ready to get this ball rolling. 9:18 is his PB, so he's going to put his foot on the gas and see how fast the car can go. So right now the Rolls Royce is humming at the front.
Thanks,
and now
Mitch.
we're moving.
Thanks, Mitch. And it was a big stumble over here at the 200. We lost a couple down the back there, hit the deck pretty hard. One of them was the Williamstown athlete there. They hit the track very hard, but they've got back up and they're fighting on. I think it was Max Saville-Bentley there of Yarra Ranges, and also 3:2.96, which was Charlie Close of Williamstown, but they've bounced back up and they're back amongst it. They're only about 15 metres off the pack. But you're right, the man at the front, David Gregg, he's got this train going. So he wants to make sure the pace is on. David Gregg himself has a 9:18 personal best, so he's not far off one of the quickest men in this field, and there's a little group of 6 now just slightly pulling away. So that group at the front, Isaac Bill's the one that's going to be the difference of whether this becomes 1 pack or 2, and the group of 6 now becomes a pack of 9 as they go past you, Mitch.
They're all starting to separate here, and I've definitely pumped up his tyres, but they deserve to be pumped, David Gregg. He's actually got this pace on us, and he's got these boys moving, so they're starting to get back on PB pace. Some of them may be still just a fraction outside of that, but most of them are still inside it. So we might be able to get Isaac, Billy, or Billy. He's going to bridge that gap, I reckon, in that front group of 5. So David Gregg, he's still going to hold on. On the outside there, though, he's going to get a little bit of competition. I think we're about to roll around the 2-kilometre mark, so we'll get a really good gauge of what they're going to be at with a kilometre to go. But he's definitely flown the flag, I would say, at a 6:15. So he's definitely brought it back to an honest pace. And it's going to be interesting, Nick. See who has a really good set of wheels on them in this last kilometre. And this is hard racing. This is what they call very hard racing. So David Gregg, he's got to be credited for a lot of his work, but he's been past now. Our Old Melburnian, or Melbourne Uni, no, Old Melburnian, I should say, Alexander Angus now. He's going to move on the outside of Gregg. And the one who's come around to the front now and says, hey, I'll take a little bit of this work, is our unattached athlete. So a few boys here, as well as Etienne Bomston Jones there on the outside. So they're going to roll through now, 6:52. This front pack, not a lot of movement. A few in there around the front zone of that have started to change places. David Gregg only moved back to third, and one that's just been stalking at the back there is the home track athlete, Isaac. But Billy, let's see if he can keep the momentum going as that band starts to stretch now, and you've got to try and keep it intact. But they're rolling around a Unique, and I reckon the pace has picked up again.
Yeah, the man that injected the speed was that Ned Buckle. We saw, I reckon it had to be a sibling of his go around a little bit earlier in the one of the earlier heats. And the Glen Huntley man that's now looking really good amongst that mix as well there is 1919, which is Long Nguyen. So Long Nguyen's the one I've been keeping an eye on when you went pretty excited there for the last 600 metres. And he moves into third beautifully, sitting behind Alexander Angus. And they're still chasing the man out in front, Ned Buckle, wearing the Steigen singlet. So the Steigen singlet, synonymous with some distance running. They put on a grand meet just pre-Christmas down in Geelong. And it's the man out in front wearing that singlet. Buckle, who leads. Alexander Angus still with him. And my man that I picked a little way out, Long Nguyen. So Long Nguyen and these three are really kicking it down. And at the bell, it's 8:04. So 8:04 gives them a chance to hit that time we talked about. 9:13, 9:10, can they get there? We're a little bit slow through the first K, but the last K has been superb.
Yeah, and they've started to move, and as I said, I reckon that pace is injected, and this last K is going to be a sprint. And look at these boys coming past Unique. They are absolutely moving. Is that a Box Hill boy I see on the outside there, starting to make his presence felt? Is that Ross Thomas, I believe?
It is Ross Thomas, Mitch. You've called it well. It's Ross Thomas in the front.
And he's lining up, and he says, hey, I bought my ticket on this train, but I'm ready to bloody drive the thing, he says. I'm going to try and drive this one home. So the boys now, they're going to get on his back with 130 metres to go. Thomas on his home track, coming into the Stuart McSween straight. Can he pull this off? The boys moving around the outside. It's Alexander Angus. He's been thereabouts the whole time, but I think it is going to be Ross Thomas who's going to take this one out. Oh, Angus is going to go, but no, it's going to be Thomas. Fantastic running there. That's a 9:08 for him, and there's going to be a few boys rolling through for PBs. It started slow. Davey Gregg hits the line at 9:12.13, so I think that's a PB for him. 9:17 for the crew coming through now, and a fair few dipped under 9:20 here, so great racing for what was, you could say, a slow start, but they built into it, they worked into it, and a lot of boys are reaping the rewards here, so good to see the fitness on show here. And as we see the rest of the field roll their way through, we have Charlie Close here down. He's going to hit the line with a fair bit of pace. And our Lilydale athlete here in Max Bentley is also going to with a bit of pace. So these boys still fighting it out and fighting strong. Elias Stott as well as Josh Hawkes. So congratulations to all these boys and all those that ran PBs. Good to make the pace on us from a slow start and keeps the momentum going of great racing here, Wolsey.
Yeah, I reckon, Mitch, we might have had PBs for our first 5 home there. So it's exactly what we wanted when Steve Deneen thought about this great idea. In the first 5 home, I reckon have all run personal best. So, again, great running, guys. We saw that. We've been some really good negative splits tonight, and that's another one of those races where they did it very, very well. So here we are, we're counting down. This is race number 7 of 8, or in terms of the total for the night, it's the 11th 3,000 metres tonight here at Box Hill. We've got this time Bradley Hall of Knox, Angus Norman of Yarra Rangers. He's the man that leads the field currently. Rob Shercolt, one of my favourites from Old Scotch, one of the midday milers. Stephen Van Rees of Bendigo University. Oliver Armstrong, Geelong Guild. Tom Forster of St Kevin's. Jack Bowen of St Kevin's. Brandon Muscat of Western Athletics. Nicholas Martin, Knox Athletic Club. Javier Tabbett of Coburg Harriers. We've seen that name many times tonight, the Tabbett name. Will Hine of St Kevin's. James Anderson, Yarra Rangers. Lachlan Dess of Geelong Guild. Oliver Pratt, Mornington. And Tony Lanigan of Box Hill Athletic Club. So this field has strung out very quickly, Mitch. So this one says the guys here want to go quick. The last race, they eventually got the times they needed, but these guys here are hoping to run about 3:10 per kilometre. So when they come around to you, we'll get an idea of whether or not that's on. Right now, they've gone through the first lap in a really good click.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different to what we've seen in the past 5 or 6 races, Nick, where they're all happy to bunch up and sort of get close to the man at the front and let him dictate the race. But this one's nicely strung out, and we have a few boys at the front here starting to move around a little bit and ask a few questions. Our St Kevin's athlete in Jack Bowen, we've seen him a lot down at the track recently, as well as Javier Tabbett. A few of the Tabbets here from Coburg, so good to see the family running. Tony Langland there at the back of the field. So these boys are definitely trying to get a fast time out of this, I suppose, if you've been here. And a beautiful night, and a little bit later at night, you're not going to mess about. You're going to be here and you're going to try and do what you got to do to run a fast time. So they're going to work their way towards you, and I reckon they've settled into a pace a little bit more, Nick. I think there were a few boys just going pretty hard from the gun, but I think they're starting to find their rhythm now and really sort themselves out and, find that comfortable position. So
look, it's our Yarra Rangers athlete there, and Angus Norman on the inside looking really good. I reckon it's our Coburg boy. It is. It's Tabbett on the outside of them. Two of our St Kevin's boys there in Tom Forster and also Jack Bowen sitting really nice on the rail in that lead group. And the tall figure would be Stephen Van Rees of Bendigo University. So that's our lead 4. When they come past you, Mitch, when they come past, they'll actually be at 1K. So give us a bit of an update there. I think they're well inside their 3:10 though at the moment to run that 9:30.
Oh, I'm going to have to agree with you there, Nick. I reckon they're going to be within inside it, or not as much as what you think, but I think they will definitely be inside it there. So Stephen Van Rees now is going to take the lead, but as they roll their way through, 3:05, 6, 7, 8, so 2 seconds under, they give themselves a little bit of a buffer, and you think that maybe, hey, if they can start to find their feet and find a bit of rhythm, who knows how fast they can roll this one through. So Van Rees at the front there from Bendigo. We also see our man from Coburg there in Tabbett, so he's going to sit in third, and we've got a bit of a St Kevin's sandwich at the front, I suppose you can call it. But 3:08 through the K. They're on for 9:24 pace round about there, so that'd be everybody in this field PBing if that can get done. So hopefully they can keep feeding off the energy, and I use the term energy a lot, but I found when I was racing at least energy was such a big thing. So if these boys can really find that and work off each other, they're going to find themselves on the good side of a PB. But at the front, it is still our Bendigo athlete there in Van Rees. So he's starting to really ask a few questions of the boys here. The St Kevin's athlete behind him there, I should say, the duo with St Kevin's athletes behind him there. Tabbett right off the back of them, and it's our Lilydale's Yarra Rangers Athletics, I should say. Sorry, Angus Norman. He's right in behind them there. So we'll get the hip numbers of these boys here. Jack Bowen, a great runner, as well as Tim Forster. So hopefully these boys can work together. Pack and Tony Langland at the back of it there. So they've moved around 3:24. So 4:24, I should say. So a little bit slower that lap, maybe feeling a little bit of the pinch. But these boys hopefully are able to work their way through to that race leader, who's put about 10 metres into them. But the St Kevin's duo of Tom Forster and Jack Bowen, or Bowen, whichever way it's pronounced. I apologise if I got it wrong, but they're going to work together and see if they can.
Well, Mitch, they went through in 4:42 at 1500, so 9:30 is our fastest seed time here. So they're well inside that tempo, and the man making that tempo quick is Stephen Van Rees. The 2 St Kevin's juniors in 2nd and 3rd are on track for big PBs. Tom Forster's one of the guys that owns the fastest seed time at 9:30. and Jack Bowen's working beautifully with him at the moment. And I'm pretty sure that's Nick Martin there, the Knox Junior, also hip number 10 there, that's possibly in fourth at the moment, with Tabbitt to follow just behind them. But check for me the Knox athlete as they come past. I'm pretty sure it is Martin that's sitting on the back of Bowen and Forster, and they're chasing the tall and probably one of the more experienced athletes in the field there in Stephen Van Rees.
Yeah, absolutely right. A Knox athlete here in Nicholas Martin now. He's going to join the St. Kevin's boys. Behind him there, leading the chase, would be Brandon Muscat. So these guys, hopefully, they're all going to be able to feed off one another. But at the front, as you said, who's been really working hard and has actually added that little bit of pace. They've spotted him about 30 metres of distance in the meantime. But Stephen Van Rees, he's looking really comfortable on his own. He's more than happy to run to his own cadence and beat his own drum there. So see if the drum line can follow. But the three young guys there, hip number 7, hip number 8, Tom Forster, Jack Bowen, and of course hip number 10 from Knox, Nicholas Martin. They're all in a nice little trio of working off one another. And maybe just a little bit, Nicholas Martin feeling a bit of the pinch.
Mitch, 6:16 through 2 kilometres. So Van Rees looking really good. 6:16 through 2K. He's going to go on to that 9:30 comfortably if he can keep this tempo up. The three juniors have just spread a little bit in second, third and fourth. They're chasing hard. And little Brandon Muscat, the man in 5th place at the moment, the Western A's runner, is the one that's trying to make the biggest of the moves behind them with Tony Langland. So out in front though, Van Rees. He's now pushed it out to 40 metres. The next pack have got some work to do to get to that 9:30 mark. They are 4 of the smallest runners in the field, but they've got some huge hearts, and that's Bowen, Forster, Martin, and also Muscat. So 800 metres remaining. Can 9:30 be matched here? If it's going to be, it's going to have to be Van Rees by himself, I reckon. I don't think the next 3 are going to help him until maybe the last home straight, Mitch.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think Van Rees might have a little bit too much distance on this 3 at the back, but stranger things have happened tonight, as we saw in the 800, spotted 50 metres at the lap to go and you come over the top. So you never know what can happen. You can't count them out. I think that's Jack Bowen, is it there, Nick, in second place of those 2 St. Kevin's athletes. So he might be the one to lead, at least the charge to be able to get Van Rees. It looks like he might be tightening up a little bit. I know these boys are tired in the back, but if you can get a sniff of someone at least a little bit tired in front of you, you can really dig deep and find that dog and see how big it can bite. So let's see if Van Rees can hold on to his lead. He's done a lot of early work, which isn't easy. He's going to come down with 500 metres to go, second last time, rounding into this home straight. Behind him here, I think I was right, and I was, Jack Bowen. He's within a sniff. He definitely has a chance here. So does Tom Forster and our young Knox athlete in Nicholas Martin as well. Hip number 9 coming through, Brandon Muscat. Behind him there is James Anderson. Tony Langleen coming through now as well as our Tabit brother. So Stephen Van Rees have been to go. He has a bit of a lead here. It's going to be a hard one to be able to draw back. He's tightened up. He seemed to have loosened. So 300 metres to go. He's going to come onto that back straight under the floodlights there for the last time. Definitely going to be underneath his PB, you would say, Wolsey. But these boys in the second, third and fourth position are now fighting for the ability to be able to run as fast as they possibly can and maybe PB. Van Rees now with about 150 to go. Bowen now 200 to go, so they won't catch that, but it'll be interesting to see what second, third and fourth place is going to look like at the line here. But all eyes have to be on Stephen Van Rees. 100 metres to go. Stride has not changed whatsoever, and if you're still in the crowd, whether you've just raced or you're here to support, make some noise for Stephen Van Rees. He's going to come down. He's going to hit the line at about 9:20, I reckon, and that's going to be a 14-second PB. So well done, Stephen Van Rees. Bowen now, hip number 8, a 9:40 PB for him. So he'll come through. But Tom Forster as well is going to roll through here. Nicholas Martin going to have a PB. James Anderson maybe a PB here. Tony Langleen is going to run a PB. So well done to all these boys. Rob Schwerkolt coming through now. So great racing here. Through Brady Hall, as well as our other Geelong Guild athlete, which is Lachlan Dess. So well done to all the boys. We see Oliver Pratt roll through now. Great racing. Late at night, it's not easy to do. I know it's not as hot as it was earlier, but it's still quite hot. And we take our hat off to Angus Norman here, who's going to fight it out. Well done, Angus. Well done. To get across the line tonight is the PB as well, just be icing on the cake. So well done to all the boys and girls, men and women out here racing. Hard to do. And I think, Wolsey, if I'm right with my start list here, this is our final heat of the 3000s and our final race of the night, I believe. So we've got a big field of 20 men here. And I've said it a little bit, it can be hard to find a spot here in the 3000. I know you've got 7.5 laps to be able to find one, but with 19 other blokes jostling for position, it's not always easy. So we'll call these blokes out as they start the race. The final race of the night. And it would be a missed opportunity not to thank every single person who's been involved with creating, organising and running this event. It has been another great instalment in its 3rd year of existence, and a very special mention to Steve Deneen, who has done a lot of the work behind the scenes and was the creator of this event. So thank you so much. And 20 guys here on the start line. We will wait and we'll call them out as they start.
Mitch, you've been superb all night. You did not stop then for the last 600. Very impressive. So thank you for that. It is our last race. You are correct. We started here with 200 metres about 4.5 hours ago. They were quick, they were fast, and now tonight we're ending with just as fast action in the 3000. Now, I'm not going to jinx him. I went hard though on him in the last 3000 here. Daniel Reese, one of my favourite, the fastest gardener in all of the eastern suburbs of all the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, I believe. The Wodonga man, he ran on the weekend in the 5K and the 3000 steeple down in the country championships. He's backing up here, the Wodonga boy. It's a big field though. There's plenty of interest here amongst them. Lachlan Welsh, one of the ones to watch here with a 9.52. Andrew Carey. The Williamstown boys might be the ones to watch here, I reckon, Mitch. They're the two, they've gone sub 10 before. All 3 of them, in fact. Josh Grobler as well. Grobler, that is. So just doing our last head count here. 20 starters, as you mentioned. A big field. Again, thanks to all our AV officials. You've been great. Thanks to those who've come down and supported. As I said, the action started in 39-degree heat. We saw Luke Stevens win the 200. We saw Shad Muhammad win the 200 for the women. We saw Georgia Griffith go 2:02 for the 800. And pretty much a solo run. It was superb. We saw Geordie Williams kick home hard to run 1:48 and win the 800 men's. And then we saw the Irish duo, Sean Tobin and Michelle Finn, win the 3,000 metres for women and men, respectively, in what has been a great night at the Box Hill Track Classic.
Fantastic night, Nick, as we let these men get underway now, all 20 of them. The final race of the night here, the Box Hill Classic.
So we've got in this one, our last one of the night, we've got Brodie Andrews of Athletics Essendon, David Alexander, Harry Chen of Box Hill, Daniel 1 in a Million from Knox Athletic Club, Lachlan Welsh of Williamstown, Michael Bishop of Mornington Peninsula, Daniel Reese, the Wodonga Gardener, Kalan Luong, Josh Grobler of Williamstown, Jai Farrar of Mornington Peninsula, Cooper Proven of St Kevin's, they've had good numbers tonight, Simon St Hill of Box Hill Athletic Club, Abdulaziz Haj Ali of Western Athletics, Andrew Carey of Williamstown, Michael Sleep, Freddie Barrett Judd, Jonathan Little of Richmond Harriers, Ranveer Gurja of Box Hill, Wilson Pratt of Mornington Peninsula, and Jackson Tanner of Mornington Peninsula. So your field here, we said the Williamstown boys would be the ones to watch. They've gone straight to the front, 2 of them. They're being chased by the young junior there of St Kevin's, and of course that would be 1476, that'd be Cooper Proven. But Mitch, It has been a great way to finish the night, and hopefully some PBs can come out of this last one. The PBs in this field range from anyone goes sub 10 minutes, they'll be absolutely beaming, to little Jackson Tanner, I reckon, is running his first 3K on the track, and he's hoping to break some 5-minute Ks, which he'll do comfortably.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling some PBs in here, Nick. There's something in there, it's something in the track. I don't know what it is when they laid it, but it's PB Central. The two Williamstown boys are going to run past me here. I see Kevin's athlete right behind them there. Haji Ali as well behind. Our Knox athlete coming past me there, Daniel Malone. So these boys in this second, yeah, you call it the second group. It might be a little bit spread out, but it's still a second group. Are all running only 2 wide at this point. So they'll be looking to just find their spot, and it obviously dependent on what sort of tactician you are in these races. There aren't too many when it comes to Box Hill Classic or milers or whatever it is that's not championship. You're just out there to run fast. So these boys at the front, as you said, were earmarked as probably the 2 favourites with quick times coming in. And you'd assume both Willie boys may be training partners. Maybe not. Maybe that's just too big of an assumption. But you're going to roll through 2:32. So they're definitely moving. They're certainly moving. So hopefully they can keep this pace and maintain it. But as we see that pack roll through you, Nick, there's a good group of them there. They're about to work their way around to me here. And it's definitely more spread out than we've seen in past races, or I should say previous races. There's our 2 Willie boys now at the front. Coming past me here is Andrew Carey as well as Josh Grobbelaar. And our Western Athletics athlete here in Ali's going to roll through, as well as Brody Andrews. That's Jai Farrar as well, and number 18, Ranveer Gurja. So famously here, Nick, Ranveer Gurja did win one of these races about a month ago, and his fists were pumping, I think, from the car park when he got out of the car for his warm-up. He was pretty happy about it. So obviously you should be. A win is a win. They're about to roll around to you, Nick, and these 2 Willie boys, they're definitely very much so in each other's vibe right now.
You know what, Mitch, though? I mean, this is an interesting one here. We said the Williamstown boys had set a good pace. They've actually gone out at around the 9:35 pace. So they've gone out really quick inside their best. So there's a lot of guys here trying to catch on and chase fast, including, of course, everyone's favourite name, Adil Aziz Haj Ali. But the rest of the pack here are working hard to go along this 9:35 tempo, including Daniel Rees, who's got a 10:55 seed time. So a lot of the boys here got to be careful they don't overcook it. We want to make sure this last race finishes with a whole lot of personal bests. But that man I just mentioned, he wants to get his name gun again, and that's Abdul Aziz Haj Ali. He's going to join onto our lead pack of Williamstown boys. Yeah, and he's absolutely motored his way up there, and hopefully he doesn't just stop behind. Hopefully he keeps his momentum going, because if he's feeling that good, he should probably just run the show, I'd say. But Daniel Rees as well, he's behind right here, and the boys now in this next pack are going to be able to really work off each other. Our Mornington boys here in Michael Bishop as well as Jai Farrar are going to move through. Gurja now coming past me here. Not the only Box Hill athlete, with Harry Chen now moving through, as well as Wilson Pratt. So hopefully, as I said, hopefully he would roll through, but he's going to tuck in behind, which also isn't a bad tactic for Haji Ali, who is going to sit in third there. He made up a fair bit of ground over those last lap and a half to 2 laps. So he's going to keep his stride nice and easy, keep his head very much so switched off, and let these Willie mates take him through and see if they can get him a PB, because they're certainly moving, and it looks like they're moving pretty fast, if you ask me. But mate, you're right. No, Mitch, you're absolutely correct. They're on track here for some really quick times tonight. So we'll get an idea of what it is when they go around the next time. What is it now? It's 5:28. So we'll get a really good gauge when they get around that other side and get through 2K. But these guys are moving at a really good click. So great work out in front. The last race of the night looks like it's going to finish with some big PBs. These 3 guys working well together. Daniel Rees got to do a little bit of work by himself there next in 4th, but he's making a good click of it.
Yeah, it's Daniel Rees who come past from Wodonga, Nick, so that's a good bit of travel to be able to run a fast time, and he's right on pace for it there. So now we see Haji Ali. He's going to get in the middle of the Willie boys, so he's going to try and break that flow. Obviously not quite go to the front. He's going to trust his kick, or he's going to trust his last K, whatever that is going on in his head, but he's looking very comfortable. So they're about to round around Simon St. Hill there, an absolute Box Hill legend in Simonson Hill. So these guys now going to move around him as we start to look back, and I believe that's still Daniel Rees of Wodonga there in 4th place. So it's fair to say that these boys are moving. I know we've said it a few times, but it should be highlighted that it is late at night, and to be able to get your noodles moving around right now when you're usually in bed or playing PlayStation or whatever you do, it's very impressive and very hard to do. So they're going to come around me here now, Nick, and I'll be able to get a good read on him, but it's certainly looking like Haji Ali's going to wake his way around Andrew Carey and now take the lead. So we'll see if Josh Grobbelaar as well can stay within the mix, but I think it's going to be Haji Ali who's going to make a move here and make a big one. Andrew Carey tucking in behind him. He's not going far away, so these boys are moving around, and it is still Daniel Rees as well here. Right behind him is Daniel Malone and our unattached athletes, so we'll see if they can pick him up, but it's going to be interesting at the front, Nick.
You know, Daniel Malone's one of these ones back here who recently went to the Ines Games, which is a fantastic event that was held up in Brisbane. He's one of my favourite athletes here. Gavin Burren coached, of course. But out in front, I don't think we're expanding on the truth when we say that the man leading has got the best afro of the night, and now it's the fastest afro of the night as well. He's moving superbly out in front, Abdulaziz Haj Ali. So he's going to really set the tempo here for that last lap sprint to see how quick they can go. But out in front, we've got plenty of action. One of our little paced athletes there tried to stay with him for 100 metres, and it's probably cost him a little bit of effort, but he's fighting on strongly. But you're right, Mitch. These two here are going home for a big PB. 9:30 odd is still a realistic possibility. Let's go, boys. Come on, really kick it down here now. Andrew Carey goes through. Next to him, of course, it is Abadiz Haji Ali. And then behind them, of course, number 9, Josh Grobbelaar, who's been there from the start. 8:26, 8:27, and he has one last crack at it.
Yeah, and they're going to absolutely motor around here, I reckon, in the last 300, Nick. And as I said that, they must have heard me because their legs are moving at an astronomical rate right now, 300 metres to go. On the back straight for the last time, Andrew Carey, he's done a lot of work. We saw Haji Ali do a little bit early on, but now he's starting to push. You can hear him breathing down his neck, Carey, but he doesn't seem phased whatsoever. 200 metres to go. He looks around. He looks at the ground. There's nothing down there but your legs. Haji Ali, though, where has this come from? He looks like he's just started the 200-metre race at 5:30 here. He is moving. Carey not going anywhere. Haji Ali, as he spent it early, he's going to come around, 100 metres to go. Looks around. Don't look around. Look straight ahead. Here he comes down the straight. I think he's going to get it. Carey working. Haji Ali, he's done a lot of work. They're going to roll. They're going to steamroll under this 9:30 right now. Haji Ali, he's gone at 9:26. Carey, 9:27.
They came in with 10-minute seed times, Mitch. 10 minutes, I tell you.
Check track. I think there's
sub
some smoke.
9:30.
Some smoke on the track. I think they just set that thing on fire right now. So we start to see Josh Grobbelaar. He's going to roll through as well. Tough racing for him. An amazing time. He's going to roll through under 9:50 himself. So a lot of PBs out here, Nick. They're following the trend. Daniel Rees has a PB of 10:55. 10:55 as he sees 9:54 roll on the clock.
Well done,
so
Rees. He's sub 10 minutes.
Congratulations there. Amazing
running. Daniel Malone. What a big run. Haven't seen him do 3,000s much. He's more a 4.8 man. He stepped up tonight. And Gavin Burren over there will be very proud of that run.
And Freddie Barrett-Judd now, he's going to get the bell, I believe. And here we go. He's going to move through. So great to see so many athletes ranging in so many different ages, getting the most out of this. Simonson Hill coming past me now. So these boys now are motoring down the home straight. I'll tell you what, I'm loving the mullet here. Here he is, the best mullet of the night, Jai Farrar. He's Mornington Peninsula teammate is not going to quite get him. Gurja now coming through as well. And we see Lachlan Welch now. He's going to hit the line at about 10:42. So a fair bit of great running here, Nick. It's safe to say as we look over to the back of the track, we see Freddie Barrett-Judd. Now, he doesn't have a time registered, so this may be his first 3,000 metres ever. And what a time to do it. What a late night run. With beautiful conditions, I must say, but 11:02 hits the clock. We'll see what he can get. I don't know if anybody knows whether he has a PB or not, if this is his first 3,000 metres, but either way, fantastic racing with 150 metres to go. And it's so good to see an athlete so young be able to get out here and absolutely rip a 3K. Not easy to do. As he comes around, 100 metres to go. Simon St. Hill, 200 to go as well. So if you're still in this stadium, you're still in the crowd, make everybody feel loved as though they've won the race because they're out here working hard. As we see Freddie Barrett-Jones now with 50 metres to go. Keep it up, Freddie. That's it. Here we go. He's going to feed off the energy, ladies and gentlemen. A good kick down. 50 metres to go. Great work there, Freddie. 11:45
Well done,
on the clock. So fantastic work. And he'd be very happy with that as we see our next athlete here roll through from Mornington Peninsula. And I believe that's Jackson Tanner. And he's come in with a 15-minute PB. Is that 12 minutes on the clock? That's
right.
a 3-minute PB. And Simon St. Hill now as well. He's got a 12:30 PB, Simon St. Hill. So he's going to come down to a 12:12 on the nose, I believe. So we just saw a 3-minute PB there, Nick, according to the sheet.
I tell you what, sometimes seed times can be a little bit out, but that was impressive.
No, I'm buying it.
Oh, love it. Absolutely own that. You should own that one, Jackson Tanner. Look again, thank you athletes, thank you coaches, thank you parents, thank you the Box Hill Athletic Club and our Athletics Victoria officials for a wonderful evening here at the Box Hill Track Classic. And again, we wrap it up with our winners, the big winners of the night. Sean Tobin taking on the 3,000. He was from Ireland, he was superb. Michelle Finn won the women's 3,000. Georgia Griffith was the run of the night for me. 2:02 in the women's 800. The men's 800, Geordie Williams just showed them a clean pair of heels in the last 200 metres. And way back, 4.5, nearly 5 hours ago, Shad Muhammad won the 200. And the men's 200 was won by Luke Stevens.
Thank you, Nick, for a great night of calling.
And if someone's collected a yellow hat, a Commonwealth Games yellow hat and a pair of sunglasses, could you please return them to the finish line?